And we are live. The Speed Chess Championship continues. The train rolls on, Amon. Happy you're here with us today, buddy. Are you ready for this?
I'm ready, Danny. This should be very exciting. We got two of the absolute strongest players in the world right now, and there's a lot of question marks about, these guys in online chess and what will it bring.
Yeah, I wondered a lot of that last year. I was wondering how often or what difference it would make for the players of the elite level when they play this kind of online 3 hour blitz and bullet session. Not something they do as often as maybe guys like you and I. But I think we've learned that they can play pretty high level quality chess. I mean, obviously yesterday's show, watching Sergei Karyakin play a level of accurate chess that was just, I mean, it was mind blowing. And maybe it shouldn't be, but given that we don't see him play online blitz and bullet sessions like you see Hikaru Nakamura or Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, those might be the only two elite players who you see kind of dive into those regular sessions. It's super impressive. But let's break down the players that we have here. We have obviously two of the best players in the world competing for $1,000 to the winner, and then $1,000 split by percentage. But of course, the big prize is the ability and right to move on him on. As we look at
Yeah.
the bracket here, we see Hikaru Nakamura and Sergei Karyakin have already moved on, and then we have the 8-9 seed. The winner of this match gets the ultimate prize of probably playing Magnus Carlsen in the next round. But how do you see this one breaking down between Wesley So and Anish Giri?
Yeah, well, Danny, like I mentioned, I think this is kind of a match of question marks. Wesley So, one of the most consistent and strong players in classical chess recently. I mean, to go on a 65 plus game run without losing in classical chess is kind of ridiculous these days, but it shows like he's just not prone to many mistakes. But in the quicker formats like Blitz and Bullet, you will see Wesley make more mistakes than we're used to, even in the Pro Chess League. I mean, he was the MVP there with some of the best scores. So I think it'll be interesting to see if he makes a lot more mistakes than we're used to seeing him make. Whereas on the other side, you've got Anish Giri, who I don't think anybody has any idea, where to put this guy. He could be an extremely good, just not a practiced online player, or he could struggle with these fast time controls. I don't think Anish is a player that I've seen even like hiding on some accounts anywhere. I'm not sure if Anish has much experience playing online chess at all, Danny. So I'm
Yeah,
not sure if that's going to be a problem.
I think we may be able to see some of those things matter as the gloves come off and the time controls get faster and mouse speed and practical kind of intuitive online chess decisions become even more important than the chess moves. But as far as the chess moves go, we look at the results between these two players, and it's pretty even overall. They have a 3-3 score against each other in over the board tournament chess with 11 draws. They have two draws in rapid games with no decisive victories, and then a +2 advantage for Wesley So in terms of blitz. So really, I mean, they haven't nobody clearly leading the matchup between these two players. Not like something when we see Magnus Carlsen versus Hikaru Nakamura, where one side really just has clearly
Yeah.
matched up well with the other. So I'm with you. I'm kind of in the dark. I think like others, I feel like Wesley So is the slight favorite. In the preview show with Jen Shahadi on Tuesday, if people missed it, it's on YouTube. We broke it down a little bit. I think that looking at Wesley's experience in the Pro Chess League, where he was given the MVP, the top MVP award, and having a little bit more online chess experience, combined with his, as you said, 2,800 plus rating these days, kind of makes me have to lean his way. But Anish Giri's played really well in 2017. He went 8.5 out of 10 at the Reykjavik Open, where you made a GM norm, my friend.
Yeah,
And
I witnessed that firsthand.
you witnessed that firsthand, and we're about to witness this firsthand as we are now in about the 30-second countdown before the games begin. We see both players here ready to roll. We'll see if Anish goes. Let's analyze the facial expressions, right? We've got the Anish in the hand cup. That's I
Yeah,
think that's hand position number 17. And
I
then
have
we've
to
got
study my
Wesley.
handbook.
So what?
I said I'll have to study my handbook of facial positions.
Well, we are starting here, and I believe that the first game has begun as we head on over.
Yep, this is the
And
five
we
plus
start
two.
the official game clock to be with 90 minutes, and we are off.
Yeah, I think one thing, Danny, that regardless of the time control that we can expect from these guys is probably some interesting theoretical battles. I think with other guys like Karyakin and Meyer, maybe the match that just happened, you wouldn't necessarily expect the most theory, maybe some solid play, a lot of resistance, which is what we did get. But Anish and Wesley are simply some of the best prepared players in the world. I imagine we're going to be seeing the Sicilian from Black really getting a workout this match, Danny.
Yeah, and that's what we have right here. We have a Najdorf with this early extended h5 variation. Kind of an interesting approach when Black chooses to extend the king side to prevent the normal pawn storm, but that means White can just castle short, maybe try to take advantage of Black's overextension on the king side later on with positional maneuvers. This is so. On that note, we have a little bit of time to speak generally. So you feel like unlike some of the matchups we've seen previously, where players are avoiding theory, maybe they try to keep some of their over the board prep out of the online format if they can. You feel like these guys are going to be all in and being willing to play their best, most well prepared variations from the start.
Yeah, I don't know about necessarily the best, but the thing about, when you think of a Naka match, he's going to start a bunch of games with B3. He's going to go for some offbeat openings. Magnus is going to play the London system. But when you think of both of these guys, especially Anish Giri, who doesn't have a lot of blitz experience, when you don't have a lot of experience, you generally rely on your instincts. And he's a very theoretical player naturally. So it'd be very surprising if you just see him play ultra solid and sort of blitz chess when I don't think he has the practice for it. So I am expecting this, Danny, to be a little more theoretical, which is actually interesting. We're going to get sort of a taste of like a real classical game just played at a quicker pace.
Yeah, I really like that. And yesterday, Jen and I were witness to some just awesome strategic and a very technical style from both Karyakin and Meyer, and we felt it was really instructive. The kind of instructive chess you don't always get in Blitz, and maybe today we'll see a bunch of opening theory that we don't always get in Blitz. So let's dive into some analysis here and talk about what we see on the board. Right now, we have this G4 extension. So White has now opened up his own king. Even having castled here. Amon, justify this for the beginners in terms of why Wesley can get away with this kind of move.
Yeah, it's definitely, I mean, first of all, Wesley is doing this against the move F5, and this isn't a King's Indian structure or opening, but it does resemble the structure a little bit. And G4 is kind of a natural move to play against the F5, that if Black would go for the move F5, well, White would have the option of taking it potentially and opening up more lines, which White does have the two bishops. Such a thing is kind of natural, but it also pries open the position. Black can't sit there with the pawn on H5 and the pawn on G4. If White were to take that, probably it would favor with the open G file. So it kind of forces Black to take, and you see here the H file gets opened, and we just see White going for the active play and Black going for that standard plan. Danny, I always say when one side has the two bishops, the other side should trade the remaining bishops that are on the board of the same color. That's always go-to plan, and you've seen Giri here execute that, pretty naturally. He's traded the dark square bishops, and I definitely like what he's doing.
I kind of like Black's position too, and part of the reason I feel that way, everybody, Amon highlighted the bishop dynamic where you see White has a bishop and Black doesn't, right? Black has the two minors being the knights. And so because it's kind of a closed position, you see this bishop's mobility going to be limited by this pawn on c4. It's also limited by these pawns, though that may not be as critical. Black is keeping the position closed and look for Giri to try to plan that maybe brings the knights into access of these dark squares here. The reason why players, even at the beginner level, should be thinking about squares and pawns and not just tactics is because it's the thing you can control regardless of what your opponent does. Once you see a weakness like this, can this pawn move backwards? The answer is no. Can this pawn move backwards? No. And so at the high levels, players are always looking for plans they can develop where the best move can come from their opponent and it doesn't matter. And that's the kind of chess that wins you championships, and that's the kind of chess you want to play. And so I think that Giri has to worry a little bit about what Wesley just did here. He has a big pawn mass on the queen side, a 3-on-2 really, and maybe if he can kind of punch this move through, we will see this bishop come to life. But otherwise, I feel like Black did a pretty good job in the first stage of the game here.
Yeah, I definitely agree that Giri can be very happy with how this game went. Also, the thing is, when you're playing Blitz, Danny, you got to respect the knights. The knights are very tricky pieces, and you're just playing against that bishop. I think in a longer chess game, that's a lot harder to do, most for the bishops and stuff. But he's executed a very easy plan for Blitz, which is just trading the dark square bishop. And although I was going to mention this move, A5 can come. If he can execute this and control the A file, because he does have the pressure with A takes B4, he's going to be very happy. If white can, however, somehow reroute the knight, to the c3 square, that would be pretty ideal, trying to play knight b5. But right
And
now,
part of the reason,
that's hard.
yeah, exactly. And part of the reason Amon said knight c3, everybody, is what you followed up with. If the knight gets to b5, we see this weakness here. So whenever we recognize, as I just said, the long-term weaknesses, it's good to dream in chess and say, well, it's not possible yet, but if I had a pony here or if I had a knight here, that would be really good in terms of the long-term features. And that kind of helps dictate your plans. I love what Giri did with the A file, though, Amon. You made a great point that doubling on the A file really favored black there, everybody, because white was not in a position where he could really take, because after the rook takes, now black is in total control guarding the pawn. So one thing you see in chess is they build on pawn tension by building up behind it, whereas you see a lot of amateurs often make exchanges too quickly, and they build up or they lose that ability to build up. And so I like what Giri did here, doubling on the A file, and it kind of puts white in a position where now white is just sort of holding on and bracing himself for when black does finally capture here and roll away. But okay, now Wesley's taken, but that might mean the B file gets him in trouble. He's trying to anticipate that with rook b1, but what do you think about this position now, Aman?
Well, I think he's done the right thing, Danny. It's really tough to sit there with that pawn on a5, always threatening a takes b4, and it means that basically all your pieces are tied down. What he's doing is he's taking that pawn so that both of those rooks on a7 and a8 somehow look a bit silly now with that pawn on a5. So although black has accomplished what he wants, which is control the dark squares, c5 is weaker now, white does have control of the open file, and you can't exactly reclaim it so easily. One thing I was thinking, I don't know if Wesley is considering it, or excuse me, Anish is considering it, a move like e4. I was just going to say, that's why I thought that he brought the knight to f6, playing the move e4, and then no matter how white captures, the g4 pawn in most lines is going to fall here. So it changes the dynamic of the position. We might see knight takes e4. I don't know if knight takes g4 even works here.
I was going to highlight that for the viewers, that maybe there's ideas where you take and then swing a rook over to pin the bishop, where black might be able to regain his material and gain a little bit of an initiative against the white king. So look for tactics here. I think Anish is probably calculating exactly that kind of option right now. But e4, a nice little tactical sequence there, everybody. It undermines the protection of the g4 pawn to create more opportunities for these knights either way. And Anish recognizes he also likes the idea of building up, brings the rook to e8, and kind of posing a tough question to Wesley right now, right? How do you want to deal with so many pieces hitting your e4 bishop? Is he going to play knight to d2 to try to over-defend it? Possibly, that makes sense.
Yeah, knight to d2. There's always still the lingering idea of knight takes g4 and swinging the other rook over. But you're trading off a lot of pieces in that situation. We're getting closer and closer to a rook endgame with two rooks on the board. And the more rooks on the board, Danny, the further it is from being close to a draw. And I think black definitely has an advantage here. But the question is, after this and rook e7, he's going to move the king, I assume, or maybe play rook b5 or rook b6. Question is whether he has more than a perpetual.
Yeah, it's interesting. Black is certainly in the driver's seat when you have a couple of rooks lined up against the king, everybody. Amon said that black would have a perpetual, and that's because probably if something like this happens, worst case scenario, black can probably just check white forever, and white wouldn't want to risk running the king out. But we'll see if Anish decides he has more with his powerful rooks on the e-file and tries to play for a win here. As far as time goes, Amon, that's going to be a key factor in all of these matches. As you know, we have to watch. These two players have been... this has been a far cry different from yesterday's matchup where we saw Georg Meyer and Sergei Karyakin playing very similar chess on the board, but Meyer was just always down on time. These guys haven't been separated by more than 10 or 15 seconds, I think, the entire game.
Yeah, and the thing about this position, Danny, is that with the rook on c6, although it holds the pawn on c4, it also can't take the pawn on d6 without dropping it. So Wesley's gone for this idea of rook f3, and he wants to play something like rook c7. And black at some point is going to have to deal with that pawn. So he's gone f6, rook takes d6. He's probably going to throw in a check on d4, as he does before taking on c4. And this position is, I don't know, it's very tough to play for a win. You're always risking that d pawn just going for the d8 square, Danny.
Yeah, Wesley has, I think, gotten himself out of the worst of it, honestly, the more we look at how he activated that rook on the f-file and kind of forced this f6 move, starting to like the fact that he's getting his rooks coordinated in a way that blacks have been for some time, and I think that means that probably white is in a pretty good shape to hold the draw here now.
Yeah, I think very likely we'll see like rook a3 maybe, and then just perpetual checks.
Right. And part of the reason White's going to bail out with a perpetual here, everybody, I just want to show something funny. Of course, if White was to blunder, always be aware of how the rooks line up against your king. Black would have a forced checkmate in 2 with check. This rook guards the 3rd rank, and then checkmate on the 1st rank. So rooks work well together in the open board. Be aware, right? And that's why Wesley is just he's gonna bail out here. I think we're gonna have a draw to start this match, and
Yeah.
And okay, interesting stuff, right? That's our first game is in the books.
Yeah, I think if you're, Team Giri, that's got to be a good statement
Right.
game as your kind of first debut for online chess with the black pieces against Wesley So, and arguably, pushing a slightly better position with black in a Sicilian. I think that's a very good result for him.
Yep, I agree. And real quick, want to remind everybody, as we've had a pretty significant increase in viewers over the last couple of minutes, people now know the match has started. This is the Speed Chess Championship, match number 3. Hikaru Nakamura and Sergei Karyakin have already moved on to the second round. What you're looking at right here is the matchup between the 8-9 seed on the left side, Wesley So, the reigning U.S. champion and newest, really probably challenger for the world title in the future, 2,800 north of it, and he's just had a phenomenal year against Anish Giri. So this is probably our first really marquee matchup, right, Amon? I mean, we've had Hikaru take on a challenger and Sergey take on a challenger, but this is a coin flip, and we're really excited to be here. So as a lot of you follow our channel for the first time, thank you for being here, and buckle up. It's going to be 3 hours of exciting chess.
Yeah, as you mentioned, it's one of the first times where, we've had a lot of marquee players play Nakamura, Karyakin, but to have 2 clash against each other is a real treat, especially to see guys who haven't played too much online chess, start to put their foot down.
Well, what do we have here now, Amon? We've got this interesting dynamic of we've got really closed position.
It didn't come from a Nimzo, but it kind of reminds me of those Nimzo positions where White ends up closing the position with c5 and a3, b4. Often you'll find that bishop on f4 inside the pawn chain in a Nimzo. But here we've actually reached it from Queen's Gambit decline. And it's one of those positions that, you can look visually and just appreciate White's spatial advantage, but it's very hard for anybody in practice to turn this into a big advantage of any sort. And we often see these positions peter out to a draw. Although if anybody has pull in these positions, it is often White, just targeting that c6 pawn in an eventual endgame. But I think the advantage is very minimal at best. But in Blitz, you don't need to have a massive advantage. The only thing is that these guys are reaching the endgame, Danny, and they've got like 4.5 minutes on the clock.
Right. Yeah, and we may see the endgame continue to be reached after, I was going to say, this trade. The rook's going to slide over to a8, and we're going to see another exchange, whether White tries to defend the rook and build up on the exchange or goes aggressively for it. One of the things Amon touched on about the space advantage means that White has further extended pawns in the center. If you look at the pawns, everybody, White's pawns are on average further extended. That tends to give you more options for your pieces behind your furthest advanced pawns. So that's why when we hear this term in chess, a space advantage, what does it mean? It means that the squares available to your pieces behind your furthest advanced pawns. So, but as Amon said, okay, that's great. White has a space advantage. His pawns are better, but Black doesn't have any real weaknesses, right? Yes, his position is a little cramped, but there's not a lot going on here. And so that's why you see such a very rigid structure often lead to just an equal position in a draw. But if anybody has an edge, it probably will be White. The A file currently owned by White, and this E5 square kind of begging for a piece to be on it with Black's small space disadvantage. So it'll be interesting. So what's the plan here? Does White want to go for a move like knight e5 Amon and make it straight, or maybe a move like knight d2 and try to ask this bishop what his plans are?
Well, it's funny, Danny. You mentioned Reykjavik, where Anish recently performed very well in an open event. I was there as well. In my last round game of the tournament, I played the legendary Alexander Belyavsky, and it was actually the exact same game. But imagine this: Black played pawn b5, and the bishop on c4 was actually on b7. So it was an even worse version, and that was the one that I had. And I actually drew it very easily with Black. So from my experience, if I can draw that, and based on the analysis that I did during the game and my opponent as well, we couldn't just find a breakthrough. Even if you get the best case scenario, which is all these pawns on dark squares, light square bishop for White, there's it's a very tough position to crack. Although the way that he's done it here, I do like the fact that the bishop on c4 is almost just misplaced. It's on a good square. You can secure it with b5. Although I don't think Anish or Wesley is going to play that move. But f4, g4, f5 is just kind of a close your eyes, easy plan to make. And I think it's easier to play white here, and that's what matters in blitz.
Yep, and one of the reasons why f4, g4, f5 is so possible, we saw Wesley do it last game where he opened up his king position despite those all of the stories you hear, don't push pawns around your own king. In a situation where the center is closed, it's not like this queen's going to have easy access to get over here, everybody. And so that gives you the right and the ability to kind of be a little more frivolous, be a little more generous there with your pawn moves and maybe try to create some weaknesses. But Anish, a very patient player. I think Anish knows he probably could have already extended aggressively, but he doesn't need to rush, right? Black's position isn't going to change overnight, and so maybe he can build up for this plan and look at that time advantage. We have kind of the first one of the match. Maybe he feels like if he just sits here, Amon, maybe Wesley will kind of get himself in trouble on the clock.
Yeah, that's a good point, Danny. And one thing I always like to do is that when you have the better position and you know that you have all the waiting moves,
Right.
instead of playing g4, it's actually better to play g3. Make your opponent sit there and contemplate what your plan is for 15 seconds, and then next move play g4. Make him think again. So you can actually use these slow pawn moves like h4, h5, f3, g4 to inch up the board slowly. You know you're improving your position, and Black, meanwhile, doesn't have a clear way of activating his pieces. We might see knight b5. I'm not sure if he's considering that. Wesley, the endgame is definitely worse, but it's probably objectively a draw.
Here he offers the queen trade, everybody, and part of the reason Black can get away with that is because the lone real weakness in Black's pawn structure is this c6 pawn that kind of lacks defense from other pawns. But for White to get at it, you probably need this light squared bishop to head to a4, and if it does, Black probably just puts a bishop on b5 and defends it, or even b7, and after that, where does White go? So, as Amon said, he drew a version of this that was probably even worse for Black already, and we've seen this space advantage for White, kind of like we predicted, not leading to too much. When you only have one target on the board, it's really hard to expect to win. But okay, it's blitz, so we'll see what happens.
That's the question, Danny. Does queen a6, is this the way that you want to get rid of the pieces? After takes and bishop a4, I guess, as the idea, he's going to play knight b4, I guess, rather than knight b8. And it looks like a nice aggressive way to do things. But once White brings the king to e3, I think that we're heading for a draw. But I really think that White has a very decent blitz advantage here.
Yeah, and White's going to be able to poke at both sides of the board, right? He'll focus here and kind of keep Black tied up, then maybe he'll advance these pawns and look for a way through. I'm still going to say I predict a draw here. I don't really know that it's going to be enough. But yeah, if anybody can win, and sometimes the most important thing in chess is not whether you see a win, but the fact that you have the ability to push for a win and your opponent doesn't, right? It's called playing for two results. You can really be patient, work in some of those practical factors like time, and maybe somebody blunders when they don't have a lot of time to think. So we'll see.
Yeah. No, in this endgame, I think that the knight on b4 is extremely optimally placed right now. We can't really be harassed without White, bringing the king over, displacing the knight, everything. And it also watches over c6. But we're also analyzing a position that is probably just going towards a draw. But it's always nicer to be on the white side of this. And it's grueling to play Black in this. If this is going to keep up over the match, you spend more and more of these over the course of an entire match. Eventually you make a mistake. That's just how it happens.
Right. So what's the deal here now? You said we're analyzing it. Let's do a little bit of analysis. Does White want to trade here? Can White take on c2? And then if the knight takes, obviously now you'd have to worry about the d pawn. Or is White going to save the bishop? Maybe just play bishop e2 and kind of have some potential backdoor ideas of, oh, look at that. A shot I wasn't even looking for. Did Wesley miss this idea, Amon? The idea, everybody, is he's deflecting the knight from the protection of the bishop. And Black can't take two pieces at once. If he takes the bishop, then the knight hangs. So this is sort of a...
You know what it reminds me of, Danny? It's almost like, didn't Wesley have a game against Var Kobian in the Pro Chess League, which came down to like a pawn endgame? But there was a trick that happened right before that where it was like the bishop trapping the knight. So imagine that Black plays knight takes a2, bishop takes on c2. If the knight goes back to b4, it's very close to almost getting itself kind of trapped in there if White can take away the a6 square. So that's why he's going to go to c3 and stop also bishop a4. The bishop is on the same, the pawn on c6 and e6 could be targets, but Black can sit pretty firmly with a king on d7 and e7, and I don't think he should have any trouble defending this position.
Yeah, the tough part for white is if white gets too aggressive trying to run his king over here, then this knight on c3, you may find it go into e4 and actually start to have some nasty ideas of his own against white's kingside pawn. So
Yeah.
probably yeah, as you said, this knight is sort of perfectly positioned to both hold against white's threats of bishop a4 and have potential ideas of popping over to the king side at the critical moment. So time is now ticking away for both players. We're about to enter the under a minute threshold.
Well, f takes e5 is a draw offer, pretty much. After g5, it seems like. F takes e5, g5, and then black can just sit
Ooh,
there. So I think he's got to play d takes e5 if he
yep.
wants to say that he has anything in this position.
Right, and Amon said this move would have been a draw for, and that's basically because now we have another set of pawns off the board, and there's just nothing's going to happen over here. There's not enough room, not enough wiggle room to create weaknesses. So Anish takes with the D pawn, everybody, but the risk there is it gave black this passed pawn. Sometimes it's easy to
Yeah,
miss a
but I
passed
like
pawn
what
when
he's
there's
doing.
what?
I like what he's doing though, Danny. He's
Yeah.
pressuring c6 because it makes black think about the move king d7 now in order to free that knight on b4.
Uh huh.
And the other thing is that you're just coming with the move f5, and
Yep. Here it
yeah,
comes.
he's done it. Now you really start to think about king c3 and when that starts to work. Right now, I think he's justifying it by knight a6, bishop c6, knight c5. But white is putting a bit of pressure on here.
Yeah, great point. The risk behind this whole line would be if somehow black's passed pawn becomes a big issue, but it looks like with this king so centralized, this pawn is not going to get going to becoming a queen anytime soon.
Right.
So Anish thinking though, now he's under time pressure, needs to come up with a winning plan before it gets too risky on the clock. So we'll see what he comes up with here.
Yeah, I think it's also important to control the c2 square because, like you mentioned briefly, it's always a bit scary when you start to push those pawns too far. It's kind of hard to visualize all the knight checks and where they're going to end
Right.
up. Like knight c2 check, knight e1, knight g2, and you never know like what lines are going to get forced out of you. So I think controlling that knight with c2 is kind of important. I think he's looking for some sort of squeeze here, like maybe some triangulation, but. The problem is he can't play g5, although that's probably what he's intending soon. And h5 puts a pawn on a light square and doesn't further his cause, as far as I can see.
Yeah. Well, they may end up just kind of settling here. They've reached a sticking point. I expect Wesley to just go back to b8 as he does, and the issue for Anish, he's made progress, but now where to go? Black's not going to take here and give white that majority and potential dangerous pass pawns.
Right.
So how does white force black's hand to doing something here? Now he's
Yeah,
just going to have to go right back.
that's the thing. He can always give up c6 for c5, and that's why
Yeah,
he's able to secure the draw there. If somehow that c pawn was protected, there were like an extra two pawns on the board, much
right.
better chances. But the way that liquidated, that was going to be a draw.
Yeah, so interesting stuff. We've had two draws to start, not due to lack of fighting, but due to just really solid, accurate play, which is kind of the reputation of these two guys, right? I mean, they're
Yeah.
both they're both super solid players, very tough nuts to crack, right? They get reputations, I think, unfairly sometimes for being sort of draw masters because of that, but it's also just they calculate well enough to know that they can't take certain unnecessary risks, and that's what leads to some equal results.
Yeah, definitely. These guys just are not prone to mistakes, simply. And to have that reputation, even in blitz, is quite impressive. And Wesley, where he does make more mistakes is in blitz if you compare it to his classical chess. But I think that's true for just about any of us, right, Danny?
Right. Well, I mean, certainly true for me, but the time control makes no difference in terms of the amount of mistakes I'm going to make. But yeah. Um, okay, so here we have what is this? It started out with a queen's gambit, maybe Nimzo type position. Now we're headed into kind of a typical dynamic here. White has this slightly better center, everybody, and if he could, he'd like to play moves like e4, and you want to expand on your pawns in the middle of the board. But he has to be careful. Right now, black has a lot of pressure on d4, which is why white played rook to d1. So what's the theory here? I think black plays queen c7 here.
Well,
Um,
yeah, basically white is going to have a choice between e4 and c4. So either
right.
bishop e2 and a move like c4, trying to play for that structure, which I think is a bit more normal, or you can go to shift your queen over to e2 and try to play e4, because you do sometimes have to get that queen off the c file. So it looks like he's gone with c4. probably planning to play bishop b2 and just get the rooks to the middle of the board. Pretty standard stuff. Black's probably going to put the bishop on b7 and bring a rook to c8 and d8, barring something else that he has to calculate. But those would be like the standard ideas. And you always have to be careful as white of some type of knight move from c6, and then a bishop captures your knight on f3, followed by c takes d4, and leaves you with those double isolated pawns. So something to keep in mind.
Yeah, and one of the other possible ideas for black in this structure is to consider e5 in some positions. And normally you want to be careful, because if white strikes with d5, that's a protected passed pawn. But the closed position, if black can remaneuver pieces like bringing a knight into d6, the bishop falls back to g7, and sometimes you extend with f5, is sort of kind of an old Indian way to play the position. If this sort of stuff happens, like e4, the knight comes to b7, and in here, White has a space advantage again, but Black's knight actually thrives in positions like this where it's closed and can kind of poke at some pawns. So look for e5 to also be a possible idea for Black.
And what do you think of the move d5 here?
Oh, yeah,
on the board there. Wesley playing d5, because I think that if you take on b2, queen takes b2, take on d5, pawn takes, that knight would love to go to the e5 square, but it's not possible. And I'm not sure about knight e7. It really looks sketchy with a move like d6 sort of in the position, just lurking there. And obviously queen can come into f6 at some point. So just e4 even in that position is simple enough if d6 doesn't work tactically. But d5 looks like a nice space game.
It's interesting.
Move. I'm not sure if this is something Anish considered.
Yeah, he may have missed it, and now he has some tough decisions to make. We see Anish kind of going, not necessarily into the think tank, but thinking with his eyes closed. We always like to talk about this kind of exclusive access we have to the player's emotional state of mind. And some players do like to close their eyes when they calculate deep lines, right? They feel like it almost removes the distraction, allows them to just think about the current position. So here he, obviously whatever he came up with there, he decides that he doesn't like that line you talked about, and he plays the knight to e5.
Yeah, and the other thing is, of course, he had to calculate a little bit with the move d6 in this position. That's probably what he spent pretty much all his time on, because d6, of course, Black can throw in the move knight takes f3 check. White would take back, and then Black has to play the move, I'm expecting queen to d8. And queen d8 seems like maybe he's holding together, although that pawn on d6 is quite annoying. And if you take the pawn on d6, well, I haven't. These are very light calculations, but leaving that queen on the same line as the rook just feels wrong.
Yep, and I was just showing a line where that bishop can probably just take g6 immediately and get some discovered attacks going. So yeah, this is dangerous. I think Wesley is obviously calculating lines like this. We may see d6, knight f3 check, and then the queen head to that safe square on d8, as you said. So the issue there, if we go back to our analysis view, we have this situation where Black's going to have to consider, or White's going to have to consider, did he gain enough with this passed d6 pawn to justify the opening of the king? Right now, White's king on g1 is open, and maybe that leads to Black getting some kind of counterplay. So. Looks like Wesley decided against that, deciding he didn't like this kind of position with the king open, and plays a safe move that is designed exactly to prevent the double pawns, protecting the knight so that if Black trades, White can take back with the bishop, and no harm, no foul. So, interesting. I think White still maintains an edge, Ramon, right? I think he's still going to end up with this passed d pawn, even if we get a big trade and another trade. White has the edge heading into the endgame because of this powerful passed pawn here.
Yeah, and it's important that Giri here took on d5 before taking on f3, because I think knight takes f3, bishop f3, then taking on d5, White would recapture with the bishop, and then play something like e4 and really cement that bishop on the d5 square. But he's done it this way. Obviously, we can see the blockade is coming, but so is the move a4, a5. It's going to play potentially e4 if he needs to secure the center. And I think a4 and maybe a5, or just leave the pawn on a4. It restricts the fact that Black has a 3-on-1 majority on the queen side, but he can barely move those pieces. So I think this is where White is going to sort of slow down, play maybe like e4, a4, and then start to make these improving moves in the position, which is what he's doing. G3, bishop g2, just slow play.
This is a nice maneuver, everybody, because the bishop stays in a very useful spot as far as supporting that pawn. If he gets f4, now you allow these two pawns to get crazy with it here. And so the space advantage is going to be a tough one for Anish to deal with. We see he's sat back in his chair a little farther than I would like from a camera perspective. I'm going to have to work on that so we can see his face. But I think he's focused here. Anish is very good at saving positions. He's very accurate, even in defense. He finds this move f5, which is a nice way to prevent the plan I just talked about of f4 and e5 coming. Black is trying to force some exchanges. Yes, this is a pass pawn, but at least now white doesn't have that massive duo of pawns crushing through the center. So I like that move f5 by Anish.
Yep, definitely. And the thing about this pawn on d5, Danny, is that, the longer you wait, the more vulnerable it's going to be if we just take all the major pieces off the board right now. An
Right.
endgame actually could be very bad. In fact, maybe just losing for white. There's two connected pass pawns that are coming at you on the queen side, and that d pawn is probably just bring a king to d6, bishop f7, and look to just take that guy off the board. So in any endgames, I think it's important to realize, and obviously Anish does, and so does Wesley, that black could just be winning or much better. So h4 by Wesley. These are sort of the useful moves I'm talking about. Probably going to think about playing h5. Always a tough blitz move to deal with, throwing Harry the h-pawn down the board. When h5 happens, you never know, or at least I never know, whether you should take this pawn, play g5, leave it there, because the move h6 is very, very tough to deal with, I think, especially with the queen on b2.
Interesting. Now Anish has managed to grab the two pass pawns. Two is better than one. The difference is that maybe white's pawn's a little more dangerous. And I think the other factor we have to highlight here, especially because as time pressure ensues, it will become more of an issue. Black's king is open, right? And so the drawback of f5, even though it eliminated the e-pawn, was it opened up these diagonals. And sometimes in positions like this, it doesn't seem obvious right away because there's no immediate threats. But here we go. And as the position gets more crazy, it's hard to deal with a king that's under fire when you don't have a lot of time on the clock.
Yeah.
Certainly, if Anish could get the queens off the board, he would feel better about his king not being in any sort of danger of being checkmated, and that's why he offered that queen trade there. But Wesley wants none of it. He wants to keep the idea of this king being under watch for the rest of the game if he can.
He's played a nice multi-purpose move. Queen c5 controls both of those queenside pawns. It eyes the f8 square and it covers f2. That might just be the most optimal square for the queen. I'm thinking that some sort of idea of maybe even giving up the b pawn and playing something like c3 if you can get bishop f5 and c2. Like the further you get that c pawn down the board, it seems like the scarier it is for white to face. And although it's tough for black to deal with his open king, white also has the annoying presence of those two connected pass pawns that you pretty much can't trade queens. You also have to be very careful about even black just sacrificing one of them and running the other one. So there's a lot to think about tactic-wise for actually both players here.
This move g5, everybody, was an interesting one by Giri. What he's trying to do is create almost a bailout opportunity because what now exists in this position with the open h-file and with this newly open diagonal is a constant possible threat of things like queen c1, king h2, and just a little how's your father here. Check till the cows come home, and he might have a draw. So opening up white's king with this move g5 is really a defensive idea, not so much an aggressive idea, but really trying to create opportunities where black might have a perpetual check option down the road.
Yeah, no, that's a good point because black's king is already exposed. So the move g5 is not really a big
Right.
concession. And now we see the move f4. And after queen e1, I'm guessing king h2. And black doesn't have a perpetual. Is he going to
Yeah.
play queen e7 or where's he going to
This
put
is
that queen?
super dangerous, right? This move f4 by Wesley really strong because it kind of cuts the communication of that queen and that perpetual idea I just talked about. Suddenly, black has a tough time finding
Yeah.
a way to defend the threats on the seventh rank.
What about queen e7? Is it one of queen e7 maybe takes and then bishop h3? Looks
Yeah,
very, very close to lights out.
yeah, it takes, and then bishop h3 taking
Yeah.
advantage of the pin here.
He's using a lot
Boy,
of time, Danny. You can tell he's not comfortable in this position, and
right.
rightly so. I mean, queen e5 check is in the position. There's a rook coming to a8. He is very close to lost here.
Yeah, he's going to need to swindle his way to a draw with only 20 seconds on the clock. Wesley So still over a minute. Oops, and here we go. A combination that certainly Giri didn't see coming. The queen's coming to f6 check.
Yeah. Yeah. Queen
And I think,
h5 is one of the only moves to, well, you can just trade, excuse me, and then bishop takes d7. So
yeah,
I think
no, I
this
think it's
is
over. I think we
lost.
have our first decisive. I think we have our first decisive game here with Wesley So about to get a victory. Do we have a checkmate threat? Yeah, there
Yeah,
we go. Our first
on the board.
bell ringer of the day. I think we have to ring it. We don't get many opportunities for checkmate. Somebody got their bell rung. That's checkmate, everybody. There you go. So thank you, come again. And Wesley So strikes first, Amon. He is on the board. We see the score updated. And thoughts on what we just saw there?
Yeah, that was a big game with the white pieces, Danny. And I think most importantly, he was always probably slightly better that game. And although the queenside pawns were coming, he managed it very well. But I can't even talk about that too much, Danny, because we're seeing something being played right now that I didn't think this was very playable. I know this bishop takes h4 move to be extremely suspicious by black. We have this opening with g4, which we've seen a couple times. It's a very aggressive way to play the queen's gambit. I've tried it myself a few times. But when you play h4, black's normal reaction is knight to d7, Danny, and not actually taking that pawn. We've seen Fabiano Caruana play that position from the black side a few times, especially in the U.S. Championship recently. So it's actually pretty surprising to see him grab that pawn and play g5. I don't know. He has something prepared here, Danny, because I don't think that's the kind of move that you can play very easily.
And, I know Wesley. I mean, we know Wesley always wants to win. Wesley is, though very, very humble, maybe the most humble super GM that we know of in the top five. But he is super competitive, and I will not be surprised if Wesley So is using all the stops, all preparation, like he would over the board. I think his philosophy is every chess game he plays is to the max. We saw him play super high level chess in the Pro Chess League, not really thinking about this isn't a big event. Every game Wesley So plays is the biggest chess game of his life.
Yeah.
And I like that.
It's Queen E7, Danny. I mean, the stuff that Wesley is preparing in this line is very serious because Queen E7, Queen E7, he's hanging his rook. He's coming with Queen takes E3, pretty much leading to very close to a mate. You can see the camera. Anish is looking very disturbed right now because probably like me, although I'm sure he has a lot more tricks up his sleeve than I do. I really didn't think Bishop H4 was this playable, and Wesley has clearly come up with something.
And as you see Anish kind of look over his right shoulder, that's reminiscent of Hikaru Nakamura number 11, as many people know his facial expressions. That means I'm looking off to the side, but I'm trying to remember opening theory. And I think Anish does the same thing. I think he's thinking about the position, like what's going on here? Because as you said, this is foreign territory. This is high level preparation from Wesley So, and Anish is trying to think his way out of sort of being surprised in the opening.
Yeah, I think Anish is doing the right thing, which is he's speeding up now. And he's just trying to play the position naturally. It's possible to sit there and say, like, okay, I'm pretty sure this should be good for me. What's Wesley up to? Let's try to crack it. He's just saying, well, I've got this position in front of me. Let's just play it. That bishop on h4 is trapped. It is on h4 out of the game, but he did win a pawn for that, and the knight on f5 is nicely supporting it. So he's decided to react in the center. The f6 pawn is hanging. The c6 pawn is hanging. He's just going for piece activity, which is logical when you've been sort of surprised in the opening.
Yeah, and the c6 pawn is weak here for black, so even with the preparation, it's not like this is a clear home run. I still kind of like black's chances. I see this king as being really vulnerable in the center, and this d pawn maybe will be just as weak as the c6 pawn in the long run, but Anish has played well, right? He opened the position. He's now targeting one weakness and another here on f6.
Yep.
So we'll see what Wesley does now that Wesley looks like, from his natural body reactions, kind of looks like he's on his own here, no longer pulling from his prep.
Yeah. You can tell that no matter how satisfied Wesley was with how the opening went, such is the case that Danny, preparation only gets you so far. Usually you have to stop evaluating at some point and just trust an evaluation that you're given. And even if the evaluation is good for black here, he has to figure out why, and he has to justify it probably consistently for the next 10, 15 moves. So I'm not even sure what the evaluation would be. There's no king d3 because of knight b4. You can't move the knight. Maybe g4 is also threatened with knight takes d4 in the position. And the knight on d5 also covers f6. And then knight on f5 stops a move like rook d6 or knight d6. So there's a lot of coordination going on here by black.
Yeah.
You really don't notice until you try to calculate all the moves, and everything you want to do is stopped.
And because of the thing you highlighted about knight to b4 coming, just show everybody another forced threat here. If white made a random move, would be something like rook to e8, pinning the knight. And as the king tries to come up to defend it, white would be walking right into a fork. So I agree with you, Amon. Like, the position at first looks not necessarily harmless, but you don't see anything concrete. Then you start to look at the position more and more, and you see the king really not liking his position here, and there's threats of g4 to kick the knight. There's the e file that's open.
Yeah.
Strange stuff. And if Wesley wins this game, jumping out to a 2-0 lead, to start, he would have already won a game as black. That's big time, and it would really put Giri on his heels as far as, all right, I need to pick up my level of what I'm playing in the opening here, and so I'm not getting out prepared anymore.
Right. No, it's definitely, you're right. And also the thing is that bishop on h2 is not going anywhere. Like, it can't go to f4, e5, d6, c7. The entire diagonal is pretty much cut off. And he decided to take this bishop because although you can criticize the bishop on h4, the bishop on h2 is doing no better. So I think he's tempting Wesley into knight takes, because there is a move knight d6 here, which I assume Wesley is going to play king to e6. So things look like they're just working out for Wesley here, unless there's a shot coming with maybe rook to e1 here, or a knight move followed by rook to e1. He's basically playing for counterplay against the king, because I think structurally and the way that the knights work here, black's position looks better.
Yeah, and structurally, as Amon said, because we have this weak d pawn, which doesn't look under fire yet, but it is isolated, which means it has no other protection by pawns, everybody. This pawn is also weak. And so, yeah, it's counterplay is going to be needed. He goes for rook e1, as you said he might, to kind of put some pressure on the e6 king. But yeah, if black coordinates here, the long run, you favor black's 4 pawns as compared to white's 4 pawns, because white just has many more weaknesses.
Right.
Okay, so we'll see here. And I think that knight takes h4 earlier was also kind of necessary by white, because that bishop on h4 was really irritating with the pressure it exerted on f2. So yeah, this is not a huge time advantage for Wesley, but also a little bit revealing in regards to how the players feel about the position. As we always say, guys at this level don't take time unless they have to.
Right.
So he's trying to think his way out of it.
So I think he's planning to take with the bishop on c7 if that was taken, and then run the pawn d5, d6, and try to put the rooks out of play. But Wesley seems to be navigating the complications pretty well. If he gets a position with, rook on d5, run the h-pawn, knight goes to f5, I think there's some good light square control. And the main thing that bothers me is that bishop on h2 is just out of play. So he's probably going to have to, maybe do some trades, get the bishop to b8 in some lines, and infiltrate with the rooks, because he needs some counterplay badly.
Yeah, his last chance might be some sort of 2-on-1, get a passed pawn going where that bishop can suddenly become useful in helping it on the diagonal. But as we see these players in their reactions, Wesley very confident, leaning back in his chair when needed, getting water. Anish sort of shaking his head at times and not feeling so confident. Now down by about a minute on time. So
yeah.
Great move there, king e6. King activity in the endgame, people. Make it part of your chess, right?
He does
Sign up today.
Want white to play d5, Danny. If white got the move d5 in, that would be fairly restricting, I think. So
right.
He really wants to control that, and now he's just going to run the h-pawn. This is...
Was this a blunder by Anish? King to d3? Is he not just... What happened there? The knight came to f3, forking the bishop and the pawn.
Yep.
That pawn is capturable in my book, right? Yeah, and Wesley goes for it. Now he'll save the a-pawn.
Save the a-pawn.
So yeah, it looks like... Yeah, I mean, white still has outside chances. The bishop is a little better than the knight in some of these cases if it can sort of defend the h-pawn from running and help these pawns push. But right now this knight is so centralized and so active that there's just no time for white to kind of push his 2-on-1 advantage and try to get a passed pawn, because, I mean, look at this move, knight c6. It attacked the bishop and stops b4. I think now we'll see the king activate, and then soon we'll see black playing f5 and h5 and just start using his extra pawns.
Yeah, I think he can very reasonably play h5 here, or g4, and the idea of bringing the knight to e7 and then to f5. And I think this is pretty much over. Bishop to g3 might be played, and then knight d4 wins the pawn because of king f4, knight e2, for example. So otherwise, if you're not stopping the move h4 from coming, then black just plays h4, g3. So it looks like it's going to be winning here, just a matter of finishing off the technique by Wesley.
Yeah, and Wesley So almost seems just super confident. I mean, maybe it's his really homey cabin-looking room behind him, right? Looks like he's just on a nice sort of relaxing vacation.
Yeah, I'm not
And
sure where Anish is, but it looks like he's almost in like a hotel room or very very bleak walls there.
I'm
Um,
pretty sure he's home. I think this is his office.
okay.
But there are more pictures to his right, just not sure. But you're right. No, it does look much more bland. Whereas Wesley's background is full of life, and like I said, looks like a cabin. All right, well here go the pass pawns, and I think Wesley takes this game, and I think we have a leader. We have someone jumping out, and winning as black. That's a big deal when players of this level meet. So.
Yeah, especially what Wesley just did with the white pieces the game previous. The fact that he's going to get that color again,
Yep.
potential to make. It's kind of like in tennis, Danny, when you break a serve.
Yep.
Sometimes you can go out to those huge set leads where you break someone's serve and then suddenly it's like 5-2 in a tennis set. You're playing for the entire set.
Right.
From like one service break. So
Yep.
here he's broken the serve, so to speak. He looks like he's going to win with the black pieces very easily at this point. And then he's going to have white again, and it can really jump out to a massive lead in this match.
Yep. Well, Giri playing it out here. I think he's trying to shake off some of the nerves too. Just get a few games in. Obviously, the match is early, and he knows that. But we'll see. So again, I want to thank everybody who's joined us very recently. We have a lot of viewers here on Twitch, and we also have a lead for Wesley. So this is the 2017 Speed Chess Championship. With me here is International Master Amon Hamilton, known for his beard, known for his Chess Bra channel, and we're going to have the call here for the next couple hours. So don't go anywhere. These are the two highest rated on average players we've had so far. But if you're wondering what's at stake, $50,000 in total prize money and pretty much the pride of winning and making your way through a Super Grandmaster bracket that you see in front of you: Magnus Carlsen, Hikaru Nakamura, Sergei Karyakin. I mean, the list of just absolute. These are the best chess players in the world, right? We're not really missing anybody here, or maybe only a couple. So it's going to be fun, and we have the call here with Giri and Wesley So going at it. So, all right, back to the Chess-a-mon. We see a little bit of a repeat, not quite the same theory, but almost the same line we saw last game that Wesley won as white, right?
Yeah, and one thing, Danny, as much as people may or may not divulge information as to whether they prepared for a match, I feel like everyone does some type of preparation, especially at the highest level that they're playing at, which is they may decide on a certain system or a certain opening that they want to use to some effect throughout the match. And it seems like Giri, faced with d4, has been going with knight f6, potentially open to the Nimzo and Queen's Indian and stuff like that, or the Catalan structures. And then after knight f3, he's been going d5 the last couple of games. So it seems like he's open to these Queen's Gambit positions. Wesley himself was playing them with black for the last couple of games as well. So with d4, it seems to be Queen's Gambit. And we see Wesley, ever since that first game, Danny, he hasn't played e4. He hasn't gone back into that Sicilian because he probably admitted that did not go well for him. So he's adjusting mid-match to a strategy, and that's always very impressive and very hard to do.
I wanted to say that it's really important to do, because you and I have also seen times in these Blitz matches where someone sort of takes that approach, as you said. They have sort of a line they've prepared, something they want to commit to, and it doesn't go well, and then they refuse to switch. Right, it doesn't go well, but they're stubborn, or they refuse to switch, and then we see that add up. And I think the one game so far that Giri has outplayed Wesley was that first game in the Sicilian. Since then, they drew the second game, but it seems to be Wesley So's match so far.
Yeah, no, you got to be able to adapt, and with the tilt, it starts to kick in when you get a bad position and you keep repeating it. Like you said, being very stubborn, that's not a good quality to have in a long match like this, where how many games are they going to play with white and black, Danny? It's
more than a world championship, right? They're gonna play they'll probably play about 15 of each total, right? I mean, 15 with white, 15 with black, and sometimes more. So yeah, you got to be willing to adapt, and also figure out if there are chances for improvements. I think that it's always an interesting thing to hear afterwards too, when we ask the players what their thoughts were heading in, if they tried something that they had prepared or not.
Yeah.
But okay, so this game, the one thing I see in this game that Giri's doing differently, he's playing a little faster. I think white still has a small edge here in this position, but Giri so far has been up on time.
Yep. He's probably going to have to play the move f5 pretty soon. if, just to deal with queen d3, unless he
Yep.
goes for this move, bishop f4, where he does leave the option open to play g6. And the move previous, of course, bishop takes h6 was in the position. So he's doing this maybe to allow for g6 to deal with queen d3, because you wouldn't really like to play f5 if you could avoid that one. But the other thing is that it's basically the attack and the initiative of white against the structural superiority of black, because you trade some pieces off here, Danny. All of a sudden, rook d8, rook c8, maybe bishop a6 in some lines. If the pawn gets to c4, black
Yep.
can build up quite some pressure against those pawns.
And that's a great point, Amon. Yeah, obviously right now everyone sees that there was a checkmate threat here, everybody. That's why black had to play g6, of course, because that would be a bad thing to miss. But as Amon said, I mean, if black holds the position, the long-term structure, and it's a sustainable position because you have the c-file. This is not a very good pawn when it's open like that. And Wesley has this attack, but now he's down a pawn. And notice Anish kind of, like a thief in the night. Look at that, right? He just grabbed the pawn and then went right back and said, well, a pawn's a pawn.
Yeah.
We'll see if he lives to tell the story, because now Wesley's going to bring this rook over and look for this one to be a wild affair. White is all in for the attack, everybody. But if black holds, he's not only up a pawn already, but as Amon said, probably positionally better anyway. I kind of like Giri's chances, honestly. I like that he grabbed that pawn.
I think that in the match situation as well, you got to make Wesley prove it at this point. He just played a game where he sort of came at Giri in the opening a little bit, and that probably took him by surprise. Now, he can't just let him get away with hanging a pawn on h2 and not taking it. I'm a bit critical. I thought Wesley could have maybe, played g3 or played h3, which is one of those moves to keep the pawn and get a very similar kind of position, maybe minus a couple tempi, but he's really going for it here. And I think he's committing a lot for what probably wasn't entirely necessary. Although he is going to play, rook e3, rook h3, rook g3, and build up some serious threats. So I imagine we'll see rook e3 here. I think that's what he wants to do.
Yeah, the rook coming to e3 does two things. Of course, it guards the c-pawn and prepares to shift over, and that's exactly what we've seen. But I agree with you. I think that pawn was a healthy pawn, and now Giri gets to be aggressive and say, well, if I defend, I have very good chances. I probably win this game.
Yep.
Watch out for threats on h6 now, as the queen and rook are sort of eyeing this pawn together, everybody. Is Giri going to go with g5 or f4? Every time you push one of those pawns, it opens up this bishop on c2, though, so you got to be careful about that.
Yeah, g5 feels a lot safer. f4, queen d3 already looks a little weird. At first,
you might have rook f6 there, but I agree. I think it looks like g5 is a little safer.
Yeah. Now g5 can definitely be played here. The e5 square is permanently white's, but the one thing that happens sometimes when you lift your rooks for an attack, Danny, is that they get stuck out there. You play g5, suddenly those rooks they have no formation. You play rook h4 to h3, and then they're just bumping into each other. They can't double. Sometimes it gets really weird when you play g5 and the rooks look like that. So maybe g5, the rook moves, black can play something like queen f4, inviting a move like g3, and then suddenly maybe there's like a bishop c6, and you start to punish white's diagonals. So I like Giri's chances here with g5, maybe a rook on f6 for defense, and that's a healthy pawn to me.
I agree. I agree with everything you just said. Look how on the same page we are. Yeah, the g5 is coming, and look at that. Do we agree very often?
Oh, Danny, we hardly agree. It's very nice to see.
Besides on your hairstyle, we all agree on that. But other than that, I mean, I don't know that we agree every day. So, no, but seriously, I agree. And it's a great point about the rooks getting themselves in trouble, something for everyone to always remember, that it feels good when you put the rook on the elevator, and I'm going to go checkmate on the open file, but if it's not forced, the rooks aren't made to operate there in front of a structure because of things like that. So the biggest surprise I have now, Amon, what's the deal with the time? Giri has gone into a minute-plus think tank, which, unless you're delivering some sort of concrete blow, is always really surprising to me when they take that kind of time. So what's he thinking about?
I think he was, maybe just giving a bit of respect or overestimating some of Wesley's tactics, because, when you're playing a 2800 player and you just sacks a pawn out of the blue, you do have to give some respect to that. He's gone with this g5 rook f6 plan, which I do like. It is a bit passive, but in any endgame, white's not getting rid of the fact that c3 is weak. The only thing is that, Danny, at the end of the day, this is a blitz game, and that bishop on d7 is a bad bishop. and white might now swing the rook on h3 over to e3 and just try to play a regular position down a pawn.
But on that point, as you said, it is a blitz game, and that's why I was sort of critical about his time management. I mean, obviously, yeah, I agree. We have to respect our opponent's threats, but I think that, if this becomes a time scramble, you always have to think back at those moments where how and why you managed the time the way you did. And now Wesley has gone from almost being a minute up to a minute down to a minute up. Okay. But Wesley has given up on the attack, so this g5 plan and rook f6 kind of put the kibosh on the kingside threats. But Wesley, like any good player does, he's not stubborn with his plan. He quickly switches to the plan you said of maybe now I just focus on this weak e6 pawn, brings the bishop to b3 to do it.
Yeah.
So Wesley is...
He's going to bring that rook back to e1, Danny, and now f4 is another thing committed. He can
or f3. But here comes f3, and if we can open up the position, White's king may be the one in a mating net.
I don't see how that queen is getting over there, though, Danny. It's very optimistic. He might, really go for it with something like queen e7, queen f8, trying to get over there. But there's ideas like bishop c2 and rook takes g5 would be a pretty big threat. Bishop c2, queen d3, and just going to h7 also looks very good. But it looks like he's kind of gone for it here with sacking temporarily the e6 pawn, and he's trying to play queen e8, queen f7, and get the queen h5.
Yeah, and it's interesting enough to go for. I mean, you've got real threats. I mean, if you get the queen into h5, everybody, you're about a hop, skip, and a jump away from checkmate. So that's why Wesley decides to remove the king from being checked. Now what is Black continuing with this plan of queen h5, or happy with the fact that it's a threat and decides not to execute just yet?
Well, the thing is, it doesn't become a threat until you actually get the queen there, because you still have to go to h3 after that. So I feel like that's kind of principled. But the thing is that he's got queen f1 at all times. That's his point of putting the queen on d3 to meet queen h3, queen f1. And then suddenly you have to make sure that the rest of your position doesn't just fall apart in the meantime. Like the b5 pawn and e6 pawn so weak, you really have to be careful about going into an endgame here. Look at the time advantage. This is the first real test of Giri very low on time compared to his opponent that we're going to see.
Yeah, I agree. And again, it makes me keep coming back to that moment where we question Giri's time management in that earlier position. But okay, I mean, the 2-second increment, that is the time control. It's 5 minutes plus a 2-second increment. Always makes us surprised by the high quality level of chess these players are able to maintain under time pressure. So I don't really expect Giri to blunder just yet. He is, I think, still a little better in the position.
One thing, Danny, is that I can't be critical of him yet, because I have yet to see how he performs in a time scramble. I can't say that it's a bad idea, because he might prove to just be very, very good in a time scramble, and then I can't be as critical of him getting low on time. But of course, for everybody, it's something you generally want to avoid. I like the fact that he has the outside pass pawn here, and it wouldn't surprise me if he's even going for a slightly better position here.
Well, Wesley defended enough to gobble up that f3 pawn over that last series of exchanges, but with the smoke clearing, Black is probably... Actually, I don't know. I mean, now... Oh, I didn't see that coming. With rook e1, and the transition over to the king side is on, but what's the idea? If he takes h6, we have to show that, right? If White had taken h6, we would have a mating net here, everybody. And that would have been nasty stuff for White to be dealing with.
I wonder if he's going to go for the draw here.
Without a lot of time, he just might, and looks like he is.
That's a good save from Giri. Wesley had to be careful, but we can see these players are not shying away from complications. So far in the last couple games, Wesley has really imbalanced the position, and Giri himself has dealt with complications and had to create some very serious counterplays. So these guys are drawing games, but they're not boring games at all. Wesley's like sacking pawns. He's playing things that are probably theoretically unsound, and I think we're getting some very interesting games here.
Yeah, an accurate defense to go with it. Someone sacks a pawn, goes all in. Someone else maybe now has to defend. So, yeah, it's been back and forth, I agree, despite the fact that we've seen 3 draws and only 2 decisive games. Only 30 minutes left already in the 5-minute portion. So, in 30 minutes from now, we will have our first Chess 960 game, everybody, which is always a blast. and then we will be moving on to 3-minute chess. So I don't know why it feels like this match is moving a little faster to me than yesterday's Karyak and Meyer affair.
Well, Danny, time flies when you're having fun,
You know
and
what? That's probably it. It's my
I've been
co-host. It's
pretty
the wingman
excited.
here. It's the beard. It's a I don't know what it does. It kind of brings us back into like a time warp. Time
That's what
just
I'm
goes
doing.
faster.
That's exactly the point of it, Danny. Because if you look at our competitors here, they're very clean shaven.
Yeah, very clean shaven. They probably both shaved this morning before the big show.
Exactly. So I got to bring a taste of something else.
Yeah, I haven't been able to grow facial hair like my entire life, so I just I avoid that. Still hoping to get past puberty someday, but I digress. That's another conversation. All right, but all right, what do we got here? This is another new opening. Wesley playing something a little different. I guess Giri mixes it up first with this knight f3 approach that he took, but
Yeah,
we
he
haven't
mixes
seen
it
this
up.
position yet.
We haven't seen it yet, just in this match, but we've seen it all the time, in
Right.
the regular top level games, which is this whole idea of playing the ready with knight f3, g3, bishop g2, and just getting the pieces out. I imagine that this is, well, I would expect it to be extremely common over the course of a match, just because it's very easy to play for both sides, and you create an imbalance usually very quickly, and it's the kind of chess opening that doesn't rely on theory. So it's mostly
Right.
just you have to know your ideas, and at the top level, that's usually the best way to gauge strengths.
Right. Yep. Well, what's going on in this structure for everybody here? Black plays f6. Before I could even highlight the fact that if he doesn't play f6, White really has a nice space advantage and will strike with e4 to undouble the pawns. So Black wants to play f6 early here. His idea is if he can force White to capture, he's going to recapture with the queen, and now Black's open e-file and control over the e4 square makes it very difficult for White to sort of liquidate this weakness. It's not a very happy pawn. So
Mm-hmm.
that's the idea of f6, but Giri has a forced idea to follow it. He captures and then plays b4. Honestly, I think the idea is pretty straightforward, Amon. If that knight hadn't gone to e4, White probably would have just struck with e4, right?
Yeah, yeah. He's inviting a move like knight e4 because, like you said, the pawn on e2 and the open e file is not something that White wants to deal with. So he's trading it in, so to speak, for
Right.
control of potentially the d file. Although it looks like Black's going to play bishop f5 and rook d8. I like White's bishop compared to Black's, but the problem is with bishop f5 and maybe h5 in the future, you are completely shutting that bishop on g2 in, like you're locking it out. So
Right.
I feel like
But
White
as you
is
said,
playing back.
the risk of that is that this you have to keep that bind because that pawn on
Yes.
e4 is not a pawn that's protected by other pawns. So
Yep.
black is constantly worried about making sure it has enough defense. So that'll be an interesting dynamic, right? A bishop that's potentially blocked in by the pawn, but the pawn itself may be a target. So Wesley plays a5. Nice little trick, everybody. If a3 is played, that doesn't defend the pawn because after captures, we have two attackers over here on a1. So there are some checks always whenever you have an open king on this diagonal with a move like queen to b3 check coming. But I like this move a5, a nice kind of heads-up play to maybe get the rook involved on the queen side.
Yep. And speaking of getting the rook involved on the queen side, Giri recognizes that, and he's not going to open the A file for you, Danny.
Yep,
He's going to play B5. He has this
yep.
trick you mentioned with the check on B3, and he wants to play rook B1, and it's hard for Black to deal with the fact that the rook on A1 now has the open file, the B file, and Black's rook on A8 is not joining the game as quickly.
Yeah, and it almost makes me regret liking a5, right? Because if White goes and gobbles up this pawn, now that rook on a8 is not only not joining the game, but he's got new responsibilities, right?
Yep.
Kind of like there you go. You got a kid to watch after here, right? So you don't know that one yet, but I got four of them. So um, there you go. Yeah. So that rook now has responsibilities, and don't forget that queen takes e8 check is threatened. That would be a nightmare.
He remembered. That's good. That's good. There's a few tempi that you can try to scoop up by attacking the queen, but Black's going to get right inside the position. If he can play moves like queen e3 or queen e2, that's exactly the type of counterplay that Black's going to look for here. He's not going to spend time defending a pawn like on b7 when he could be playing moves like queen e3 and queen f2. So he might play rook e7, maybe
Something
rook.
tells me Something tells me Giri's feeling okay about his position, though, but this move is nice. This move kind of frees that rook of his daddy responsibilities, as we discussed, because now the queen is kind of
Yeah.
helping out to guard that pawn.
Yeah.
But this e4 pawn is also weak, so An interesting imbalance here. Both sides have pawns that they're kind of looking after as they try to remaneuver their pieces to more active positions.
Yeah, something like in the future, F5, F6 looks like it could really open things up. But for
Yeah.
the moment, actually losing that A pawn, sometimes you might think it's just an irrelevant pawn, but he has played A3 and he's going to lose it anyway after Queen E3. I'm not sure if he necessarily saw that. He might,
But I like this idea you said. It almost makes me think Giri should have played it last turn because if F5 comes in and
yeah.
if we punch F6 through, this king is about to lose his clothes. So that's here we go. F5 is played. This
I feel like that's the counterplay. You got to go for it.
Yeah.
Pawn F6, yeah. And if black
Gary doing the head bob. I think we see the first confident head bob of the match, Amon, from Mr. Anish Giri.
no music too, Danny. So that's head bobbing to his own good chess. He's just loving it.
He's head bobbing to his own chess play and kind of maybe feeling it a little bit. We know he didn't settle in right away, down 2 games in the match, but I think he's liking his chances here with this overextended F6 pawn and the potentially dark square problems that black will be facing.
Yeah, he's doing great here. Danny, that bishop on F7 still does a good job on the diagonal, but it's purely defensive. The rook is going to come into C7. The pawn on B6 always has to be watched, and you got to
look for this threat. Rook takes F7's a threat, everybody.
Yes. Very scary stuff is coming. And the queen, by the way, also has to watch for queen G5 by white, and then sneaking into H6.
Yep, there was all kinds of threats to open up that king. So that's why black played rook F8. But now the commitment of that has weakened the E pawn, and we're liking Giri to get on the board here, right? With a minute up on time, which seems to be the first time in the match, and some pressure.
Yeah.
Looks like the Dutchman might be striking for the first time here.
What happens on queen G5? How is he keeping everything?
I don't know. I think Gary's thinking that. He just sort of closed his eyes and confirmed. So he's feeling a little more animated in the zone. I like this. We don't see this side of Anish Giri in tournaments. Again, one of the other awesome things about our Speed Chess Championship is, when was the last time you saw Giri kind of do a head bob and smile, right?
Yeah.
It's the webcam that brings out the best in these guys.
Yes. And like I said, he clapped for himself.
Look at that. I think we just saw him applaud himself for the first time ever. We have a chess player applauding himself.
Because we've seen, wasn't it Magnus who applauded Hikaru? But we've never seen someone applaud themselves, right?
Right. That was awesome. We love it. We love the entertainment. I love it when these guys appreciate that they're entertainers first and athletes second. We need more of that in chess. So good for him, Anish.
They know it. They are on camera, and it's nice. Look at this, another opening. We get to see Anish playing the Grunfeld.
Yeah, I love variety, right? Always interested in something new. And look at Anish now riding the increment. He has more time than which he started with 5+ minutes. So he's picked up the pace a little bit. So who knows what happened? Maybe he just psychologically kind of grabbed himself by the bootstraps. I like see that look over to the shoulder, everybody. Is often these guys, it's just kind of a habit they build up when they're trying to remember theory. What line do I want to play? Something that a lot of them do, and I make fun of Hikaru for having more facial expressions than every other top chess player combined. But Anish has some similar habits.
I think it's just a chess thing. It's like you're accessing a blindfold board, or like you're trying to think of how the moves looked on your computer file or something, and just trying to look away into blank space. But we see here, basically, it's going to be a fight for the light squares in the center. White's king is ready for an endgame in the center of the board, although he doesn't probably want to be on the d file as he gets away. Black wants to think about knight e7, bishop c6, knight d5, and just control the c file.
I like Wesley's position. I like this move h4. I like the potential ideas of the knight and bishop working together against the e6 pawn. But this is still kind of theory. You can not only tell from Anish's sort of facial expressions. I know he's trying to remember how he feels about this position, but I feel like I've seen positions like this in the Grunfeld before. The d pawn is also supposed to be weak enough to kind of help compensate for black's weak e6 pawn.
Right.
But what's the plan here? What is the plan that Anish is trying to recall in his theory?
Well, I think you always decide whether h6 is the right move to play or not. Because if you play h6, it really stops white's h5 idea. h5, you just play g5, and suddenly black is coming out much better on top of those complications.
It also holds the g5 square from the knight, right? So I mean, h6 is a move you got to consider. Yeah, go ahead.
No, and the thing is, he's decided against it because the thing that h6 also does, Danny, is it makes a target on h6. Suddenly, that
Right.
bishop is stuck defending it, and if white ever goes into certain positions, that bishop on g7, stuck defending the pawn on h6, might require your king to go over there.
Right.
Weakens the g6 pawn for any type of g4 push with a rook on g1. So there's a few things to think about, and he's decided, as we see, against that. He's going to let white play h5 and say, you know what? I have enough threats on the queen side, and obviously I think knight a5 was what he was going to go with after h5.
Right.
So bishop d2 to stop that.
Bishop d2 prevents that, and now black may consider to move the knight anyway. Sometimes the knight can try to come to a different square, but now maybe black has to consider, okay, so I went for counterplay as a means to stop knight g5, but now maybe I have to go for h6, and Anish kind of agrees.
Yep.
So long term here, we have at some point, we talked about the pressure on e6, but another plan for white we should mention is maybe white will consider punching d5 through at the right time. You can't do it quite yet, often with the e pawn that loses its defense. But look at this move, bishop b3. White might kind of try to reorganize the pieces. White has sort of a mini 2-on-1 here, where black has this long-term 2-on-1 on the queen side. And you always want to think about these long-term factors because it helps you understand what they're playing for, big picture. Black would like to use the 2-on-1. White would maybe like to kind of punch open the position.
Yep. And he is going to go with the rook g1, g4 plan, which is
Yeah.
standard once you see that move h6, Danny. So he's thinking about doing that, maybe doubling the rooks, bishop to c2 in the future.
Yep.
If black goes for knight e7 here, trying to play bishop c6, I'm not sure if white's going to include the move bishop to b4 or if he's just going to let it happen. But knight e7 looks really, really logical here.
Yeah, 97 does look logical because even if bishop b4 comes in, your own bishop has sort of increased its opportunities, maybe even bishop b5 check. But okay, Anish has a different idea. He puts the rook on d8 first. He's eyeing the d pawn, even though it's not a concrete issue right away. Now 97.
Yeah. I think he didn't want bishop b4 pinning the knight to his rook.
Exactly.
And look at that man bob his head, Danny. He's
Yep.
really enjoying this position. The thing is, even if the g file opens, and here he might even consider knight takes f5, but you can just play g takes f5, put that bishop back on f8, and it's weird that white controls the g file, but you can't access any of those squares.
Yeah,
Plus
good point.
e6.
I think Anish feels like he understands the plan here, playing some of his own preparation right now, right? He's returning the favor, obviously showing that he knew what he was going to do in this Grunfeld. Having closed up the king side, I think that's a minor victory for black, right? You've eliminated all these potential issues, and now maybe you can focus on improving this bishop. Maybe you get a grip on the light squares with the knight coming to d5.
Yep.
Ooh, but Wesley plays bishop a5. I like that move. That kind of
That's a little annoying. He's going to force him to play rook e8 or just take the rook and play rook c8 and go to the endgame. The thing about endgames is you got to be a bit worried about a knight going like knight e1, knight g2, knight f4 in some structures. And black has this annoying idea of, or sorry, excuse me, white has this annoying idea of leaving a bishop on b4 so that whenever you try to bring your bishop to f8 and get it out, I trade bishops with you, and the structure greatly favors white with
right.
the square
And
pawns.
part of the reason the structure greatly favors white, everybody, is because you have these squares. D6 is a dark square, so if that bishop is gone, maybe you see this knight head in there. Amon already highlighted a plan where the knight might come to f4, which is a dark square, and kind of put pressure on these two guys. So white has this space advantage, and probably the dark square bishops favor his ability to increase on that advantage and execute against the dark squares. So this is good stuff. I feel like we're learning a lot here about this position, and I feel like honestly I'm learning a lot from you. I'm just here for the kicks and gigs, but this has been instructive for half the audience.
Well, Danny, the thing is, a lot of people, and myself very much included in this, overestimate, I think, black's chances when you see that backwards d pawn and then you see
Right.
easy access to bishop c6, knight d5. But
Right.
like we see here, bishop takes e7, not a move that a lot of people would make, but he's probably going to follow up with d5, I guess.
Yeah, I was just sort of highlighting on the board. I think that's the logical follow-up to punch that through. It's a little. I think Giri's okay with that idea. It seems a little surprising. Maybe okay, Wesley's going to build up, but I don't think black can stop d5 anyway. So we are going to see d5 as a
Right.
way to justify that trade for the bishop and knight. But
He can think about
Giri
c4 maybe.
Giri's still confident.
He does look confident, but the thing is, Wesley, I don't know if he has a confident face. Danny, like what is Wesley?
Wesley has one goal on his mind. His eyes are always on the prize.
Exactly.
But Anish is at least showing that he feels like he's playing better with a little more of a relaxed attitude. I really have a hard time predicting the evolution of this position. I feel like both sides could still be better.
I think that King E3 was kind of a massive alternative. And right now, I mean, who would play this move and allow Bishop B4, right? You only do that if you calculate something that you missed, I think, because King E1 doesn't look natural at all. Why would you allow Bishop B4 check here? I think after King E3, Rook C3 check, King has to go to F4, and then there's Bishop E2 forking the knight and the rook. So it's forced him to play this move King E1, and now I think Giri is firmly in the driver's seat.
Yeah, that was a big combination. Even without playing Bishop B4 now, Rook C3 hits the knight, but don't be surprised to see this move followed up by Bishop B4, where this is really irritating. And that's kind of a nice move there, right? Because if White brings the knight to D2 in anticipation for protecting that, well, now Black might just swing the rook to H3 immediately, not only hitting the H4 pawn, but threatening Rook H1 and Bob's your uncle. So this is a really strong move by Anish, forcing knight to D2. And if he strikes back again, suddenly we have this. We've seen a return of the score, right? A 2-game lead for Wesley So might wipe back to a tied match if Anish wins this game.
And Rook D3 is also looking like a pretty nice move. It almost puts him in like a permanent pin with Bishop B4 check, or not check, but Bishop B4 coming next move. Rook D3, just Rook takes D4, Bishop B4. White can barely move, Danny.
Bishop C4 is a nice defensive move.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe Anish missed that, as he kind of sat back a little bit, like he might have been a little surprised, but
he doesn't look happy at all.
He doesn't look happy. He looks like maybe he underestimated that defensive resource, and perhaps your suggested Rook D3 would have been better. But what's going on? I mean, Anish is still the only one who can win. You have a protected passed H pawn, which means that these two pieces are always going to be worried about it, the king and the knight.
But you got to be scared of King E3, King F4, and Knight H4. And if you bring your king too far,
look at that,
up the board, so that's something to think about.
Well, here it comes. We're going to find out.
Yes, Bishop A3. Very nice move there. Nice touch.
Very key idea, right? Bringing the bishop around to C1 is saving the day for Black, because otherwise Knight H4 would win a free pawn. But then we're going to get this combination, everybody, where the G pawns are traded, and Black has solved one of his biggest issues, which is that this bishop was really sort of passive a few moves ago.
Yep.
So Bishop A3 was a very nice move.
And White's committed his king to the king side. So now it's Black that's just going to play King D5, King C4, and we've got this protected passed H pawn that we can use as a decoy in any type of position later on.
Yeah. Nice move King G3, because it keeps this F4 option open, I think. It also, that's interesting, is it not going to matter if the D pawn is falling before White can get counterplay with the knight, then it may not matter. But that's a nice move. Trying to poke at E6.
I think Bishop B6 is coming, unless he wants to throw in H4 for any reason, or B4. Because in this position, you can throw in those moves that are just useful. So B4 gets the pawn further up the board. White can't improve his position in any way, because the knight has to stay on F8 to attack E6.
So this looks like a tough one here. Wesley is sort of up against the defensive wall, and probably the moment Bishop B6 comes, Anish sort of listening to your advice there to be very patient, extend the B pawns before bringing the bishop to B6. But what is he shaking his head about? What is he not confident about, just playing Bishop B6 and going and gobbling up that pawn?
Well, to be honest, I'm not sure, especially because that looks like the only way to proceed.
That was a strange decision. To me, that put the pawn on a more easily position for White to deal with, unless you're... I mean, there's several things here. I mean, there's even ideas like the Black King running to B2 and winning the A pawn and queening. I mean, there's a ton of things to think about, but I don't know that I feel like the technique has been as optimal as Anish would like here. Now he's getting down on time.
He's concerned because he's getting low on time, and it's so hard to visualize what the knight's going to do. Is he going to...
Wow, look at that move.
Wow.
Is he putting White in Zugzwang?
Yeah.
Whoa, that is a very nice combination, everybody. If this knight moves, now it's no longer protecting E6, so the pawn can be taken. But if the king moves instead, now the king is no longer threatening the pawn, which allows this bishop to move again. So that was
we're going to see king g2, but that was a very nice
Yeah, a
decision.
little
Long time.
very nice little maneuver there. He moves the knight, saying, "I'm willing to give up the d4 pawn," but Anish gives a facial expression that says, "I don't think that was the best idea for you."
So bishop e7 here.
And then the knight is running. The knight has to run into the corner, which that can't be good. Maybe Wesley missed this idea because certainly that knight is
Yeah,
not happy with its
now you're
current
getting your
position.
bishop to c5, and I think the knight is just being slowly dominated. Like the squares are being covered. Now he's sitting back because I think he's confident here that he's going to play bishop e3 or bishop e7 check on king takes h4.
You might even go bishop f2 first here, kind of play tickle. Okay, no, he decides to just go for winning these two pawns. You can have my 1h pawn,
I think he
and
might
two,
resign here, honestly.
yeah, two is better than one. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, wow, we have a match, ladies and gentlemen. The slight favorite in many people's eyes jumped out to a two-game lead. Wesley So did, but Anish Giri jumps right back, and I want to give a quick shout-out to our observers. We have thousands of you following the game live in Chess.com, not even just on Twitch and Chess TV. We had a bunch of top guessers playing Guess the Move. If you log into Chess.com, you can guess along with the players and try to make the best move. So Nick Sazad, Annie 2 Wildo, the Halgarther, I can't say all your names, but a lot of people playing Guess the Move. A lot of fun to try to see if you can play as good as these GMs in Blitz. Spoiler alert, you can't play as good as them overall, but
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 you can
not
see
many
what
people can.
percentage.
But it's still fun.
Yeah, no, I think that Geary is starting to find his groove a little bit. He's starting to bob his head. He's getting used to it. A part of that might just be getting used to online chess. I don't know if he did any training. I'd love to ask him, you know.
Yeah, we'll find out afterwards for sure in the interviews. We will find out afterwards for sure. Grandmaster Max Illingworth, I feel like he doesn't. I don't. Does he do anything but watch chess TV shows these days? Just kidding, Max. But Max Illingworth in the chat, always fun to see him here. Australian Grandmaster.
Yep,
There aren't many of those guys.
that's true. It's not many.
There's even less Australian Grandmasters than there are Canadian Grandmasters.
Yes, that's hard to accomplish too.
No, just kidding. You'll be the newest Canadian Grandmaster soon. We believe in you
I'm
here at
hoping though.
Chess.com.
There's not many candidates. Although Canada is ripe with IMs. That we tend to produce a lot of IMs who
Yep.
fall short of the finish line. So
Story of my life, buddy. All right, so what's happening here? We got basically just a big simplification, almost like Wesley So wants to just stop the bleeding from a match perspective, willing to play a very straightforward game here. A lot of pieces are going to be traded. We always hate to use the term boring, but not a lot of action here in this one.
no, what is it? The Russian school that you're supposed to take a draw after a loss to
Yep.
steady the ship.
Uncle Yerma would say that. Stop the bleeding. Make sure you don't ever lose two in a row. That's the goal, or in this case, not three in a row.
Not three, yeah. He's already done that. But this is Geary coming back, and he's not going to go crazy. He just won 2 games in a row. He doesn't need to do anything special, and I think he's going to be very happy with that comeback. That he's not actually at a big setback in this 5-2 portion, and I'm not sure
Right.
where he feels the most comfortable. But I think it was looking like Wesley was pulling away there for a little bit, and suddenly
Yep.
even the match and maybe with the momentum, he's even starting to feel very good about his chances.
Well, and we only have 6 minutes roughly left in the 5-minute portion. The players have not yet been informed as to whether this will be the last 5-minute game, everybody. But if it becomes clear that it is, we will let the players know, and we will move right into Chess 960, you and I, and that'll be a lot of fun. Interested to see who strikes there. If this is the last game in chess, in the classical chess portion, that means that Wesley will get the first white in Chess 960. So
Right.
interesting to see what's going to happen here soon. Wesley's still just playing very straightforward simplification chess. Brings the queen to c6, wanting to make a trade.
Yep. He's offering the a7 pawn, but
He's
there's
been
always
offering it for a while, but he's laughing in the face of danger. If white goes and takes it, everybody probably just b6, and then this bishop will have a hard time getting out. But now I'm questioning that, right? Because if you're Geary, you got to be thinking about taking b6 and then playing rook to c1. Can
Yep.
you get out?
Well, that's an option. The other thing is he might be planning to play like rook a8 and then rook a6 or something like that, or throw in a bishop f6 with rook
Hmm.
a8. I think that's
Yeah.
probably more what he's doing. Because if you go for that, like you said, rook c1, I agree. I think white is kind of getting out there.
Yeah, good point. Showing the fans real quick on our analysis board what you were talking about, gaining a tempo instead, and then maybe trying to just win the pawn back by removing that rook from the protecting square of the a pawn. So interesting the idea there. But simplification is where we're headed here. More pieces likely to be traded soon. Will Wesley try to continue to fight for the c file? Rook f to c8.
The question is rook f c8, let's say rook takes c6, rook takes c6, rook d1. And, white has already played the move g3 in these structures. So he doesn't worry about back rank, whereas rook's coming to d7, a7's already hanging, rook d8 check, mate, whenever the bishop moves is always a threat. So
And yeah,
where black plays rook c2 and white plays rook d7, I feel like they always turn out better for white. And maybe he was worried about that because the a7 is still hanging. If he doesn't take care of that and you trade rooks, that's a free pawn.
And part of the reason they always turn out better for white, just to highlight the point Amon made earlier that's a little subtle maybe for our lower-rated viewers, with the pawn on g3, there's no threat of checkmate, but for white, there is. If this bishop moves to the wrong square, well, here comes ideas like this. So just that single tempo that's always in the air forces black's hand to make a compromise, which is what Wesley had to do here. He didn't go for that line we talked about, willing to give up this structure, the structural deficiency here with this c6 pawn now being isolated and no longer having protection. That's going to put Giri in the driver's seat for probably the rest of the game. Will it be enough to win this? Who knows, but it is a very simple position where everything is equal, but black has more pawn weaknesses than white. 2 isolated pawns, and white has none.
Yep, it's definitely fair to say that the advantage that white has compounds because we're playing blitz here. So it's definitely worth a lot more in this type of chess. But white is very clearly better. Maybe he's going to play b4, a3 to cement the rook there and just be able to swing between rook a5, rook c5. Or maybe he's going to leave pawns there, which I think he might. And
maybe Giri needs to go on Dancing with the Stars or something. I mean, he's just like, he is full of the moves here and facial expressions. Is he trying to make a statement to Hikaru today? Is he trying to say you're not the most animated chess player on the webcam? Because Giri is all over the map with his dance moves.
It's funny in Reykjavik, Giri was also very animated. I think it has to do with taking him outside, those elite tournaments and putting him in a different comfort zone, like an open tournament or an online format, speed chess like this. And he really does get very comfortable, and he's actually a pretty funny guy. So it's good to see that coming out. He's really jamming right now.
Yep. Well, we'll see if he can jam his way to a victory. I mean, right now he is better, and all the things we talked about are still true, the weak pawns for black. But Wesley defending. G5, a nice move, because it tries to create more pawn weaknesses, right? You try to tempt black to take it, which just creates more pawns to target. Of course, Wesley doesn't do that, but that means that the G-pawn has kind of improved itself and is a little further advanced. So far, some good technique from Giri, but we'll see if it's enough to win.
Wesley is crossing his arms like he thinks not. But this is the thing. Once you play e5, which makes sense to kick the king back, what always happens is black ends up defending his pawns with king b6 and then plays rook h8. And suddenly you have to worry about your own pawns. So he's played rook a4. He wants to swing to the h file first.
For sure. And that's where these positions become tough to hold, where even if you've held one threat, everybody, as soon as you have a weakness on the other side of the board, even if it's possible with all accurate moves, just from a practical perspective, it becomes very hard under time pressure. As Amon said, these things are compounded in blitz because you don't have enough time to accurately deal with, am I having to worry about this? Do I need to just sit tight and guard these pawns? What am I doing here to deal with all of white's options of targeting my weaknesses?
Yep. So it looks like he's planning with c5 to play king c6, king d5, and look for counterplay on the e-pawn when white goes for rook h4, rook h6. And the other thing is if white plays, king e3, f4 to defend that, black might just play a5, a4 and go for counterplay like that, or he might try to swing the rook in. But it looks like he's temporarily going to go down a pawn, but that's often the way that you find a draw in a tough position to hold. You give up a pawn for activity.
The Dvoretsky School of Chess, quoted there by Mr. Hamilton, right? No, very important, I think, for beginner and low-rated players to understand that often in these endgames, active kings, active rooks are bigger and better than small amounts of material. That's, it doesn't mean you give up all your pawns, but you have to look for those practical opportunities to activate your rook, as Wesley is doing, activate your king, even at the cost sometimes of a pawn. And we're going to find out if it's enough. He's probably going to play king d5 here or a4 right away. Okay, he goes that way first, but I think we're going to get exactly the kind of lines you talked about, and I imagine black should hold this because of that active approach.
Yep, the king on d5 is more active than the king on e3. And with a4 coming down the board, white's going to move the rook. He's definitely not going to take that. But yeah, like you're saying, I think we're going to get a draw here. One little trick, though, he's threatening rook d7, and then the king can't go to e5 because of f4 checkmate. It's kind of
that would be fun, right, everybody? If the rook checks and king takes, there we go. That would have been a shocker, but I don't think that'll happen. Of course, Wesley sees it. He plays king up, and okay, I expect we'll get a draw here, but that brings us to the end of the 5-2 portion, regardless of this result, and a very, very tight match as we move into the Chess 960 game right after this.
Yep. I was thinking he could have played a takes b3 first with the king on d5, and then had that rook d7 idea, but I'm not so sure that we're going to get a draw here necessarily, Danny. This is not exactly the cleanest by Wesley. It seems like the king kind of runs into g5 now and goes to f6 and, sack the rook for the c pawn and go from there.
Yeah, it's okay, well, I guess Wesley trying to take a different approach, maybe sacrifice the rook for the g pawn before white's king gets in.
Is it in time, though? King f4, king d2, king g5, c2, king f6?
We're going to find out right now, right?
We seem to get there first.
Let's take a quick look. We have king f4, king moves, king g5 here. The king gets in, which means that giving up the rook for the pawn to try to deflect this guy and get a queen is not an option, because white will just take with the king.
Giri's low on time, but he's sort of managed his time accordingly, that by the time he's low, the position is, this is the last big calculation he will do, and then he'll survive easily on the increment. So I think he was deciding between king d4 there and king f4, but I don't see any problem with just running the king in.
Yeah, well, he agrees with you. And Wesley may have lost the thread there. Now if he has to go for lines like c1, getting a queen, takes and takes, he will have to sacrifice his rook, which is going to leave white in a winning endgame because white's king is so much closer to gobbling up the pawns than black's is. Giri gave the head shake, kind of suggesting for a second maybe he wasn't happy, but that was very reminiscent of a Nakamura head shake, which is kind of saying to yourself, well, maybe I didn't play the best, but it looks like I'm going to get this one, kind of head shake.
Yeah, exactly. There are some, lines to calculate because c1 takes, king f7, rook moves. If we queen, that race is actually pretty close. I'm not sure if he's playing into queen or even throw in the move king takes e6 first. Because if you queen, I think maybe white does come out on top, but that one seems very close.
Yeah, we're going to find out right now. We're getting that race that we just talked about. I don't see why white isn't just winning. He's using his time, as you said, but he's using it well. Right. And I think Wesley now.
Because if rook to somewhere, a8, whatever, if you queen, takes, king d2, king f7, and then we can play like maybe f4, king takes e6, king e2, and maybe go for the pawn like that. King f5, f3, and that one is probably a draw, right?
Yeah, he actually gets here just in time, everybody, because as soon as the black pawn gets to f2, now Giri is shaking his head, and he might be seeing exactly what you're saying. Maybe that's an authentic head shake.
I think on e6 here.
Yeah, the key is Giri. Oh, he plays f4 first, which also is another way to stop that idea we just talked about of black advancing the pawn.
Yeah, this is
getting a draw.
I think he's taking on e6. He's going to put black's king on f4, which just stands right in front of his pawn, and he's going to play king f7.
Oh no, but even this is.
Oh, he's done it this way. Okay, yeah, he's done it this way.
Looks like he's going to get the win here. Very, very close. I mean, Wesley held on there.
Yeah.
Wesley held on there and almost defended that position. There were some really weird tricks there. Impressive stuff. Well, don't go anywhere, everybody. Right after this, we are about to see Chess 960. And I
Yeah.
think Wesley is probably going to throw in the towel on that note. And we are moving into the next portion of the show, which is Chess 960. We see our first awesomely random position here, Amon. This is fun.
Yes.
Giri enjoying this. He's now bounced back after losing 2 games. He won 3 in a row. Giri has a lead at the end of the 5-2 portion with a 4.5 to 3.5 score. If you're ever wondering what the total score is, everybody, you can look at this little number right next to the pictures of the players. If you look right down here where my mouse is, or you can see that the pictures of the players tell you the score right next to their name.
Yeah.
Of course, we also show the scoreboard regularly, but Gary's smiling about something. Nobody knows what, but maybe just the fact that
The fact that
he's enjoying.
he's issuing the comeback.
Yeah.
I think a lot of people are surprised by the fact that Giri is doing this well, because it started out the way a lot of people may have said, oh, this is kind of how we thought the match would go. But
Right.
he's changing everybody's minds. The last couple games have honestly been extremely impressive technique-wise by Giri, and just showing slightly better understanding of the positions that Wesley was going for thematic ideas, but Giri just knew them a little bit deeper, knew that they might be ineffective at the end of the calculation, and small stuff like that.
Yep.
Are we playing Chess
Indeed.
960, Danny? I can't tell.
I know this is about the weirdest Chess 960 position we've seen. I mean, this is not every day you see a position that in Chess 960 that looks so normal. It starts out weird, everybody. If you remember, this was the starting position for all the pieces. But if you look at it now, you wouldn't know, right? It looks like just a normal sort of almost a ready position here.
I thought, Danny, now that I'm looking at it, that Giri was giggling because the position turned into a chess game within like 4 moves.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if that's true, but it is kind of funny. You're getting ready for like, okay, maybe I have to spend a minute in the opening, have to understand all the tricks, and then you're castled, and it's just a normal like draw by like a couple moves.
Draw by hedgehog. This looks very similar to what a hedgehog position you can get with white having a space advantage, the pawn on c4 versus the pawn on d6, and maybe that means the d6 pawn becomes weak. But the truth is, other than that, black really doesn't have a lot of problems, which makes these positions kind of straightforward.
Right.
So plays e4. Wesley plays e4. He's enjoying his space advantage currently with the 2 pawns in the center versus the d6 pawn. But yeah, this is about, I mean, I don't want to call it boring again, but this is about as boring a Chess 960 position as we had, kind of the opposite of yesterday's Chess 960 games. Those were nuts.
Yeah, that's the problem, Danny, or not the problem, but, it happens when it is random. That's the whole point. It is Chess 960. It's just a random generated position. So you will get ones where the pieces, they don't fall on the same squares, but within 2 to 3 moves, you can put them all on normal squares.
Right.
So unfortunately, this has got to be one of the most boring or dull Chess 960 positions you could have. And the thing is, you can't really change it. If your pieces can go to normal squares, you got to put them there. You can't try to be creative. Your opponent's just going to play normal chess.
Right. No, if you're close to a classical position, your best chance, there's a reason why classical chess is what it is, right? I mean, we got to control the center. You have to put your pieces on active squares. Those sort of principles don't change just because you have a different starting position. So if they're in weird spots and you quickly get them to their most active, natural developing squares, good for you. And that was what both players were able to do here. I mean, literally, this is no longer a Chess 960 game. Like, there's not a single factor about this position that suggests an odd start.
And by the time we got to the game, or even got to commentating it, or trying to delve into how interesting it might be, no, it was basically a double fianchetto symmetrical position by then.
Well, and on that note, let's remind everybody what the score is, right? So after falling down by 2 games, Anish Giri quickly struck back, winning the next 3 in a row, and we have a match. We haven't seen a back in the fourth. Sorry, not back and the fourth. We have never seen a back and the fourth. We haven't seen a back and forth match like this, Amon, in a little while. I mean, it's fun when you see the score and lead changes, right? You can always tell how equally matched teams are, like in basketball, by how many times you see a lead change in the game. And in this case, we've already seen a couple lead changes. So I expect this to remain a very, very close match, and the people will be getting their money's worth before the day is through here.
Yeah, because it's all about pretty much momentum swings. Like, that's why when you watch like a basketball game, that the lead would change because teams just play better in certain moments of the game. When some guy keeps scoring, it motivates the whole team. So Giri's put some wins together, and it's definitely motivated him. And earlier, Wesley was putting some wins together at the start. So it really has been a back and forth match. And I think the most reasonable result is a draw from this game. Although, as is typical, White has a small edge in every hedgehog position just from that space advantage, which is just everlasting. So if anything, I would say Wesley has little to no chance of losing here with pressure on d6 and b5. But if Giri can hold the draw, look at that. He comes out ahead after the 5-2 portion as, maybe not a clear, but definitely an underdog.
Yeah, for sure. And I'm surprised to see it have gone the way that it did. I mean, I'll be curious to see what happens as the time controls speed up. Who will be better with less time on the clock, not just in chess moves, but in the practical factors, other things like mouse speed. But okay, d5 is played. Giri down a minute on time. As you said, Wesley is probably the only one with a chance to win if anybody does. I expect him to now play rook f to d1. Yep, and he does it before I can highlight it. He's going to maintain a small edge here playing against these weak pawns, but probably not enough unless I thought maybe he could justify a5 there, Amon, and kind of sneak by the trade of the b pawns and not worry so much about the discovered check, but he didn't. I wondered if a5 was a chance, but I guess he can do it anyway, right? Because the pawn's pinned to the queen, so he may get a5 next.
I think you're right that he is going for a5. Like, that's definitely the move. And now that the queen's out of the way, I'm sure he's going to play a5, or he's going to leave it there and get himself a passed a pawn. The nice thing about this position for White is that you're permanently protecting the king on g2 from the discovered attacks with d4 by having a rook on d4. So Black has got to go for counterplay. He's got to go for rook c2, queen f6, try to get maybe h4 in there, whereas White just has a clear plan of protected passed a pawn, and most endgames are good for White.
I expect Wesley to deal with h5 by just playing h4, and again, he plays it right before I can highlight it, but promise I was guessing that move. And part of the reason is there's just no reason to allow that counterplay, and as Amon said, if Black has to kind of be all in with this plan of the queen coming over and the rook coming to c2, well, that probably risks the other pawns becoming weak. So, as we said, this was a very equal-looking game to start, sort of a surprising chess 960, but if anybody can win it, it remains to be Wesley. And I'm liking his chances more and more. Wouldn't it be amazing if he wins? We have a tied match headed into Blitz, and it would be something. I think we're already within that realm. A one-game lead would be really something, because I don't think Anish is going to get this win. He may draw.
Yeah, but 7, I think, is he looking at rook c4 as an idea here?
That's a really interesting little trick, everybody. The rook there would create a whole bunch of chaos, and Wesley says, I'm not interested in that, and I'll just come back and protect my rook.
He might repeat here with queen a8, unless he can find a better move, but sometimes when your opponent is repeating, and you keep spending time trying to find like a different move, you end up wasting time. That happens to me a lot, but he's gone for rook c2, typical. That pawn on d5, honestly, doesn't really matter. And I guess he's going to go for rook c5 here, and he might get into an endgame down a pawn if that's his plan.
It's interesting, though. I mean, if rook c5, the d pawn falls, white will keep the b pawn as the only advantage. As you said, likely not enough to win in a rook ending, but it's going to allow Wesley to keep pushing, and if you get your opponent under enough time pressure, who knows, right? Stranger things have happened in blitz chess like this. So Wesley would really like to find a way to convert on this win, a win that probably isn't possible to get in classical chess with solid defense, but maybe enough to get in blitz.
Yep, and if you play something like queen b7 here, and you probably White would play maybe queen f3, then I'm assuming that if White can, he wants to keep, like rook takes d5, rook takes d5. He wants to keep the queens on the board as long as possible. If Black could force them off, the nice thing is that if you imagine rook takes d5, queen takes d5.
He goes for it.
The nice thing is, Danny, that rook, no matter what happens, if you play rook b8, I can play rook d3. And if you do this, I can get my pawn to b5 protected by my rook. So I get to keep my rook beside my pawn. I think this
actually has decent winning chances, right? Believe it or not. I mean, I know this is what has changed from what our initial evaluation was. Well, you kind of expect White might have ended up in a position where the rook was in front of the b pawn, like on rook on b7 here or something, which is, it's much harder to win those games when the rook is not ideally placed, always getting in the pawn's way. But now with the rook on the 5th rank, there's real opportunities where the white king can sometimes try to run up, and that's why Wesley goes to f1. He'd like to run this king up and actually help the pawn advance. The
Yep.
risk, of course, of doing that is the moment this king starts running, will you get there in time before the black rook gets counterplay against your kingside pawns? Um, but this has real winning chances for white.
No, Danny, I wish I knew my end games well enough to just sit here and tell you, hey, Danny, this is winning, this is drawing. But if I can remember correctly, I'm pretty sure that the plan of just moving the king over, even at the cost of the f3 pawn, if that
Right.
does happen, you kick the rook off the b file, and then suddenly b6 threatens to play rook b5, getting the rook
Uh huh.
behind the pawn. That's very dangerous to deal with.
Yeah, there was a really interesting rook ending video series on Chess.com. Back when that was my job, I watched every video and wrote every intro, not by me, but by Grandmaster Melikachian. And he had some really interesting, instructive examples where this sort of thing happened to him on, with a rook on the fifth rank, guarding a pawn, whether it was a B pawn or a C pawn or an A pawn, and showing the different ideas that are winning, and exactly what you said. The king runs, then he comes up, he gives up the F pawn, but the rook is in a nice position to guard both. And as we see Anish shake his head there, it's there are often resourceful drawing chances, but they're not the kind of comfortable draw I'm on, where whenever we're playing these rook endings, you really kind of want it to be a principled draw, not a draw that required a bunch of calculation.
Yeah.
There are often draws for black, but they require time on the clock. They require the ability to have some time to calculate and go for some crazy lines where you sack your rook or something. So
Yeah.
this is going to be tough for Giri for sure.
So he's given up on that plan of, moving the rook up the board. He's trying to say, I'm going to keep your king cut off on the first rank. And at some point, you feel like white's got to play the move f5 and maybe try to take on h5 and get it past the
Yeah.
h pawn that way.
Hmm.
But also, you can't really do that with your king on c1. You want it closer to the king side. So
Yeah, now Wesley wants to have his king in a position to guard the g pawn, thus allowing white to kind of make this a real threat that Amon is saying. Um, but he's going to play tickle here a little bit. I don't think he's going to repeat, because why, when you're the only one who can win and your opponent's down on time?
yeah, of course.
But maybe Wesley doesn't exactly see the forced win yet, so I imagine he's calculating moves like f5 right now. In fact, here he goes.
Yeah. He
This
has to
is
play f5. I don't think there's any other way to proceed. You have to
Yep.
take that. I guess black can try for the move f4 soon, which he can think about. As soon as you take on as soon as you take on b5, there's g4 in the position. But I think black is pretty close to a draw here, I would say.
There you go. f6 I think is kind of key, because that's going to allow the rook to move without f5 hanging. But
Was king e2 important there?
yeah, I think king e2 is coming though, and then h5 and h6. I mean, this looks
I
scary
think
for Giri.
was king e2 important last move after f6 so that when the rook moves, rook takes f5?
Ah,
But
so
maybe he's done it anyway. I'm not sure, but
after f6, you're saying king e2 with tempo. That could have been really interesting. Yeah, because the trade would favor white. White is going to win the king and pawn ending. Yeah, he may be winning here anyway, but I agree with you that could have been a tempo missed by Wesley, an opportunity missed.
yeah. Well, this looks pretty close to a draw, although look at that time. He has got to show us now, how accurate he can be with seconds on the clock, because King G1
Yep.
is coming.
He's living off the increment. That time he got down to about 1 second with 2 seconds on the clock for increment. This is time pressure like we haven't seen it yet in any of the games, Amon.
Yep. This is very tough. He's
Okay.
trying to, he's gaining time right now, and he realizes that he only has to play King E5, King E4, and just shut.
Right, that's key. Once you find that sort of, okay, you figured
That's
out the
great.
draw. Okay, well, the white king's going to come to f3 now, which
Yeah.
is
And then you
is
get
gonna,
more space for your rook with rook H1, so I don't think he'll be that concerned with that.
is g4 an idea? A little trick?
G4, yeah.
G4, rook g5, h7. Rook takes a g4, king h3.
Yeah, I don't know if he sees that, but that looks really good.
That was I don't know if he saw this little trick, but that might
G4,
have
you
been.
almost have to play rook H4, I think.
But if that was the case, then if g4, rook h4, we almost have a chance for a second pass pawn. But okay, maybe
One
maybe
thing
it
I know,
holds anyway.
but one thing I know is that the H and G pawns, if black can get his king to H7, it is a draw, even without the F pawn. Even
Right.
if he managed to become connected with G5 and H6. I think there was a famous game from the World Blitz where Magnus Carlsen drew his black against Levon Aronian, and Levon was like, "Man, what the heck? I have two connected pass pawns, and
Right.
he's just sitting on G6 and rook on A6 for black, and just a draw." He's gone for it.
He's gone for this idea, which is a fun one, to free this opportunity for the king to come up.
Yeah.
Well, it's his last-ditch chance to try to win. Probably still a draw. Resourceful heads up there by Giri. What in the world? Wesley, did he just trick him to a win?
Rook G1, Rook G3. I think he's trying to.
I think he
Yes,
did.
he
I
had
think
the Rook
Wesley just
H4.
swindled him.
Yeah, he had the Rook H4 move. Quite impressive.
Whoa, we just saw a rook-ending win, and Giri is not happy about that. Gonna take his break, rips out his headphones, and we have the Empire struck back on that one, Amon. What in the world?
But how complicated was that
How
endgame? Was it
we couldn't keep up with it
No, not at
because
all.
it was nuts, right?
But I think that the time that Geary had, it's just not enough to deal with a move like G4. That is so tricky. When
Yep.
G4 gets thrown at you, you don't know if you should take it. Well, you can't take it, but you don't know where the rook should go or whether the evaluation is just good the whole time.
Right.
That's very,
Like you don't even know. Maybe White was winning the whole time. Maybe it wasn't. But we saw this trick earlier when it maybe wasn't as accurate. But heads up by Wesley to not be impatient and play that trick the first time he had it. Right. He kind of let the time go a little bit further. I think the longer you lull your opponent into a safe and comfortable place where they think there's no longer opportunities to lose it, the more likely a practical shot works. So
because Danny, you mentioned it, and I think you mentioned it when not a lot of people were noticing it. This move G4, and that's when the
right.
king was on E5, and that's because we noticed the idea with Rook A5 check. But I actually think with the king on E5, G4, Rook H4, if you play like G5 and do the same thing, you don't have Rook A4 check and swing the Rook to
Right.
H4. So it's actually with the king on the E4 square that G4 is the trick. Like I think that has to do a lot with it. So maybe he saw it when you mentioned it, but said, you know what, there's no trick here, but what if I can just shuffle my rook? He doesn't necessarily know G4 is coming. He might put his king on E4, and maybe that's what he thought about there.
On a technical level, everybody, so impressive. And again, it's why you want to have knowledge of these rook endings so you can see opportunities like that. If you have to combine your technical knowledge with your practical play so that you see a heads-up opportunity where maybe it should have been a draw, but again, Wesley had this trick in his back pocket. The point, everybody, again, was after push, if Black had checked, White would have just blocked the check, and this would have gone into an easy win for White with the queen happening. So fascinating stuff. We are all knotted up, Amon. Could you ask for a more exciting match at this point after the first 90 minutes?
No, to see these two powerhouses tied, I think a lot of people thought Wesley would pull away, but based on how topsy-turvy the match has been, to see it tied is very exciting going into the 3-2 portion, and then the bullet. I mean, anything could happen here. We still have a lot of question marks about Anish and these various time controls, but so far, Danny, I think the technical side of things has been very, very clean. Both guys have been defending very well, but also converting on a lot of these positions.
Yep, absolutely. I have been really impressed with the back and forth nature of the match, just because it also shows mental resolve, right? Neither side really kind of beating themselves too much up after a loss, right? They recover, and that's one of the things that we know is really important in online chess like this. When you don't have a lot of time to take a break, you got to pull yourself back after losses. And Anish was down. Anish was down two games and then came back and won 3, and then Wesley stops the bleeding with a huge rook-ending win. So here we go. This is fun.
Yep. We got some theory here being played by these guys. Usually this has to do with the fact that Queen B6 gets played, and White plays this weird move Queen C1. So this is why it's always a bit funny. White is going for stuff involving the B7 pawn and the fact that the bishop on G2 is worth more than the structural imbalance. So nobody likes to have pawns that look like A2 and C4, but you're going to bring a rook to B1, and you simply have the more active pieces, knight B3, knight C5, knight E3, knight D5. White has more squares to put his pieces, but Black's structure is simply more sound. So that's what we're dealing with.
I feel like we've seen this imbalance a lot, right? Both sides playing different positions in that, we'll call it the philosophical chess battle, right? Will White be worse in the long run because he has more pawn weaknesses, or will White use this really nice bishop and the active threats you said, knight E3, knight D5, now the rook coming to B1? And I love that kind of chess, right? Because you have the it means you have the opportunity to outplay your opponent when both sides want something a little different. Black wants to squelch that activity and be better because he has weaknesses to attack. And we've seen that these guys can beat each other in those kind of endgames where there's really nothing to play for but a grinded out couple pawn weaknesses like we just saw Wesley do.
Yep. And we are going to see a pretty interesting game here. It's nice to see that both players are willing to go for both imbalances. We've seen Wesley take the weaker structure and go for the attack, even sacking a pawn earlier in that game, Danny. And then here we see Giri actually going for the split pawns here on the queen side, looking to potentially put a knight on d5 and use the queen and bishop battery that he's just set up against that bishop on g7.
Word, homie. Word. Sometimes you say things that are just so logical, all I can say is word. And yeah, here we get that knight e3 to d5, and he's trying to stare down that pony and say, I want the battery.
Yep.
But Wesley aware of what he wants, and he's just going to try to offer some trades.
We're probably going to see Wesley look to free his knight on c6 from that responsibility on e7. And if he can play knight a5, I think he's going to be very happy. But it is very difficult to free that knight. Maybe rook d7 is a consideration. Or knight f5, doing a similar type of thing. Knight f5 maybe with h5 to make that knight more secure. That knight's also looking at the d4 square, or maybe even like a long route to the c5 square. If Black can control...
But we have to be careful of the e7 pawn, right? Especially when you've got fun ideas like the queen on this diagonal and, the e7 pawn being under the knight's gaze. So, because Black doesn't really want to take here if he can avoid it.
Yep.
But this knight is really, really dangerously eyeing that pawn. And now I'm already looking at lines like I was going to say, can he go knight d4? And I thought maybe he could try to induce a trick where he gets to gobble up this pawn. But nothing really to it.
Look good.
Well, maybe he should have, because now all of a sudden Wesley strikes back. I wonder if Anish should have gone for that idea, because look at that cute little combination, everybody. Wesley so temporarily sacrificing a piece, but removing the defender of the knight on d5.
Well,
and look at this. Knight takes e7 check doesn't work, Amon, because when the knight recaptures, the rook now guards the knight.
Mm-hmm. Yep. And the other thing is, after knight d4, it makes me think he could almost do this same trick. Knight takes c4.
Maybe he could have, yeah.
Maybe, but still, knight d4 looked more aggressive. I think he's just going to do the...
Yeah, he just accepts tucks his tail between his legs and says, I missed that, and now I'm down a pawn. So Anish...
You might have knight g4, maybe like lingering counterplay. The queen is still on a6 out of play. It doesn't feel like a clean pawn yet, but it's getting there, Danny.
You know how much I love a mating net on the dark squares. There's only two things I love more, and neither can be mentioned. So let's focus on the chess.
Knight's attacked on g4.
Look at that. I mean, that's a double attack. That's a double attack by Wesley. A very creative way to defend and block the diagonal at the same time. So that was just nasty.
Yeah. But once again, this is just Wesley up a pawn in an endgame, and maybe Giri can defend this one, because if he can, and he does keep the rooks on. If Wesley goes to a queen endgame, I think he's winning that a lot easier than a rook endgame. But even still, going into a queen endgame here under the right circumstances, you got to be very careful as white about rook coming to c2.
Expand on that for our lower-rated viewers. Why do you feel the queen ending offers better chances when Black's advantage is the same? He has two pawns versus one. Why does the queen endgame offer more winning chances than the rook endgame?
Yeah, well, we definitely know, no matter what our level is, the saying that all rook endgames are drawn, and we have better chances to draw rook endgames, simply because there's a lot of theoretical draws with being one pawn down.
Although we did just see a rook ending loss. But yeah, go ahead.
We did. And that's specifically because of, massive exceptions to a rule that even these top players couldn't necessarily realize at the time. But with the queens on the board, you can kind of tuck that queen right behind your two pawns and sort of marshal them up the board one by one. And that makes it a lot easier. And you can always trade queens, and you're going to win the endgame. So I think it offers a lot more options.
And yeah, I'll add to that by saying part of the limitation of winning rook endings is because of their lack of ability to challenge each other, like on a diagonal, right? Or when you're the aggressor and you can win, you want to have a queen because you can help the pawns push, and at some point when they get stuck, your queen can inch forward in ways and maneuver in ways that a rook can't. So part of the reason we had that phrase, all rook endings are drawn, is because of their lack of ability to challenge each other, and positions just get stuck, right? I know that's a very general description of a sort of a geometry lesson, but yeah, on the chessboard, rooks can't always challenge each other, but the queens have a lot of opportunities to maneuver, and so I think that's why the queen endings tend to offer more wins as well, just to give a little bit of a geometry aspect to it too.
And why is he going for the rook endgame now? I think because the rook is not an open file for white. So
Yep.
queen c4, rook c4, black's threatening to play like rook a4, rook c2. And I don't think there's an easy way for white to liquidate. You
Right.
know, if he could give away the a pawn for the a pawn or the a pawn for the b pawn, he would love that. But
Right.
I'm not sure it's so easy to do. We might see rook a3, rook c7, and then play that position. Rook b.
Yeah, or rook c a3, a5. It actually looks like that's what we're getting. And what's going to happen here is, okay, so black offers the opportunity to go into the rook ending. Wesley, going to the king and pawn ending. Wesley would be winning there. Oh, or maybe not. Okay, we're going to find out. This is a lesson that I give a lot of amateurs on, which is normally trading into the king and pawn ending from a rook and pawn ending is not the best way to keep drawing chances going.
I think he's just lost.
I think that was just a huge blunder by Anish. So
I
honestly,
think F5 and king f5, king g4 wins the game. If that pawn's on h2, much different story potentially. But I have a
right
feeling that this could be lost. Maybe the move g4 now and bring.
now it's I think Anish agrees. He's leaning in, and so that's a fascinating thing to see. Amateurs who watch any shows. Or anybody who watches shows on Chess TV, you see we kind of highlight that a lot. It's easy to lose drawn endings by trading into a king and pawn ending, and a super grandmaster may have just done it before our very eyes if black is winning this endgame.
Yeah, the problem was rook b4 is such a strong move when he offered the
Right.
exchange that rook b2 was coming and he didn't like that rook endgame. But you,
But probably if he had played rook e3, maybe he. But you're right. I mean, it's very possible. Obviously, Anish knows of these principles, and maybe he thought he was in trouble with that active rook on the second rank anyway.
right.
But I think he will go on to lose this king and pawn ending, and
Yeah.
this is a game of, or this has been a match of heavyweights trading blows, right? We've seen many runs put together by both sides, and if Wesley wins this game, which I think he's going to, he'll have won 2 games in a row. After having lost 3 games in a row.
He can actually just play f5, f4.
Yeah, that's the most simple.
That's the simplest, but king d3 does win if you just count the moves, so to speak.
Looks like he just comes over here and he's just going to gobble up the pawns and go on to win. Anish is losing, and knows it, so he just resigns.
Yep. No, we're
Wow.
seeing Wesley put away Anish in some very technically complex rook endgames so far, and that's very impressive to see, Danny.
Yeah, I mean, and it's. I feel like we're getting everything we would want, and a lot of instructive chess to see, a lot of exciting back and forth games here between these two players. Neither player playing perfect chess, but both sides still playing really accurate chess. We see little things like trading into a king and pawn ending, coming back to bite Anish there, and I always love it when instructive moments like that are shown because I think it's a good lesson for everybody to learn the dangers of simplifying a position there.
Yeah, and the thing that like we can say why Anish did is because he thought that the rook endgame was so bad that it was just
Right.
not worth doing. But I've made that mistake myself. It's almost
Right.
always worth defending the bad looking position because the evaluation is probably still objective. And the computer doesn't care how bad it looks. They just care whether it's a draw. So
Right.
they're going to say, well, come on, you monkey. Why didn't you just play rook
Keep
e3?
the rook on the board, exactly. But the computer will put its rook on, the most awkward square of the board and have a forced draw that no human can see coming. But yeah, you're right. So certainly that was interesting, and now we have another one. But the match continues to swing after being down by a game himself. Wesley So is now back up by a game. We have 49 minutes left in the 3-minute portion here, everybody, before Bullet. We haven't had a tied match or even a match within a game or two heading into Bullet since the 2017 Speed Chess Championship started, Amon. So that'll be a fun one to see the Bullet portion.
Yep.
Perhaps be the thing that decides who moves on in our bracket into the next round to face.
I don't think we've seen that.
Yeah, that'll be. It will be fun, but we stay focused on the present moment, like any good Buddhist. And what do we see in this present game?
Well, at the moment, it looks like Anish has taken a pawn structure on the queen side, which was voluntary, by the way. So it means that white played knight takes c6, and he could have played bishop takes, but he decided to take with the pawn in order to use the b file to control the center more, and to leave that
Yeah,
bishop.
but I hate his position. This looks terrible for black. I feel
Okay, yeah,
like
that's the thing.
white is capturing here, and I mean maybe I'm getting ahead of myself. We know I can do that, but I just want to sack mate over here. I mean I just feel like black's pieces are not ideally placed with the queen and rook on the queen side. All of white's pieces seem to be primed for something nasty to happen over here, whether
No,
you
I
take on
agree.
e5 with the knight or the pawn.
Yeah, the thing is, taking with the pawn is, I mean, taking with the knight is obvious, so we're probably going to see that. But taking with the pawn is a big consideration as well, with like
Yeah, with
serious back.
e6 coming, and I mean there could have been weird stuff like this, and all of a sudden just craziness. So he took with the knight, and I think partly Amon maybe has this threat of bishop c4 with the rook on d5, right? In fact,
Yeah,
what are you doing on bishop c4? And, oh, he has bishop f5 intermezzo, gaining a tempo on the queen.
right.
But that's key. Otherwise, I think bishop c4 is winning on the spot because
Well, the thing
everybody.
is, Danny, I might do it anyway. I can just pick up your a4 pawn at the end of that variation. It's
A
nothing
great
wrong.
point.
Yeah,
And in
or
fact,
can
he
pick
can
it up
take it
right
up now. So he just goes and gobbles that a pawn, and something went quickly awry here for Anish in this game, and maybe he's a little frustrated with himself after I complimented both these players for not having an emotional hangover from a previous game. Anish has not played his best game here after just losing that last endgame.
Well, it's not just a previous game, Danny. It's a recurring nightmare. It's Wesley beating him up a pawn in a rook end game, and
Yeah,
might even be rook end
that's
game.
so funny because I have the same nightmare. It's just weird.
They should be drawn, and maybe that's just really getting to him right now. Rook h5 feels like that type of, I don't know, speculative chess, if we can
Yeah.
say that. But he's got to go for it because he's down to two bishops, he's down a pawn, and c6 looks like it's falling. So, I mean, this is just going to
Yep.
be over if he doesn't make something happen.
Well, he's got a fun trick here after Queen E7. Everybody, does he still have it? Oh no, the bishop affects the knight. I was
Yeah.
looking at Rook takes H2, Bishop takes H2, Queen H4, which would be a ton of fun, but of course the bishop can eliminate the knight, and Black has nothing.
Yeah. No, Wesley, he's cool. He's collected. He saw that.
Yep.
Why didn't he take on c6, by the way?
I think because he can anyway. Yeah, I think it's just because that double isolated pawn is going nowhere. And so Wesley's just being very patient. But I mean, this is picture perfect chess. You got a couple of bishops. You got
Yeah.
a passed a pawn to run up the board as soon as you're ready.
Yeah, one
That's
thing
an
about Wesley is if you give him an advantage in the opening or the middle game, he's really the type to make like flawless moves
yeah,
and
yeah,
convert his.
very Magnus Carlsen chess, and maybe even better in that level. I mean, he converts every time. And
Like you see the
okay,
move 93 played by Giri. You see how he dealt with it. There's so many moves you could play. There's the hanging rook that he just calmly moves his rook and says, "Well, your rook on h5 is trapped. Now what?"
and now I think Wesley anticipated that the doubling of these pawns because of a threat of f5, f6 Amon could be really rough for Black, but Giri's going to win back the c3 pawn and kind of connect the queen and bishop there for some communication that defends against that. But
Yeah,
okay, now he goes for this, but here comes f5. I think maybe Giri should have taken the c pawn because I really don't like the threat of f6 coming.
yeah. He might play queen a6, but that drops the c7 pawn.
Queen c4, a very useful move that not only attacks this, guards c7, but also prevents queen g4, everybody, so that white can't just pop the queen back. So that was a useful move there by Giri, and in fact, that could be really irritating. Is Wesley just going to play f6 now and maybe renegade the f pawn in order to win the h6 pawn?
You also lose c3 if you do that. So you have to be careful you're not just giving up pawns unnecessarily. But one thing he has is the move rook c1 at
Uh-huh.
the end of a lot of lines to maybe pick up c7 as well. Although I'm not convinced that endgame is good enough.
I agree, and he goes for that idea I was mentioning, but I agree with you on the ending sort of assessment, which is I feel like a little bit of Wesley So's advantage got away from him here. He's still the only one who can win, and this is still very dangerous to be Black with a potentially open king, even if there's no threats now.
Yeah.
Anyway, he's going to go for the endgame. He's going to get c7 for c3, and we'll find out if Wesley believes these two pawns are enough to win against the f pawn.
Yeah, yeah. I think around the area where Queen C2 happened, I was a little surprised to see Wesley give up his entire queenside majority, like his 3 against 1, for pretty much like a couple double isolated pawns in the position. I thought that was a
Yeah,
good.
I think he liked this F pawn idea advancing, but I mean, and that's what I was pointing out. But I don't think it was enough. I agree. I think he maybe should have focused on finding a slightly more accurate approach to the position and keeping at least the A pawn, right? I mean, or keep something on the queen side, and he wasn't able to do that. So right as I say, he always converts. He doesn't convert. Way to go, Danny. Hashtag Jinxtown.
Yeah, the nice thing that Giri just did, by the way, is he just almost did he just trade Brooks or no? I think he just did, which is very, very good.
Yeah, this is going to be a draw now, and
You wish that you could maybe sack the bishop for the G pawn for an easy draw, but the bishop is the right color on H8, so he has to work a little harder, but I think this is a quite an effortless draw.
agreed.
One thing about Wesley is that he won't like take crazy risks when he's got an advantage. So he saw this as like a, well, I'll never lose. So obviously, okay, now they're just
Yeah, so now
agreeing
they
to
just
his
agree
draw.
with draw. Well, there you go. Wesley not able to convert. He just gives up the bishop. Classic Wesley. That was funny. A small smile. These guys are entertaining us today. Welcome to the 2017 Speed Chess Championship show. This is well, he maintains his one-game lead in style, sacrificing all of his pieces.
I
Shakes
think
his
they
head.
both enjoyed that.
Yeah, shakes his head, a little bit frustrated, but
But you can't be that frustrated when you've been a pawn up against Giri for like 3 games in a row. You
yep.
can't really complain.
Well, we've got a 6-5 score total. If you're just joining us, you missed the blitz portion. It ended in a deadlock tie after Wesley So won a very long Chess 960 game. Wesley So is also up a game currently in the 3-2 blitz, but it's been a very, very closely contested match. A lot of entertaining head gestures and bobbing from Anish Giri, so make sure you stick around for that. Probably somebody's going to make a gif that goes wild.
Yes.
And Amon, you and I are getting our money's worth. Given that we pay a lot to be here. So, but this has been fun. These guys are putting on a show.
Well, Danny, I was going to ask you, what do you think so far of just Anish Giri's play or his demeanor as we see him debuting in online chess? I think a lot of people are kind of warming up to him, that he's maybe getting some new fans. He's playing some very
Well, he's certainly entertaining us with his, he's showing his emotions, and he's excited at times, frustrated at times, and he's engaged. I think as far as his level of play, I've been impressed. I mean, Wesley So is so hot right now, as Mugatu would say, right? We know he's where he's at in terms of north of 2,800, so that's why he's been the favorite in many people's eyes. But Anish is staying with him, and we'll see what happens in the bullet, though, right, Amon? I think we're not sure yet until the time controls get even that much faster.
Yep.
But he has played some pretty good chess.
Yep. No, it's definitely impressive. And we're seeing Wesley here in an opening that he played well. He had the playoff match for the U.S. Championship with Onishuk, and I think this was one of the most important games of that playoff for him. But of course, all those top guys, they're playing the D5, C6, Bishop G4 against the ready these days, and it's just a small lasting edge for White where you try to get the bishop pair, which is what he's done. But then, like I was mentioning right in the first game, Danny, when you have the bishop pair, if you're playing against it, trade the other bishops that are left on the board of the same color, and that's almost always going to be the best plan.
Yeah, and the reason we talk about the bishop pair there for our audience who doesn't know these types of positions is because now, as you see, you have this lone light squared bishop, which is controlling squares that Black can't really challenge, at least not with a counterpart, a light square bishop of his own. But the best way to deal with the bishop pair or a powerful bishop is often to centralize your knights, and that's what Wesley So is doing here. He's going to bring the knight into the center. Whether that knight makes the complete journey into f4 before White gets some counterplay, ooh. He says, you know what? I'm actually going to go Yasser Seirawan and get greedy on this. Go gobble the a-pawn and...
or is Anish Giri going Wesley So on this? And
Anish Giri's going Wesley So on this. Anish Giri is all in right now with the attack on the king side. And is he going to get g5 and with it a mating net to justify the sacrificed a-pawn? I guess we'll find out.
This looks rash, to say the least. But maybe he feels he has to do something like that. He also saw how it worked for Wesley, in that this is blitz. We're definitely going to see knight h5, knight f4.
Yeah, black is going to almost have just as many chances against white's king as white does, but Giri kind of flexing his lower lip there. Maybe he doesn't agree. He's looking at this position with decent attacking chances. There is a threat on the board right now, everybody. That's knight f6 check. So
Yeah,
black better watch out for that.
it's still in the position though. He's going to take the rook back first, of course.
Yep.
I guess you can play it, but
You can still go for it, but it probably doesn't have enough. Yeah.
yeah.
The reason, everybody, is that after moves like knight f6 check, okay, he didn't go for it, but if knight f6 was played, the point is that white captures back on f6 with check. Black can block with the knight, but this would have been a really dangerous position. Anish decides it's not enough. He's just going to move the rook and maybe hope that Wesley misses knight f6.
He can go for g6 or f6. Both moves create serious mating threats on h7, g7.
Can he just try to kick the knight from d5 and then go back to this idea?
Yep. Yeah.
He can also still play knight f6 check here. I mean, he could have played knight f6 because even if the knight take, he takes, and he still has all kinds of mating threats. But
Yeah.
he decides to go for the c4 move.
This is scary, Danny. He's playing confidently. Remember that this is a bit different. This is 3+2. That time goes a lot faster. You don't have enough time to dwell on dangerous complications, and it seems like he's adjusting his style a little bit to match that.
And those who see that clock running at 37 minutes, if this is your first Speed Chess Championship, that is the total time available on the clock for the match, for the portion that they're playing of the match here. So once the 30 minutes is up, we will have another half an hour of bullet, and that will decide our winner. So that running clock shows us just how many 3-minute games we may have left here. But I agree that this is really dangerous for Wesley. Anish he's nodding his head, closing his eyes, and
Calculating something good there. He's cooking up something, Danny.
He's cooking up something. He feels confident he's going to beat rook d3 check with rook e3. No, f3.
I think f3 and rook h1, and he's really going for it there.
Look at that. The rook is going to swing, and we are going to go to town over here on the h-file. This could be a real problem for black.
If the king wasn't on g3, I'm almost thinking knight f6 check, king f8, queen f4 with a rook e8, but the king is on g3 with check at the moment, so it's just a dream so far.
Just show everybody Amon's dream. We don't want to go too far down that road, but we'll show him one of Amon's dreams, which is that after king f8, his hope was to take here. And if it wasn't for the fact that this was check, rook e8 would be the game. So that's an idea that Amon was highlighting, and always good. See, the thing is, you want to recognize those tactics, everybody, regardless of whether they work in the moment, because sometimes things change, right? Something happens, and you get in a scramble, and a certain feature about the position, maybe like the check, changes, and suddenly that tactic represents itself as an opportunity. So focusing in chess is the number one thing you have to do, whether it's your turn or your opponent's turn, and you want to always be just looking for little things like that might be possible.
And I think he just played queen d8, did Wesley, to meet knight f6, potentially with g takes f6, g takes f6, knight g6, f takes g6, queen takes f6 maybe?
Yeah, and
it's like a good liquidation for black.
Yeah, he's opening up the whole position, and his king will end up on a really kind of dangerous square, but it doesn't look like white has a concrete follow-up after that. So, but a precarious moment right now for black. I mean, only 30 seconds, and if this position gets wild, it may be hard for Wesley to defend all. Oh, we're going to find out.
So he doesn't take it.
Yeah. Is e5 hanging?
Well, then the knight starts to hang as well. Well, both knights start to hang.
Both knights are hanging, right? Now e5 might be hanging, and that idea could come back. Or will we see your rook h1? I'm wondering about rook h1 now. Why is he taking the draw? Fascinating. Why didn't he play rook h1 after king f8?
Rook h1.
Threatening. Then you can't take the knight because I play rook h8 check and skewer your.
Is there like something like rook d2 in that position?
Fascinating. And then you're mating me, maybe, but.
Maybe I'm getting a draw with rook g2, rook h2, or something.
Yeah. Wow. Well, we're analyzing in our head, so we're losing the audience. But that was fascinating to say the least, and one that kind of left us with a cliffhanger. So. Certainly was tricky, but these guys calculating probably all the variations we mentioned and more, and decided it was worth the perpetual.
Yeah. A knight e4 there by Wesley. an interesting idea that forks the c5 pawn and the f6 bishop, and queen b6, he's going to take with the queen. You do not want to play e takes f6 and have that structure. Wesley's just going for the better bishop, and black has the moves g6, h6, c5 kind of thrown in sporadically, and white's position is just very solid.
And again, we've seen a couple draws the last couple of games, but not due to lack of fighting, right? I mean, that game had us hanging by the very few hairs on my chinny chin chin, the many hairs on your chinny chin chin. But I was hanging by the hairs on my chin. That's what matters.
Right, all of them.
All few of them. All right, well, here we are at the 30-minute mark, almost for the 3-minute portion. A 1-game lead in the match. Anish Giri, Wesley So. This looks like a little bit of a lame London system, but I feel like this is where, okay, now the knight has to go to g1. That's no fun, but I feel like this is where Wesley wants to be. He's already squeezed a couple minimal advantages him on, and I think he wants to stay on this path and play some long games.
Yeah, but I'm liking the aggressive Anish Giri, I think that was a good thing we saw last game, and if you have a bailout draw at the end of a lot of complications, that's fine. That's going to change the more you do that. So I think it's good to see. And we see g4 and e5. He has barely touched his pieces. How many rules of the opening is he breaking here, Danny?
Too many to pretend that there's instructional moments for kids. But the point, everybody, in all seriousness, is that he's breaking some opening rules by not developing, but neither was white or black. And so, now both sides catch up. There weren't really any concrete opportunities to take advantage of the kings in the center.
And he has put that pawn on e5 to take away the f4 square from the knight. And I just don't see the justification for this, because white gets rook on c1, unless, and we see him, he plays h5, Danny. He's going for it, I feel like.
Yeah, white meets him with h4, but that means white may have to play g3. Okay, but there's no time. We en passant before you can.
Yep. The knight on d7 for black has some goals, maybe, of getting to f6, e4, or some better squares. But it's clear now, I think, that black is not going to castle. And if you just look at Anish's position, from a distance, if you just take a step back, I don't really like it at all. It looks a bit weird right now. You've got no place for your king. The rook's coming to c7. White has no place for his king either, but he can always play king f1, or even, worst case, leave it where it is right now.
But a pawn is a pawn. Anish decides he's going to go take it, and I guess is white just going to return the favor by gobbling either d6 or b7? No. Wesley wants more than a pawn. Wesley wants an active knight, which may lead to some sort of mating net against this black king. So I'm agreeing with you. It looks more and more like Anish is going to be on the defensive once again, which is where he's been for the last couple of games. So right now the momentum really seems to be favoring Wesley.
Yeah, knight takes h5, obviously threatening knight g7, but it's testing Giri here, because there's pieces coming from all sides. Is he going to play? He plays knight f4.
Wow, that was tricky.
There's no rook h3, I think.
Gaining a tempo. If black took here, loses the queen. So black retreats the queen, but now there's all kinds of weird stuff. I wonder in some position if
take that, though.
Can you get away with something crazy like knight to d5 and then take on d6, and you're threatening both queen e7 and knight c7 mate. Something like that is. Oh, he plays it. Wow.
There you go, Danny. You're getting the moves right. That's a big move. Knight d5.
Knight d5 is key, and it's because of that double attack checkmate. If it was just one threat,
look at that Giri face. He's doing a real unhappy emoji right there.
That was an unhappy emoji. Have you ever done the winky frowny face?
No, that's a hard one to pull off in real life, Danny.
It is. It's a real hard one. I've been working on it for years, but no, I mean this is a tough moment. Giri leaning in seriously because perhaps missed this opportunity with knight to d5.
Yeah, rook h3, as you mentioned. Queen takes d6, and you even throw in rook h1, and you're temporarily up a rook. But knight c7 checkmate, queen e7 checkmate. Those are irrefutable. Or at least you can't stop them both at the same time.
Yeah, Giri shaking his head, knows he can't afford to play rook takes h3, but
yeah,
still going to be a tough one to hold.
he's played a subpar move here. He knows it. But I think it's very good that he didn't completely tank on time and
Right.
find himself out of the game. But he knows, I think, that Wesley has got this game in the bag if he converts. He's already up. I mean, sorry, he's not up a pawn, but he definitely could be if the tactics don't just win the game itself.
Right. He's going to trade, and then likely he's going to he's going to take on b6, but
It
he
hits the
has to
rook
be
like
careful. I mean, Giri will return the favor and now get active against White's king if you let him. And he's going to go queen h1 check, I assume, but then the problem is he'll have to deal with the rook. So maybe not. Maybe queen h4 is actually what we'll see.
Yep.
Yeah, this is actually looking tougher and tougher. I mean,
No, it's a really bad position. Maybe king g7, queen h1, king d2, queen h4 he wants, attacking f2 with check.
the simplest of thing for Wesley might be just guard the
Yep, he's gone with g3, queen f6, and maybe just
guard the f pawn.
he goes
Okay,
to
he
f4.
guards the f pawn more aggressively. f4. That makes sense.
Yeah,
The endgame is probably also just a win for White with this extra pawn and a well-placed rook immediately threatening to enter the c7 square
yeah.
and a potentially more active king.
I think though Giri is going to have real trauma, Danny. Another pawn down rook endgame that he's getting
Yeah,
squeezed in. That this might be too much.
that might be too much. The kind of thing, when a nightmare repeats to that level, it's time to seek therapy, right? I mean, this could be some really traumatic stuff if he loses yet another very, very close rook endgame.
Right.
But he's on his way to doing that, and Wesley knows exactly what matters. He's not worried about that pawn. He wants an active king and an active rook. He's going to go, maybe now he won't even take f5. Is he going to go for the b pawn? I thought maybe he might even play rook h7 and choose that pawn.
Yeah, I think he's going to take it now, and then he's always got ideas of giving up the f pawn for the b pawn.
Yeah,
But he's
and
going
he'll
to
do it with check, yeah. Playing rook f8, after king e7, he's going to go gobble the b7 pawn.
Yeah.
And,
Yeah, I believe that he's going to swing the well, he's just going to push the b pawn and swing the rook over to
Yep.
to h7 maybe.
choosing between ways to win now.
Now
Of
for
course,
the
Giri,
check. Maybe d5 check.
d5 check wins the rook, doesn't it?
Well,
Oh, no, not quite.
yeah,
Almost.
Yeah.
Almost. I thought the king might have been forced to a position to allow a skewer, but no.
I think
But
b6 and bringing the king in is probably
probably good enough. Even in lines like rook c1 check and rook c5. Okay, Giri knows he can't afford to go for the pawn, so trying to do his last best effort to
yeah.
defend.
But I think if you put the pawn on b7 and bring the king to f5, you should be able to get into e6, and
Yep.
that looks simple enough because king f7, we know about this age-old trick, rook h8, rook takes
Yep.
b7, rook h7 check. So I think this is losing. Maybe rook b5, trying to take with.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter. Even if you get rook b5, king
Yeah,
f5,
it doesn't
the
matter.
king gets to e6, and then eventually White's going to be winning the rook because Black will have to give it up. A little bit of a zugzwang trick there. Not quite.
He's just putting the king on h7 before he does it, I think.
Yeah.
But king
Nope.
f5 takes king e6 should be good enough.
Yeah, let's analyze that line for the members here. King f5, king takes, king e6. The rook will have to go back to guard the pawn. King takes d6. Oh, wait a second.
I thought that it would be good enough, but actually Black takes the pawn, plays rook b5, and plays rook to b1.
Yeah, the reason, everybody, is the rook gets back, and then he has these checks here, and the king can never hide. So it was harder to win that than we thought, but where it's headed now, it will be an easy win because the king and the rook, with working with the pawn, are going to reach a Lucena position.
Yep.
Which, if you don't know the Lucena, you should go check out. Rook Ending video series on Chess.com right now. There are lots of them, but the point is there's no real way for Black to stop. Eventually, the white rook comes to a position where it can block all the checks, and then pawn will queen. We're gonna see Wesley So do that right now.
Just textbook. Unfortunately, Anish knows it, and it's always painful when there's nothing you can do no matter how strong you are. It's just textbook stuff.
Yep. Here comes the pawn push, and a Anish Giri resignation, and there we go. Well, another victory for Wesley So puts the match at a 2-game lead, and Wesley So seems to be back in the driver's seat after Giri won 3 in a row earlier. Anish is in danger of losing 3 in a row himself if he gives up another one.
Put together the biggest streak, right? 3 games in a row.
Yeah.
In a blitz portion of a speed chess blitz battle. I don't know. Is that maybe the biggest series?
Yeah, well, you don't see that many wins in a row normally, unless it's just an absolute mismatch. I mean, I think we have seen some of that with some of the top seeds taking on a lower seed, but yeah, for players like this of this level, really tough to win that many games in a row.
Right. And what's funny is this position is actually the exact same one as last game, just down a tempo, right? We saw knight e4 and black played queen b6 and queen takes f6. So if knight takes f3, queen takes f3, it's actually the exact same position that Wesley just had.
Yep. Well, Wesley is
He didn't go for it because he has the black pieces now, so it's going to look a bit different. I imagine he's just going to take on f3 and take on d5, and although white can claim a development and initiative advantage with knight c3,
yeah. There's a lot of pawn problems,
yes,
99 of them to be exact.
yeah,
Yeah, this
knight
is this is
d5 there, and I guess he can get away with taking a pawn, but I don't feel like that's even an accomplishment.
Yeah, because the tough thing is that even with that pawn, you have no advantage. These two pawns on the b file versus one are nothing, right? And combine that with the doubled f pawns, the isolated d pawn. So we look at this position bigger picture, and black is really the one playing for a win, which means Wesley So again is
But
in the
black
driver's seat.
he even gets his rook out first to the open files.
Yeah.
I just I don't even think this is good for white.
Anish is a little frustrated with himself. You can tell he needs to find the rhythm that he had previously with the animated head bobs and a little bit of smiles. Right now, he's feeling the pain of losing a whole bunch of rook endings in a row to
Yeah,
Wesley So.
yeah. This doesn't when you're trying to bounce back from some tough games, this isn't the type of position you want. He's not getting a big advantage. He's not putting pressure on Wesley here, and if anything, he's almost risking just being worse. And you see him shaking his head. He's looking to just draw this position, I think. But can Wesley even, I don't know, try to play for more?
Yeah, and even if he doesn't, I mean, he's got a two-game lead. He can kind of grind this one out. It's easy to be pushing a position where you're playing for two results when the match stance is or the match situation is that you're in the lead. You kind of don't want to play a long game if you're the one down in the match because just way too much time goes off that total game clock. We see 21 minutes ticking down. So,
And he has to be careful here. I mean, you can imagine if he lost this game, that might be it, right? Mentally, that's very tough. He's got a
yep,
pawn fixed on a dark square. Wesley can always try to play bishop c5, bishop to b4. All the pawns on light squares for black, dark square bishops. It means only Wesley can win. But
yep.
I don't think he's going to necessarily take a draw here. I think there's still some moves to be played.
And as everyone is going to see, Wesley So he's not going to take on g4 because that would undouble white's pawns and really provide a lot of freedom, which is just instructive for the viewers because when you have this kind of advantage, your one pawn on f5 is really worth more than both the f and the f3 and f4 pawns. It just keeps them stuck, keeps this pawn on a dark square, which makes it a constant target for black to remaneuver and poke at it.
Yep.
So patience is how you win these endgames, and Wesley So is going to show it here. Whether he's going to win it or not, he's going to show us about keeping the tension over here, leave white with the weaknesses, and try to find a way to maybe maneuver himself into the queen side with the king and bishop.
And you see what he's doing, Danny. And I think I'm just going to point this out because it's quite instructive. He put a pawn on a dark square on d4, and that's not something a lot of us would do. But I think that he's planning to play bishop b4,
Yeah,
and then
and
there's
then
no
bishop
bishop
c3.
c3. And then he's going to put the bishop on e1, bishop f2, and bishop e3. And that's how he's going to get at that f4 pawn. And taking that would result in a losing pawn endgame, most likely. So that's now what Anish is spending his time on. Suddenly there's a concrete plan that he has of putting a bishop on e3, and you
Yep.
can't maintain defense of that pawn on f4.
Yeah, and I'm going to show that for the fans here. Again, everybody, likely the king and pawn ending is losing just because the king is much more advanced, black is up a pawn, which means if you have to move, then you have this long-term goal of this bishop finding its way all the way over here, where you'll either be forced to trade into the lost king and pawn ending or give up another pawn. So kind of advanced stuff there, but that's what these players are capable of, and it shows you that you got to establish your goals, like squares like this for a piece, and even if it doesn't happen right away, makes your opponent's defensive job really hard when they have to think about so many different things to prevent you from doing.
Yep.
he wants to move the bishop now, everybody, and get the king to b4, but then white will play bishop a3 check and kind of keep that at bay. So, but this is really tough to be white because you're worried about, I can't move my king too far, then bishop e1, f2, e3 comes into play. I can't move my bishop on c1 too far because then maybe the king gets in, and if I don't have bishop a3 check. So it's just getting harder and harder to play white here.
I agree. I think that he's definitely still, got the draw within reach. It's nothing crazy like that, but he's enticing white to play the move g5, another pawn on a dark square, and then it would be more consequential to lose the f4 pawn because suddenly the whole chain falls.
A little bit of a head bob there from Giri, thinking, all right, maybe I can do this. Let's find a rhythm here. He's got to give himself a little bit of a pep talk, or at least I have to do that about 7 times a day. Maybe he's doing that.
He's got to be worried about e5 in the position. If he can get e5, I think Giri wants to take and then play f4. And then
that's going to be key because with so many pawns on the dark squares, that means this bishop here has a lot of targets potentially.
Yep.
But what's going to happen? So this is an interesting move, bishop a5. He might try to put the bishop on a different square and kind of just, play with the opportunity of maybe threatening again, king c5 entering on the queen side if this bishop wanders onto the wrong place. Okay, he goes for that, but what's the follow-up?
I think he's just seeing what Giri's going to do. You just got to test your opponent on the different ways into the position and get the thing though, Danny, and this is why you'll often see a lot of these endgames. They're not winning in the first 20 moves of the endgame, but you might see them won after like 70 moves because you lull your opponent into a sense of security by repeating with them, and then you're preparing an idea. And that's kind of what we saw with that g4 move in the rook endgame in a couple games ago when Wesley won. He might have an idea planned with e5, maybe like e5, f4. I don't know, but he might have something planned, and he's preparing to play it at a later stage when Giri's lower on time.
Yeah. And that's just practical chess right there, everybody. Sometimes we have to remember it's a game, not a science. People say, well, why would you do that? Just do the best thing now. Well, no, you have to put your opponent in a position that's a tough one to defend, because what if you do it and there actually isn't a forced win, but you won because the guy was under time pressure? So create opportunities for your opponent to go wrong, and often they will. Okay, maybe Wesley realizes he's run up against a wall here. Is he just going to repeat? I still don't think so. I think he'll try e5. No, he won't. He'll just take the draw.
I think he realized after b4 that finally Giri realized too he can put all his pawns on dark squares simply because there's no entry.
Yeah, once that happened, everybody, the main thing is that even if the e5 trade happened, pawns go to dark squares and there's just nowhere else to go. Okay, well, interesting stuff, right? So from Giri's perspective, you've stopped the bleeding, right? You didn't lose another game. You got back on the board with a draw. From Wesley's perspective, you were pushing all game with black, so you really can't ask for much more to be up 2 games in the match standings and to be in a position where, okay, you tried for about 15 minutes to win a game as black and you didn't. C'est la vie. Now I'm still up 8-6.
Is this Chess 960, Danny?
I think that was a mistake.
They seem to be playing a Chess 960 game.
Yeah, that was a...
Unless the game clock is a bit different.
No. That was a mistake, I think, by our system here. I don't think that was meant to be. Highly unfortunate. We will figure out how to handle this. The fun thing is we're going to get an extra Chess 960 game, and I think the best thing to do is to actually just let this game count toward the total score.
Count it as the Chess 960 game.
As the Chess 960 game, and after this they'll go back to playing a 3-minute game. So crazy stuff. Wesley So gets a second white in the Chess 960 game, which means he will get white. He will not get white again. So Anish Giri is guaranteed the white pieces in the bullet portion. But this is totally nuts.
Well, the thing with this position is, once again, it's not totally like a Chess 960. There's a little bit of chess in here. The only nice thing is the queen's on h8, so there's no way to set up a completely normal position. And I like the move g5. This is what you have to do. The position is calling for this h5, g5 with the 2 bishops lined up like that. That is like basic attacking chess. Maybe g4, g3 here, something like that. Maybe even taking, but somebody's going to get in big trouble here with the king. Knight g5. He's going to put the
For
knight
sure.
on e4 to stop the bishop on a1 from exerting that pressure on the long diagonal. I don't like Wesley's position at all, really. I think that the bishop on e8 and b8 are much stronger. The pawn on e6 seems to work a lot better than a knight on e3, so he's actually moved it, and he's probably planning to play e3 himself. But I don't know. I'm actually looking at something like e3, knight f3 check, maybe getting something like that to work, because I think these positions, even with a move like rook takes g5 in some lines, start to get very, very scary for white to deal with. Knight f5, rook takes g5, meeting e3 with knight f3 check, something like that. So he might play knight f5 here, or I'm not sure if he's considering something else like e5 to keep the knight there.
Yeah, the biggest thing I have about the position is that long term, okay, I was just going to say, how's he going to deal with this awkward king? He's going to centralize it, which is probably better than it's sitting there potentially in a dangerous spot on f8. Really, the biggest awkward thing about the whole position is this is a true 960 game, the opposite of the last one. Look at this queen on h1. And this is just nutty, right? The queen is currently completely trapped in by black's bishops.
And
That's
this is
not
what I
something you
wanted to
see every
see.
day.
Look at that rook takes g5. That's what we need to see from Giri. I think Wesley doesn't do as well when you really put him under the gun here. H4, G3, or H4, H3 are all coming. This is a huge attack for black, Danny.
I'm reminding everybody this is the Chess 960 game, and what does that mean for those of you who don't know what Chess 960 is? It's 960 for the 960 possible different variations of how the pieces can be set up on the back rank. And it's a really fun variant in chess. You can actually play it on Chess.com, and so if you're wondering what in the world are you looking at, that's why we have this really fun and interesting start that I think we may see a surprising result. Normally, I feel like white gets the better games in these Chess 960 games, but Giri with his head bob says no. He's
Yeah,
feeling real confident again, and this could be right. This could be the change in momentum that he really needed, right?
I'd say
Going
so,
for
Danny. Like
go.
if you look at how the opening went, Wesley So brought his knight out to e3, and in contrast, Giri played e6. So it meant that he had access for his knight to go to c6 and d4, and because that knight was there blocking the bishop on e1, I mean the queen just never developed. Look, it's playing queen
Yeah,
a3. You can play knight g4 here. You can take on f2 and knight g4. There are so many juicy, juicy moves. This probably looks completely winning for black. The rook swings to g8. I don't know how he's going to survive this. Knight g4, knight
yeah.
e3.
Knight g4 looks really, really tough, and now that dark square bishop is going to get involved.
Well, bishop h2 wins the
Oh, just on the spot
almost the
because
game on the spot, right? Knight e3 and queen
knight
f4.
e3, king f2. There's no mate though. I still
Well,
don't
queen
see a
f4
mate.
wins the queen, right?
Queen f4 in this position does win the queen because the queen would have to block, and then you just take it. Yeah.
I mean, this is
Giri puts his hand up like, what am I missing? And he just plays it. So
yeah,
now we're going to get a regular chess game again, and that should be starting momentarily.
yeah. No, that's just a crush. Like the queen on h1 never gets out, and that is a dominant win by Giri, and he's kind of right back in the match, Danny. Like
Yep.
we've been saying, it's a topsy-turvy match. These guys go off momentum. So
Topsy-turvy match. That Chess 960 game was just what the doctor ordered for Anish, and now he's back in the match. That is the official 3-minute game for the Chess 960 portion, or the official Chess 960 game for the 3-minute portion, I should say. And we have 10 minutes remaining here for the 3-minute chess.
right.
And
Will there be a bonus 3-minute game then at the end?
I'm gonna discuss that now, actually, yeah, with the team and make a decision on that. But I think probably we will try to have at least one 3-minute bonus game that goes past the timer, since from the player's perspective, they're just focused on the chess, and they wouldn't know the time ran out unless we tell them. So I think we'll make up for that Chess 960 game, taking a little bit of the 3-minute time by giving them one extra bonus 3-minute game before we head into bullet.
Yeah, and Hikaru Nakamura is in the Chess.com TV chat, and he thinks it's actually preferable to be black in Chess 960. He didn't say why, but I'm maybe guessing, it's tough to find a plan when you're sitting there facing all these random pieces, and if your opponent goes first, you have time to think on their clock. You get to react to some of their ideas. and maybe decide once they've moved some of their pieces whether you're going to copy it or play against their moves. So I tend to agree with that philosophy that playing black in chess 960 is almost preferable.
Well, it's interesting. Maybe from a practical perspective, it's true. I think that the issue is finding that a lot of positions where the pieces are set up initially, I get maybe as the theory of chess 960 gets more worked out, we've actually had trouble finding chess 960 positions that don't give white too big of an advantage. And so we're very, very meticulous. We prepare trying to find positions that are in a very, very close evaluation for the starting position. Because some of them can really, really be very, very dangerous for black, depending on where the pieces are set up.
Yep.
But okay, that's a whole nother discussion. Right now, what matters is we are in a super, super tight match between Anish Giri and Wesley. So if you look at those little numbers next to their pictures, their avatars, you see it's 8-7 in favor of Wesley So. A one-game match where potentially we could just have one more 3-minute game after this, depending on how long this game goes. So, so we could be tied heading into bullet, or even within a game or two. I think either way that puts us all into like a really, really exciting position to see who's going to win this match. It's going to come down to the wire.
Definitely, and we're seeing a position that often comes out of a London system. Here, I think it arrived via a different move order, potentially the ready to start, but white just has that lasting advantage of, he's got the double B pawns, but by the way, why didn't he play B5? Giri is shaking his head there.
I think Wesley played fast, but I think he missed the opportunity, everybody, for the move B5, and the reason for that.
That's kind of incredible. Giri looks really upset. This is the main idea in this opening.
Yep.
Is you want to play B5. That's like your dream, and he takes the bishop, whips out F4, probably too quickly, not realizing that Wesley would maybe blunder such a move.
I don't know. Maybe Wesley's a little distracted from the previous game, or just didn't have quite his tactical eye on. But again, showing everybody on our analysis board here, the main point is that the A pawn is pinned, and if you can't capture it because of the rook, then you're going to have a lot of problems, because the next move white has so many good choices in terms of pushing and capturing and creating all kinds of weaknesses. So this move was one that Wesley missed, and we'll see if that comes back to hurt him down the road. Giri immediately, right after F4 was played, Giri immediately played the move rook to B8, because now B5 could be met by captures.
Wesley is
without
black, right?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, Wesley immediately played there. So Giri was the one frustrated about missing B5 for sure.
Right. Yeah, no, it's really surprising. Obviously Wesley noticed it right after, but that might be maybe the blunder of the match so far. I can't really think of a bigger moment where one or both players have missed such an important move, unless I'm missing something here. But I thought B5 was very strong there.
Yep, agreed.
And this looks fairly drawish.
But it's drawish, I guess, with white having a little bit of push because of the space advantage. But even more so than before, there's hardly any weaknesses. Meaning the game we had that was sort of a similar structure before.
Yeah.
Really.
I think really pursing his lips there, because he just offered a draw which Wesley declined. Although I'm not sure he declined because he wanted to, or he just didn't see it fly in.
Yeah, it seems likely he just didn't see that the draw offer came through, because I don't think he thinks he's winning. Wesley, or Anish, now scowling at Wesley's last move, H5, doesn't think that was his best choice, but deciding not to en passant the pawn anyway, and likely that's because if white had en passanted here, this pawn is going to be lost eventually anyway, and then black will probably use the H-file to target the weak H-pawn. So
yeah, he's going to put the knight on F3 and then E5, but there's just nothing.
There's just nothing to play for here. Neither side has enough opportunities to break through, create avenues for the pieces. So it would take a blunder of epic proportions for that to change. Likely we will see a draw.
More than that, if the knight wasn't on C7, white can always consider a move like B5. And then try to get into the position. But Wesley's in shuffle mode. These guys are probably just going to repeat for a draw here.
Yep. Which means we will get 2 more 3-minute games likely. If the next game goes to the max, we'll have one more starting in place of the Chess 960 game that has already been played. If you're just joining us, Anish Giri won the Chess 960 game. And so we have about probably 2 games left here in the 3-minute portion before we will move on into the bullet, or a quick break and then bullet. And we're going to have a close match when that happens.
Definitely. And you got to wonder, is Wesley using some old John Urschel techniques, some football techniques, running down the clock when you're leading the match, Danny, so he doesn't get too many extra games? If it's going to be a draw and you're leading the match, you may as well repeat for quite a while.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's one thing you have to consider and maybe from a momentum standpoint, if you weren't happy with the last couple of games, you kind of play it out. Sometimes you see them sort of work out their nerves in this way,
Yep.
just to take a little bit of time off the total game clock and prepare themselves for what will be a thrilling bullet session. And that's the big one we've been saying about Anish Giri, right? We don't know what his online chess experience is with bullet. Certainly doesn't play as much as the legends that we know of, Hikaru Nakamura, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. So be very, very curious to see how Giri plays in the bullet portion.
Yeah, we know a little bit about Wesley just because he's been a bit more accessible online for online chess. But one thing that we can say is, at least I remember in the Pro Chess League, since we played the St. Louis Archbishops, the Chess Bras, I think he hung an entire rook against Caruana in a time scramble. So he's definitely susceptible to the same blunders as everybody else in a time scramble.
Yep, absolutely. We saw him and Fabiano both back and forth, and Fabiano is now actually in the chat, hanging out along with Hikaru Nakamura, from what I'm being told. So we welcome lots of super GMs,
Yes,
chilling out.
Chat.
And of course, Fabiano Caruana will be playing his match on August 24th against Ho Yifan, as you can see on the right side of your bracket there. The winner of Caruana and Ho Yifan will be taking on Hikaru Nakamura. So that should be an exciting one on August 24th to see who wins that match.
Yep, and as you mentioned, the winner of this match likely goes on to play Magnus Carlsen, right? So
right.
There's also a huge opponent ahead for most likely whoever comes out on top of this match.
Yep. All right, well, 2 minutes left currently in the 3-minute portion. We will have one more 3-minute game right after this one. And this one is... So we have an interesting dynamic. Obviously, white has the bishop pair and a 3-on-2 advantage on the queen side. So Wesley So maybe has a small edge based on those factors. But Giri's position also very solid. Perhaps he wants to trade off the dark square bishops, as you've sort of emphasized in this match or in today's show a few times.
Yeah.
Make his life a little easier so he doesn't have to worry about the threats of this bishop on b2.
Yeah, I remember a game of Wesley So's against Michael Adams where he used the two bishops against exactly bishop and knight like this to great effect. And in that game, Michael Adams was trying, playing bishop a3 and stuff, trying to trade those bishops, and Wesley was being very annoying, playing bishop a1, keeping the bishop. I think he understands these very well. You're not going to see him trade dark square bishops here, unless he absolutely has to, although he is open to trading queens potentially. He would be open to trading queens. Black's trying to get maybe a pawn down to e4. Another thing that you can support is an idea like bishop c5 and bishop d4 in some positions, and really trying to trade those off. But it looks like he's just going to keep throwing that pawn down the board.
If he gets the pawn to e4, the question is how quickly might it move to e3. Now you're in a position where black could even just take back with the queen on f6, sacrifice the e4 pawn.
I think that's what he's going to do.
Yeah, he's got pretty good drawing chances. With an opposite code bishop ending, means that those bishops really won't be able to challenge each other, which makes a single pawn advantage often not enough to win. Kind of similar to that philosophical thing I was saying about the rook endings earlier. The geometry of the board is such that often, even with a small pawn advantage, you have to be able to challenge your opponent's pieces to prevent blockades. But that's why a lot of opposite code bishop endings are drawn, because you often can't do that, and that's what Giri's going to do. He's just going to go for this idea.
I think he actually spent some time, Danny, deciding if he could maybe even be better there, because the 3 against 2 in opposite bishop positions might be useless, and then maybe g takes f6 and f5, and you try to play f4 or e3. But he's going to go this way. He's going to play a5, queen e7, queen f6, and you can just shuffle the position.
Right.
I think they're going to agree to a draw very, very fast.
I think, and Giri's letting us know that he believes it's a draw. Just sort of makes the symbol and then offers a draw. He's letting the fans know. Yeah, I know it's a draw. And so now we have one more game here in the 3-minute portion, and that'll be it. it'll
I think
be
he wants Wesley to keep accepting those draws. He doesn't want him running out the clock on him, Danny.
Yep.
But yes, this is the last game of the 3-minute section, which means that they're going to have a short break after this. And then it's on to bullet, Danny, where there are huge question marks for Giri. I think that, if he plays well, he could win the match for himself there, but he could also just be completely outclassed. We'll have to see.
Yeah, it'll be interesting, right? We are headed toward the biggest moments of the match. I guess at this point, every game is critical given how close the score is. We haven't had a match go to overtime. People always wonder what happens if they're tied at the end of regulation and bullet. Then we play more games, more chess. So the fans want that to happen. We will get into the rules as we get closer to that really being a reality. But that could be fun to have an overtime match today, Amon. You and I've been there before with some overtime coverage.
Yes, I've actually, in the pro chess, I was, we had an overtime against Wesley So's team, like a triple overtime. So
yeah, that was.
I've been a part of. Overtime is always a lot of fun.
It's still, people say it may have been the greatest match of any kind in any sport in history. So that was Chess Bras versus the St. Louis Arch. That's what I say anyway. So
right, I'm sure people say that as well.
I'm sure many other people say it too. But so this is interesting. What do we have here in regards to the position on the board? Again, a dynamic that we keep talking about, right? What have you got here? You've got white with more activity. This bishop on g2 is nice. The knight on d4 is nice. But if black deals with these threats, there's some weak pawns on c3 and a2. He'd like to get a rook to the c file. Maybe white's now calculating whether he just makes a big trade on c6 Amon, and we get just some sort of position of total equality with both sides having the exact same pawn weaknesses.
Yep, I think that would ever so slightly favor white in the sense that you could play c4 after that and control the knight going to d5, and then maybe even consider in some cases bishop takes knight or certain imbalances that might go for you, but I don't think that white is doing that much better.
And I think, okay, he goes knight a5 first to hit the pawn, which makes sense, but I think we will see c4, and another idea behind that is it guards the d5 square, kind of keeping this knight on f6 a little limited in terms of its options. So I agree. Structurally, we're symmetrical. Not a ton to play for, but a slight advantage for white here. And maybe he wants a little more. What's he going with this trade? He wants
bishop takes, and then I guess he's going to go.
He's trying to bring this knight to even more ambitious squares on either c5 or d6.
I was going to say, what happens on bishop e7? Like, what was he planning there? But h6 has been thrown in first.
Yeah, I'm curious, what the options were after bishop e7, just guarding both of those squares. So we'll never know. The world will never know, like getting to the center of a Tootsie Pop. And the tempo on the rook, but that forces the rook to an even better square. I don't really understand Giri's last few moves. Am I alone in this? I don't really understand knight to b7, and I feel like the maneuver of bringing the knight to d6 to me isn't really a huge improvement for white.
Yeah, he kind of went on a tangent there. He's going to play maybe bishop b6, rook b1.
He'll play rook b1, but now we get the knight to d5 if we're black, because white never denied us that option, which to me was a mistake. I think your initial positional point about c4 was a good one, but white never did it.
No, this is not materializing for Giri that well. We will see.
Yeah, now that knight gets to d5.
And I guess bishop takes b6 is going to have to be played in the position. Or bishop
play bishop d2, I guess.
Bishop takes f2, Danny.
Bishop takes f2. In fact, that's a great tactic. Let's make sure we show that for the fans. If the bishop had gone to d2, a la Danny, bishop takes f2 wins on the spot. So thank you for making that blunder so that everybody could see that instructive point. But now it means we're back to feeling the way we did. I mean, I think Giri leans in with a little bit of frustration. He probably is agreeing with us that, that did not transition from the middle game to the end game as well as it could have for white.
Absolutely. This is not a good end game. But somehow it seems like Wesley's transition from the middle game into the end game always seems to, maybe not a winning position, but he just gets the better version of a draw, and at the
Yeah,
highest.
and I don't know why that was, though. I mean, I feel like this is a game that should have been different. White had the opportunity to be the one playing for 2 results, I think, with the plan we suggested. But now, I mean, look at this position from what we had before. We have a rook on the second rank, a rook passively on c1, worried about the defense of the c3 pawn, and a knight that wasted 4 moves to get to d6 in order to do what exactly?
Yeah.
Maybe get
You know
itself
what I can
trapped, by the way.
envision?
What? Maybe it gets itself trapped. I mean, I hate it when you and I agree and we're coming together on the same page that we don't like the play of one of these super GMs, but it really feels like Giri lost the thread on this one.
Yeah, and I'm just looking at the time as well. Danny's down more than a minute, and this is the last game, so it's going to have a lasting impression going into the next segment. And
Yeah.
this is his chance to really steady the ship, so to speak. And it looks like we might end up in, once again, some sort of rook endgame with 1 pawn extra for Wesley So, unless he manages something here.
Well, Giri goes for the practical defense, get active with the rook and the knight, even if it costs me a couple pawns. And so if black takes here, he's hoping that the rook and knight combination of being active against the black king can create something. But I'm still liking black. Yeah, I mean, I would say call the bluff and go and take that pawn. Where's the threat? You're chasing my king into a better position, and
Yeah.
and thank you. I would play the move rook a2 and even meet rook f8 with just knight f6, worst case scenario, and black has a very active king.
Yeah, for sure. No, this is not looking great for Giri, but the nice move a5, and you have that check on a1 to get the pawn to a4, so there's no rook a8 just winning the pawn. He's just going to march that pawn down the board, and he's up 1 pawn here, and the presence of the knights gives him very real winning chances.
Yep. Now what, knight f6?
One thing we could see maybe is like, yeah, I was going to say if knight f6, maybe rook a8, and you can almost use your knight and rook to try to corral that a pawn with the knight on f6 so far away.
Yeah, the one outside fear you have as black is that your king gets in a mating net. Obviously, Giri has this rook on the f-file. Maybe he brings the knight into one of these squares. In fact, just a funny idea to show how...
Himself, right?
What?
Your idea of the mating net, he's kind of like doing it to himself, Wesley. He's allowing knight e5. He's allowing then h5.
Ah, look at that.
Yeah.
Quite the combination. Is he going to win the king and pawn ending? Because if the knight and pawn are sort of eliminating themselves, that allows black to just focus on the king side.
Yeah. I think he sees the way. e4 check and king g4.
e4 check. The king has to move.
That's impressive to simplify to that so quickly, Danny. Like he just realized that was a win so quickly.
Yeah, no, this is amazing. And one thing that's fascinating about this, everybody, is the
95,
board is basically
the cheapo.
Go for the mate.
Yes, go for the mate. Yes, yes.
93 check, going for the mate. That would have been fun, everybody. If black had pushed, white would have checkmated the king in a very, very awkward fashion. But not going to happen, and Giri is going to go on to lose. But as I was saying, everybody, the board is sort of split in two. When you have the knight having to stay stuck to the queen side in order to guard this pawn, that basically makes it a king and pawn ending where black is up an e-pawn. Now, it's not that simple, obviously, as we see the knight does have these abilities to kind of play tickle, make a little check on e3, guard a1, but that was Wesley's idea to transition so quickly. And maybe now
he's trying to put him in Zugzwang, but he's going to play king f2 or king e2 here, and I'm not sure if Wesley is going to play, I was going to say g5 or not, and go for this, but he kind of has to if he wants any try.
Yeah, he's got to create a scenario where he goes and gets the g-pawn, and maybe white tries to run and get the e-pawn, like if king e3, the king would have come to g4. But I think Giri found a way to hold that, so we were obviously super impressed, and this was kind of a really interesting, instructive idea to sacrifice the piece so quickly, but in hindsight, perhaps Wesley did act too quickly, which is a little rare for him.
Can he go with the king to the queen side, though? Like, does he have to... Because if you bring the king all the way to the queen side now that the pawn's on a2, white can't really leave the knight on a1 or anything like that.
Well, the risk is that the king on f2 comes and gets e4, right? So if there's a way to do it, you'd have to kind of start it now. If we're looking at it, something like this, the kings come up to e5, and at some point you have to commit, and you're going to lose the e-pawn in the process. It might just be a draw because can the knight put himself on a1 and then stalemate himself?
This is what, I wanted actually king c5 there. King takes e4, king c4, but there might be some stalemate tricks in the corner, and I think we're going to see something like that take place here.
Yeah, well, Wesley's going to try to keep pushing and poking and maybe eventually go for an idea like that. It seems to be the only thing he's left, or he's just going to agree to a draw. But perhaps the only try left is an eventual run to the queenside. But ideas we saw of that, everybody, again, to show you why that would be a draw. If you get some position where the knight can sacrifice itself in the corner, the white king can stalemate the black king, and then black actually has to push this pawn where white has the choice of either pushing and losing or taking and drawing. Okay, but what happened? What did we miss? Oh, no. Craziness, and we get the draw. Okay, so break time for everybody, and wowzers. Well, Wesley doesn't come up with the victory there. A little surprising, given that he transitioned so quickly into that endgame, right, Amon? He was the one in the driver's seat, but still, he takes a one-game lead into Bullet, and that's where we stand.
Yeah. Now, one-game lead, I'm not sure that is what people expected coming in. Anish Giri was kind of the people's underdog going in, and only being down one game, which could have easily swung in either direction. I think he's very happy with that, and it all comes down to just how prepared or how capable is Anish Giri in the Bullet format.
Well, I think if we are talking about anything that could be more exciting, we're right there. We're the only thing that could be exciting would be a tied score, but this is going to come down to the wire, everybody. So if you've been with us for the full few hours by now, thank you for being here, but don't go anywhere because the last half an hour is going to be the most exciting. And if you haven't been with us, or if you have a friend who's not with us, it's time to invite them and say, hey, you might want to come check out the potential photo finish here between Wesley So and Anish Giri, because this one has the makings, with the back and forth affair that we've seen, of potentially being a very, very, very close game right down the stretch. So we're going to find out if Wesley So is the better player in Bullet, like we're kind of predicting, but at this point, Anish Giri has stayed with everything, and we'll see if he can continue to.
Yeah, the other thing is that, whether you're a big fan of these formats or not, how are you not a fan of Bullet? And to see a Bullet format decide the entire match is pretty much what's going to happen, is very exciting. I don't think that I've seen many of these, and there have been a lot hosted on Chess.com, where the Bullet has been such a deciding factor, because usually there seems to be some sort of dominance exerted in the 5 and 3 minute portions, but this is maybe the closest I've ever seen a match going into the
I think the last one we had, to go back to our bracket, it's not going to be the same pairing this year, but the last one we had that was like that was when Sasha Grishik took on Levon Aronian last year, Amon. This year, Grishik is the 5 seed taking on Richard Rapport, as you can see on the left side, and Levon Aronian will have his hands full with the Russian Nepo, who's maybe a dark horse to really perform well in this format. But that match, it was only a couple games right down the stretch. There was one game that really kind of put it away for Grishik to beat Aronian, but that one had the makings of an overtime match as well, and this one does too. So here we go, right? This is going to be a ton of fun, and the score is what you see, everybody. The Bullet is about to start. I am getting set.
Yeah, this is going to be pretty exciting, because these are going to be fast games to call. We're going to have to get used to the trends, what openings these guys are going to go for, and whether they're going to stick to the same style. I think that if Giri gets into the same trouble that he's been getting into, those rook end games for Wesley are going to be so much easier to win in Bullet with +1 second increment. So he also, if Wesley gets attacked the way that Giri has been aggressive sometimes, those are also harder to defend in Bullet. So it's kind of a toss-up here.
Yeah, I agree, and here we go. No more anticipation, no more speculation by all of us. How will Giri do in the Bullet? Will Wesley So hold on to his one-game lead? Will we have overtime? So many questions, not enough time. Let's do this thing. The fun. Okay, so the fun continues. This is the first time we've seen this opening.
Yeah, it's actually a bit different than normal. Anish decides to put his knight on e7, and usually you see knight f6, knight e4, and both sides kind of copy each other, but here we see his adaptation, and will we see bishop f1? Yeah,
Yeah,
these
we
guys are
will.
just trading.
I was just wondering the same thing. A lot of pieces coming off. We're going to see a battle royale for the C file. That's going to decide who gets the initiative or not. So Wesley So putting a knight on e5, part of that transition is hopeful that if the knights have to kind of be on their heels and retreat, that white will eventually get control over the C file here. Okay, the knight comes e2. He's headed for the d4 square eventually, but black gets the C file. I kind of like that trade for black, actually. What about queen c7 now?
I'm not sure, though, because the knight on b5 doesn't have necessarily a great place to go without giving the c file back.
Okay, I guess queen c7 would have been met by rook to c1.
Or a4, and the knight's on
and the knight runs out of squares. So the endgame offers maybe a small edge for black here because white has doubled pawns, but then again, white has this
better centralized knight, right?
Yeah, I would say it's very close to equal, but I would say that white has the better chances because he can play g4, f5. Like, he just has the moves to play, and the knight seems to be covering everything on d4, although I don't think it's fair to say that anyone has realistic chances here.
We're going to keep the analysis board open here for the viewers as much as possible so that Amon and I can continue to provide instruction, as hard as it is to do that in Bullet. If you're wondering the match score, look at those little numbers right next to the players' pictures. Right there you see 9.5 for Wesley So and 8.5 for Anish Giri. But of course, we will watch the total game clock and make sure everyone has the score in mind as this thing comes down to the wire. A quick draw on Bullet, and we have a ton of people playing Guess the Move, so if you haven't played Guess the Move yet, jump into the live chess server and try to guess the moves of the top grandmasters. There were a bunch of title players there trying to guess along with these super GMs, Amon. That's fun.
Yeah, always good. They're going back to this opening. I think the last time we saw this, Giri actually had that massive attack with knight h4, knight f5. He's happy to repeat that, Danny.
He is happy to repeat it, and both players are happy for the increment. Living above the 1 minute mark right now is Anish Giri, and Wesley So is just there. So playing very fast. So right now, if we're asking the question, is Giri going to be fast enough in Bullet? Apparently, he's going to be just fine if you look at the clock right now.
The last game I can say was the type of position which is just very easy to play quickly. You trade pieces, etc. So I want to see how he handles something like this, which is a much more dynamic middle game. And so far, he's got a clear time advantage. He looks more than okay.
He's playing moves faster than we can highlight. He's going to bring the knight to f5 and maybe the queen to g3. Everybody, if you get white's pieces operating together on the king side, that's what Giri wants. Ooh, we got to start looking at f5. Things are getting messy.
Dangerous move f5 in Bullet. I'm not playing that, Danny.
Yeah, rook takes e5 comes with tempo on the queen if f5, and so Giri says no, thank you. Okay, but now that means Wesley seems to have defended at least the worst of it, but he does have this isolated pawn he's strapped with because of it.
Yep. Although I like White's position with the potential of expanding with f5 later on. I don't know if he's going to play bishop d4, bishop c1. He goes with bishop to d4, and queen f2, and f5 is a tough threat to deal with. All it takes in Danny and Bullet is one threat that your opponent can't stop, and sometimes that shifts the momentum.
That may mean that white or black has to put the knight on f8 voluntarily so that f5 doesn't come with tempo. I wouldn't be surprised if at some point... Okay, no. He thinks he can get away with this. What's happening on f takes g6 or h4?
On b6. He's got a queen on b6. I think he's...
this is the key point. But look at that.
Giri's playing really fast.
Pawns running wild, and Giri bringing the heat against Wesley and bringing the head bob along with it.
This is a good sign for Anish Giri, I think. He's got to defend h4, and he's threatening to play queen g4, queen h5.
Yep. His king is just as open, so he has to be careful of things like e3 check coming. And plus, Wesley might try. Wesley would love to play rook c2, everybody, but to show why that doesn't work, if the rook comes in, there's things like queen f8, sacrifices, and mate.
Wait a minute. What is e5? Is that a blunder? A huge blunder? How does he stop queen h5?
Bueller?
He just pinned himself.
Yeah, I think so. Wesley just blundered away the game with the move e5, and we have a tied match.
Blunder. That's a huge blunder.
Well, at this point, Giri's playing faster than we would have expected in Bullet, and so fast it's hard to even make speculation or provide analysis on the plans, because these guys are moving at lightning speed right now.
Yep. And Giri has played the same opening with the fianchetto, and then when the bishop goes to g5, he throws in h6. And he lost one of his games earlier, but I feel like in the bullet section, this is a nice, solid choice. And as black, it doesn't even matter about having the bishop pair sometimes. In bullet, you just want a solid position where it's clear where your pieces go.
Yeah, comfortable positions and positions that are easy to find plans are often just as important as whether the position is actually better for you in bullet.
Yeah.
And so Giri going back to where he's comfortable. But this is exciting. I mean, in hindsight, if Giri ends up proving to be the better bullet player and surprising us, then you do look back at the earlier portions of this match where Wesley So was maybe the stronger player but didn't have a plus score after the blitz portions. That may end up hurting him.
Yeah, no, this is, I mean, look at what Giri's doing. I don't know if it's good or not, but this is...
But he's playing fast, right? Whether it's good or not, as you said, he's playing fast, and
Yeah.
he's all in right now with an attack on the king side. Is he going to play things like f4 and try to use his pawn storm?
What's he doing with this move? Okay, wow. b5, he just played very quickly. Queen a4, yep.
Yeah, b5 was kind of a weird pawn sack by Wesley. I'm not sure what his idea
He's
was.
done that a few times, Danny. Even in the blitz, he was just sacking pawns like when it seemed very unnecessary.
Yeah.
Where's that queen going? It's barely got squares on h4, g4. This does not look good at all.
He's gonna try to maneuver this knight from h5, maybe into f6 and g4 for a mating threat, but he may not have time. Ooh, queen takes e5, and Giri gives the scowl of actually not really impressed with his opponent's play is what that was.
This
Wait,
doesn't look good.
no, but all of a sudden white is on the assault.
Yeah, no, this is a loss here for Giri.
Okay. It turns out the scowl was unhappy with his own play. I misread that one. But there we go. Wesley So strikes back, and the teeter-totter, it continues here. Back and forth, a lead change for one player vanishes for another. So this is going to be fun.
Yep, there's still, what, a bit more than 22 minutes for the bullet portion. And for any bullet addicts out there, you know that is still tons of games. And how fast these games finish, it's going to take a lot more to decide a victor.
Here we get another pretty original position. This is a very traditional King's Indian attack, with white having a ton of pieces on the king's side, hoping to launch a mating net, and Giri's going to launch the h-pawn to do it.
I think that Wesley is probably never going to play this position again in bullet.
Yeah, I'm going to bet that Wesley comes under serious fire in this game. I'm going to agree with you, because this pawn is coming to h6, and all of these minors are going to go to town against the black king. And
yeah, I don't know. I'm always very suspicious of this opening as a whole, because I think it gives white a very easy attack, and it's also not a bad position. So you're not like sacrificing your positional play for a big attack. You've still got a reasonable position. As we see, Giri doesn't even fully attack. He takes a free pawn on a4 to go with it.
yeah, but that was a weird decision to make there, because in order to keep the piece on the board, he has to leave black with this very powerful knight on d4. So I kind of like Wesley's resourcefulness, as we say that we liked Giri's position. All of a sudden, things quickly turn around, and look at this knight on d4. I mean, we would have to go back and calculate what happened there, Amon, but that was a very nice practical shot there, bringing that knight to the center at the right time.
Yeah, it seemed though like Giri sort of did it to himself. Like, why did he grab that pawn? That seemed a bit weird. He didn't have to do it. It was nice by Wesley to offer it, because
but look at this now, right?
Yeah.
If the bishop eliminates this knight, then we have the f3 square available. So whenever you start seeing a lot of pieces facing one particular area of the board, that's how tactics happen. And now, whoa. Somebody's losing material at the end of this line. I just don't know who it is. Looks like it's Giri.
It's almost
look at it was like knight f6 was just hanging in the air, but there was no mate.
Yeah.
And f5 trying to open up the queen's chance for a backdoor entry. Look at that. Amon, help me.
I'm speechless, Danny. That was queen h1, and I was just trying to figure it out. Rook to a2 after queen h1.
And he's just going to bail out with the draw because he doesn't have enough time to gather all of the pieces he sacrificed. That was an exciting game right there, despite the peaceful result.
And what are we going to see again? G6. He seems to be sticking with it. I think this is one of the different moves that we've seen Giri play. E6. He's been playing Queen's Gambit style with D5, but he usually starts with D5. Okay, there he goes. He's back.
Yeah, he's back to it, but in this case, Wesley was able to get the more traditional Tory type of system because of the move order. Normally, you don't see Bishop G5, everybody, after D5 because the knight can come to E4. But because the knight was pinned, Anish didn't have that chance. So this is more of a traditional Tory. Have we seen a traditional Tory yet in the match?
I don't think we have.
Yeah.
We've definitely seen pretty much everything under the sun around it, but I don't think we've specifically seen it happen this way.
Well, exciting stuff. Let's switch back to the analysis view here in case we have a chance to talk about some exciting tactics. But in this case, we're going to end up with the doubled e-pawns, and probably everybody else just gets traded.
Yeah. And once again, I don't like the double pawns here. In an endgame, they could turn out to be good. And we actually saw an endgame very similar to this where CD4, CD4, and the knight went to D5 with F5. That's a good endgame, but I'm not sure that it's so easy to achieve.
But I like this plan for black. Suddenly the pieces are coming to the king side, and I'm totally willing to give up that e6 pawn if I get knight h4 and a mating net over here on g2.
Okay, well, that's what he's going for. He's got to throw in knight to f6.
But he's got rook f6 too. He can play rook f6 and then bring the other rook over maybe. I like rook f6 with tempo, Aman.
Yeah.
And if this queen moves, then maybe slide the other rook over to f8, and I can just bring the house in a practical game against white's kingside and try to go for a checkmate.
Ooh.
Oh, look at that move. He's bringing the rook lift with tempo next, and white's going to have to sacrifice the queen.
Yeah.
I really like that combination there. Heads up play by Giri.
And the problem is, though, this is still tough in bullet. Rook, he's going to maybe, play rook f2, rook f1, and how do you got to break through somehow. Although I'm not sure about d takes c5 there.
Yeah, that just gave black the d file, right? I mean, if I'm black, I'm going to bring the rook to the d file and maybe trade. Interesting. He doesn't. What's his plan? Maybe he wants to move the king and slide the rook to the h file.
He might also just play some move like f4 pretty soon.
But that became a little bit strange, as suddenly Wesley So's pieces seem to be getting chances against the black king, and I can just take this f4 pawn, can't I, with the rook? Go for it.
Take, and then queen e2, and then there's going to be some checks, but it's not enough. I think my king escapes, barely.
The black king barely escapes, and if he does, probably white resigns almost. Oh, look at that. Nice combination. Everybody sacrifices the rook, because if the rook had taken, you would have seen a checkmate on f1, and that would have been the swan song. So, wow.
He's got that in the bag, actually, Danny. But the thing is, once again, he's going for that same setup.
He likes the king's Indian attack. He's playing it.
I don't know why. It worked out for him, I agree, but I really feel like if Giri keeps the queen side more closed and just focuses on the attack, that's so dangerous in bullet.
Well, that would be an interesting theme to the match if it becomes some sort of philosophical battle over the king's Indian attack, Wesley feeling like he gets the play on the queen side, and Giri wanting to go for the mating attack. And if they play a whole lot of these, the winner of that battle will end up winning the match.
Yeah, no, I like what he's doing this time differently, though. You're not going to see a dominant knight on d4. There's no open lines. You can play like rook e2 and just try to defend that. Maybe bishop to d1 somehow.
Yep. And black has this c file, everybody, with the c2 pawn being backward. But the problem is, will this weakness be enough to justify that white has a closed position and plenty of time to bring more pieces over here to the king's side and try to get some sort of mating net against the king, starting with a remaneuver of the knight maybe. But okay, I guess black is getting the play first. So from a practical perspective, obviously we know it's dangerous to be black, but Wesley's willing to play this position.
He's really showing the way. It's kind of impressive to watch, because he's doing some things. That's what Wesley does. He does things that are known to be like pretty okay for one color, and he does them for the opposite color.
Yeah, I mean, because he plays chess, just a very accurate approach, a very emotionless way to play the game, almost like a machine. I compare him to Magnus in that way. He just has a very unbiased approach to the position. So maybe we look at it and think, oh, my king's going to be in danger. That's not the kind of game I want to play. But he just doesn't care. If he thinks it's good,
Whoa,
it's good. Oh,
96. Hello. What's he planning? That didn't look like a plan. That looked like a miscalculation.
or did we get our first computer bug of the game? Not bug, but computer mess up, right? Just blundering a piece based on mouse slip or something? I don't think so. I mean,
He looked
that,
like he was trying to do something, but I think this is almost just over.
and if Wesley strikes again, then we see another lead change. So with a tied score right now, everybody, 11 and a half games apiece. We have less than 15 minutes left
Yeah,
in the match, and we are tied. So this is going to come down to the wire.
I agree. There's probably nothing that he can do. I mean, he has some tricks, right? That he is coming. I'm not sure about this Queen A2. Super weird to not be more aware of, I don't know, Queen F6, Queen E7, and Queen G7 mate. Although it might still work out for him for a draw here, just Rook F8. He must be going for the draw unless he thinks he can win, but Rook F8 has got to be correct here.
Yeah, you got to settle now. I mean, you got to take the perpetual. Whoa, he doesn't. He doesn't want to settle.
Well, I think
There will be no settling.
he's going to do it now.
He's got to go for it now. Rook takes F8, and here comes the draw.
Yeah.
Perpetual check, but again, another draw that is not because of lack of trying and had us on the edge of our seats the entire way. We remain tied with 12 minutes and 45 seconds left on the game clock. Amon, are you ready for overtime? I hope you are. Did you bring an energy drink or something?
I do have some energy drinks in the fridge, Danny. I will go procure them. If
You know, I'm always worried about your stamina, buddy. Always worried about that.
You're
Trying to
just
keep you
looking out
hydrated.
you're looking
Out for you. That's what I do, you know?
Yeah.
All right, well, this is, in all seriousness, I'm on the edge of my seat. And, okay, we're in a Queen's Gambit, traditional one where white gets a big center and black is going to try for C5 and E5 to go with it. We haven't seen this line played as much since, what was it, the Topalov Anand World Championship match. We had this line played a lot.
Yeah. And
Not played as often at the highest levels anymore, really since that time period.
Okay, because the other thing is that I think this opening it has a ton of theory, right?
Right.
That, there are some sacrifices, but they've actually chosen the more kind of reasonable approach. And once again, we have two bishops against two knights, and that's just another dynamic imbalance in the position.
Yep, and this will be an interesting one as it finishes here. We're going to have the open king for white, and the potential threats for black on the F file. A tactic that we didn't even see coming. Check out that. The knight comes to F3 with queen takes E5, taking advantage of the pin. So Giri has an extra exchange, but also white has this really, really well-placed bishop on D4, holding the E5 pawn, guarding the C3 pawn. I'm not even sure who's better here. Now I am. Now black's going to win the A pawn, and he's definitely going to be better. This rook is going to avoid the trade. And the biggest issue for black is that this rook on E7 is not helping, right? We know the two rooks should be better than a rook and bishop, especially if they can get active. But I don't see black having optimal coordination just yet for those two rooks. Okay, well, if the white king comes to E4, likely we're going to have threats of F5. You don't want to fall into some sort of funny mate there. That could be funny. Maybe we just get a bunch of checks. Some tickle? No tickle. Wesley wants more than a draw. But without time on the clock, that seems like an unnecessary risk. He's going to play rook F6 check now, but then now he's being overwhelmed. The rooks are finally doing their damage together.
It's true. This is an interesting position also because it's the kind of position is completely winning, but that bishop is so tricky, Danny,
Right.
to deal with.
It guards everything at the right time. Okay, but again, Amon, look at the time on the clock. Giri has come to play in Bullet, right?
He's a speedster.
He's a speedster. He's just instant chess here. I mean, it's like we're
No,
looking
wait,
at his.
he's gonna take the draw here, Danny. Tell me no. I think he is.
I think he might have to. I think the e pawn was good enough to hold. He didn't have enough because he was going to lose the g pawn no matter what, right? That rook couldn't stay on the g file.
This is so close, Danny. This is ridiculous. I hope we get an overtime, honestly.
We're deadlocked. We are deadlocked.
Well, I think, Danny, the story of the bullet is this right here, what you're looking at.
Yep.
This opening has got to be frustrating Giri. I don't know. Wesley is able to take these positions that are supposed to be bad, not bad, but preferable for a certain color. He plays them for the other side with some new confidence, or just he gets on side with the computer and he says, you know what, the computer says it's okay, let's find out why. And he just gets behind that whole idea.
If he can be accurate and defend the position, he doesn't think about it as a practical fear of his king coming under fire. And again, that's kind of what we're saying. He just plays a very, very focused and focused chess or not. Knight f6 check is coming.
Yep. The thing is, the bishop holds everything together. So in order to do it, white has
to
go
with this. Yeah.
With bishop on
this is an instructive idea, everybody. This whole little maneuver here to bring the bishop to g7. You're hoping that they would take it and just open up lines for your queen and knight to get jiggy with it. But black's not going to do white that favor. He's going to repeat. Are we going to see
bishop on c5, Danny? I don't know if Wesley. I guess Wesley in the match situation just prefers to draw that, but it seemed like Giri didn't have anything further than that repetition. What about like putting the bishop?
Whoa!
On c5? Whoa!
Why couldn't the bishop take though?
I don't know.
That was surprising to me. Although now look at that mating net. I mean, how often do you see this? Is this bug house or is this normal chess? What is going on with that bishop on g7, right? Rook mates. Rook mates. Drop the rook on h8.
Drop rook.
Drop rook mate on h8. But
so black is playing down a king, but white is playing down a bishop. So I'm not sure what's more relevant here.
Oh, the rook on e1 hangs with check. He missed it.
With check.
He played instantly with the threat of queen takes e8 mate, everybody, but just missed that the rook was hanging with check. That's going to be it. Giri's going to resign.
That's heartbreaking.
I jumped at it because I saw it coming with the queen taking on e8, but he forgot it was taken with check on e1.
Yeah, no, this opening has got to be frustrating to deal with. I'm not sure if Wesley, prepared to play that in the bullet or something, because it's quite resourceful and it's working really well.
Well, you said it. I mean, this is going to be the philosophical battle. If they're going to keep coming back to this King's Indian attack, and Wesley as white is kind of going back to this sort of Tory London kind of setup, regardless of what Giri chooses to play against d4. So we're having a more stubborn approach by both players in the bullet portion, which is surprising, right? Don't we normally see more variety, right, in the bullet, people being a little looser with their theory? But I feel like these guys are both really focused on what they want to do.
Yeah, they each have a game plan going in, but I agree. Usually you are a bit more, I guess, lucid in the bullet section, because why would you stick with something that doesn't work? And you're obviously not going to win every game, so if you lose, usually you switch it up immediately.
But this is one of those exceptions to sticking something that doesn't work, because Giri wants it to work like you. He wants it to work as white. He wants the King's Indian attack to lead to a mating net, but it's not currently.
Yep. And I can say, the clock is ticking down here, right? We have 6 minutes remaining, and this is, I don't know, at least the closest match I've seen.
This is the most exciting speed chess match of the year for sure, and maybe one of the most exciting matches we've ever had in this format, given the names of these players and the caliber of chess that they play. Yeah. This is awesome. And, Maman, can you say chess 960 decides the winner? It could. We could have chess 960, and Giri gets white in the chess 960 game no matter what, because Wesley So has already had 2 whites. So we'll see if Hikaru's right, if black is better, or if white's better in that scenario.
That's pretty ridiculous to think that could happen. But oh man, look at the attack that just came out of nowhere.
Yeah, Giri just shocks So there. Wesley misses knight to g3. Everybody, the knight moved too late to go back, but it cleared the h file for the queen and rook to deliver the goods right there on the h file. So that's why.
How many times have we seen Danny, Wesley just blunder mate? It seems like that's happened a few times now, and it's really weird. It's like his vulnerability is just those one move things. I'm not sure. It's really
No, you're right. He plays such a high level of chess. We saw him lose to Magnus Carlsen in the Pro Chess League with a one-move blunder, right? Not necessarily mate, but you're right. He seems to have a vulnerability to some small traps there. Maybe loses his focus on a couple tricks. And okay, but we were thinking we were going to see a stubborn philosophical battle, King's Indian attack, decide who moves on. Turns out no. Giri decides to mix it up and take a leaf out of his opponent's book. Now he's playing a Tory.
And he should. It actually started as a London system, and it's funny. Wesley So debuted his very effective London system line of playing a quick knight h5 against Anish Giri in London, and he drew the game. But he really showed like a brand new way to play against the London with this, and he's using it right now. So it's funny to see them both back at it again here. And Giri looks. He's in a pretty weird position.
Yeah, no more head bobs from Giri. Now, if anything, nervous ticks, twisting his hair at times. Giri is focused. We have a tied match. We're already up against it. I mean, the winner of this game, Amon, could win the match. I mean, this could be, because given the fact that they have increment, a couple more minutes could come off the clock, and this could be. We are in that danger zone of every game is potentially the final game now.
Yeah, Black has a lot of pawns and the two bishops as compensation, but he has a loose king, and the fact that f6 is hanging here, take f6. White's king is very safe. There's no way to really get to it other than the f2 square, which White can defend. So I think that Giri has the advantage here, but it's tough to play against those bishops sometimes.
We have 3 minutes left, a tied match, and looks like we're about to have a win for Giri with this extra exchange.
It should be a win, although he's got to do some work here.
He's got to do some work here. Wesley wanting to hold with the bishop anchoring itself in on the light squares. Everybody kind of defends each other now. One of the ways that White will try to win this, everybody, is eventually Giri will try to sacrifice the rook for the bishop and win the king and pawn ending. That's a very common theme to watch out for.
Yep.
So Black is on the lookout for that kind of trick.
Yeah.
Okay, he gets the pass g-pawn.
I think he found the way. King e5, rook to g6, and then rook g5, f6, rook g7, something like that.
He's sacrificing the g-pawn smartly in order to get a better king position. Actually, look how brilliant that is. Look at that.
That's very nice.
Yeah, he saves the day, everybody. If White takes, then Black wins the pawn back, and if he plays king e5, now Black gets to save his pawn in the nick of time.
But I don't think there's any way to stop rook g7, king e6, rook back f7.
And the mating net.
Something
yeah,
like
here
that.
comes rook to c7. Oh, no, that would allow the queen, but...
So rook g3 right
rook
now.
g3 puts Black in some sort of zugzwang almost?
Because if you keep the bishop defending the g2 pawn, then f7 is threatened, and you just win by mate.
One thing to consider is, isn't this a draw with just the f-pawn? If that bishop improves itself, Amon, isn't this a theoretical draw? Because one of the ideas is if Black loses both these pawns but has the bishop on the a2, g8 diagonal, I'm pretty sure that's a theoretical draw. Because the bishop can check the king on the light squares, and the king is already in the right corner.
Rook g3, I think it's right.
I think Wesley... So, yeah, this is the right idea. Sacrifice the... Oh, it's mate coming on g8, and it's over.
So bishop d5, check, and then if b2, king back to e6.
And he wins.
That's winning. But he totally
phenomenal. Wow, Wesley frustrated there. He because he was calculating those lines, really shocked that he didn't have a saving resource, and suddenly.
But he had to go with what you said, Danny. He had to give up the g2 pawn, play bishop a4, bishop b3 check, take that diagonal, and just hope.
Yep.
But
you're. It's hard to anticipate the right timing for that, even if you're kind of aware that that's a draw, because you don't want to just give up the pawns willy-nilly, but I'm pretty sure that position is a draw if the bishop gets to the right diagonal in time. So either way, guess what we have? We have less than 30 seconds on the clock, and this is it. Wesley So either wins this game, or Anish Giri pulls the massive upset and moves on in the Speed Chess Championship.
This is so exciting, Danny, because going into Chess 960, that game could just not even matter if Giri pulls away with the victory here, or if they draw. Can you imagine the photo finish of Wesley winning the Chess 960 game to go into OT?
Well, Wesley So has to win either this one or the Chess 960 game, because we are out of time, everybody. This match is either in overtime, or we are talking about the upset of the event so far with Anish Giri beating
the number 2 player in the world, Wesley So.
Yep, and he
Wow.
really had to work for it, Danny. How many times was he just kind of frustrated with himself, losing game after game? The mental fortitude to come back from some of these huge swings in the match for both of these players has been phenomenal to watch.
Yeah, I agree. I thought we were looking at a 2-game when Wesley So kind of really was doing well there, and Anish Giri had lost yet another rook ending. I thought we were headed toward a Wesley So kind of like it would just stay at that kind of pace and So would win. But no, Giri fought back.
Yep.
But okay, he's losing the exchange now. Will he get compensation for the lost rook for knight? He's already got a pawn.
We saw Wesley lose the exchange, or give it up rather, in the last game. And I like to see how willing these guys are to play those imbalanced material positions in the bullet portion. He's thinking about stuff like queen g5 maybe, knight at f6 with h5, f3 with queen h4.
This is so scary to be Wesley So, especially in bullet. I mean, the exchange is one thing. Maybe a computer defends this happily.
He's going to play e4, bishop e5, and queen h4. That might even be over right now. He likes the look of it, I think, Giri, based on the webcam.
Yeah, how does So deal with this?
He's going to play bishop e6, and then rook f5. What's going on, Danny?
But he's got queen takes h6. That's the key.
Oh yes, he's got queen h6 as well.
Now he's got queen d4.
Yes.
So calculated that. Does he have queen takes f3? Is he missing it? Queen takes f3? No. Bishop takes d2. He'd have to move.
Giri will take that draw. It looks like, and he doesn't.
Whoa!
He doesn't go for it.
Fascinating. Wesley So goes for it. This is it. Everything is on the line. Wesley So either wins this game.
Can he take on e4 and take on f2 and play bishop g3 with f2 mate ideas?
He decides he can't, but that may cost him the match or the game right there. Giri now just down a piece and made it on g8, and we have overtime. Chess 960 will decide who moves on. When was the last time you saw a Chess 960 game drawn?
How many? Okay, so these guys are playing a Chess 960 game, Danny, for not only the pot of money, but moving on.
Yeah, this is basically a $10,000 Chess 960 game. I mean, seriously, because there's the match money available here, which is only a few thousand total, but to move on every round in the Speed Chess Championship is worth a lot of money and a lot of opportunities. So this game right here between Wesley So and Anish Giri is worth thousands of dollars, and it's a Chess 960 game.
And you should say, for the people who are wondering, what on earth happens if they draw? Like what is over?
It's time for my staff to remind me so I don't misspeak. Pete, I know you're there. Give me the breakdown of what happens in overtime, and we will. I know we take a quick break. If it goes to overtime, the players get another 3-minute rest. And then we move immediately into the final games. I forgot what we ended up going with. If it's a single game Armageddon game, or if you get a game in each time control. It's one or the other.
It looks like a 3-game mini match, Danny.
Okay, it looks like Giri's smiling, but he's in big trouble because his queen is lost.
This is the match, by the way. We're talking about overtime, Danny, but it's very easy to assume that someone can win this game. And
I know we're talking about because we got to be prepared for it. And Wesley So just won the queen with this insane trap.
This is it. He just won the match based off that. That's incredible.
That is unreal right now.
No, he's toasted, and
he's toasted, and Giri is just absolutely frustrated. He's leaning back. He knows. I think he knows that this is it. And he was smiling and laughing and frustrated with himself about the queen getting trapped, but he. Something went terribly wrong there. Chess 960 ends up deciding who's going to move on in the Speed Chess Championship.
This is over, and that's resigning the whole match just based on that. That's
unbelievable.
That's so hard to do, to hit that.
Heartbreaking for Anish Giri. Absolutely heartbreaking for Anish Giri. And there's almost nothing else to do but just bring these guys on.
Oh my goodness.
That's it.
The emotions are going to be high. That is the closest match I've definitely ever seen.
Absolutely. Wow. Super, absolutely amazing. The closest, most exciting match we have ever been a part of on Chess.com, hands down. Are you both here? Can you both hear us?
Yeah.
Anish, so incredible.
Yeah, it's amazing.
You played an incredible match. We have a pretty serious echo. I don't know whose side it's coming from. Maybe Wesley's side. I think it is. Wesley, can you get some headphones? Maybe we're getting a reverb. It's Can you grab some headphones? We're getting a pretty strong reverb from you. Maybe not.
He also has to unmute his mic there.
Yeah. Well, I muted it so the echo would stop. But it looks like it's okay, Wesley, if you can hear us. Anish, I know this is a frustrating moment right now. Obviously, this match got away from you at the final seconds. Literally, you were up a game.
Well, I didn't really know exactly what the score was, and I felt I cannot really be leading because I felt that I was sort of most of the time trailing and coming back rather than really pulling ahead. But the thing is that I showed Wesley that this queen on h1 is very bad in the other chess 960. So now he just had to show what he's learned.
Yeah. Well, you were amazing with your resolve. Amon and I were just saying that you did seem down in the match a couple times. You were trailing, but you fought back. Trailing by 2 games a couple times, you managed to take the lead, and with the final seconds counting down, you were up a game when that final bullet game started. Did you know that?
No. I mean, I don't even remember. If I had known, maybe. Wait, I was black, right, in that one?
Yes.
Yeah. No, the thing is, I already realized very late in the match that I just have to mate Wesley. Actually, I mean, at first I was trying to get into endgames, which is normally my strength, but okay, he plays it just. He played it better most of the end games. So then I realized towards the end of the match that I have to mate him. So, and actually it worked out pretty well many times, but not the last one, unfortunately.
You started going with this King's Indian attack. Was that part of that philosophy? Because you felt like, okay, I want to play a system that gives me some chances against the king, and that was where you switched to that for a few games.
Oh yes, I think so. But I have to say that somehow I didn't quite get an attack there going. I mean, I mean, it's become sort of a positional game eventually, and I realized already one of the last times I played that Wesley is actually having it under control pretty much. The system. I have to say I was more comfortable with black because then I could just counterattack.
Well, to reset, we started this interview in a bit of a hustle, just to say again, this was the most exciting Speed Chess Championship match. I mean, maybe we've ever had on Chess.com. I mean, we have more viewership and viewers that have stuck with us for the entire time, because how could they leave? The lead changes were back and forth. You guys neither one of you would let the match get away. So before we ask any of the harder questions, just want to thank you both for an absolutely incredible match.
Yeah,
thank you, Danny.
Yeah, I just realized that the game that was actually very important. I was also completely winning there, so that's really
Well, Wesley, were you aware of the match situation? We asked Anish. Obviously, it was a tough situation, so many games going so fast. But were you aware that you were basically in a must-win situation with the final 3 minutes?
The final 3, yeah. I was. Matt kept updating me about the score, so I was aware. I keep looking at the.
So you were paying attention to the chat. Well, Matt was updating both of you, but I think Anish was a little more focused and maybe didn't see the chat updates there.
Yeah. Okay, I mean, I should have kept the score, but I felt that there is no need because the things are just going on and on and on, and it doesn't really make you anyway. I mean, it's not like I know that I have to draw and suddenly with 1 minute on the clock, I'm able to play solid, because actually when I tried playing solid, I think Wesley simply had a better score, because at first, I was trading all the pieces happily, he as well, and then I started noticing that time after time I'm getting, I'm getting actually more outplayed rather than anything else. So, and then I noticed that, okay, I gave him a checkmate a couple times, so I anyway had to switch up my strategy. So I don't think I would have done anything differently, but of course it's, I mean, okay, you cannot really say that you have to win all the winning positions in Bullet, because that's what Bullet is about. Right. I mean, before that I drawn a position piece down, in this King's Indian attack, which didn't work. So, okay.
Which was an amazing game, by the way. Yeah, they were all amazing. I mean,
yeah,
Wesley,
many amazing games, yes.
Almost won the game.
Before we ask you some specific questions what are your general thoughts on the match? Obviously, the flow of the match, you started out by going up a couple games. Anish comes storming back. Give us your general thoughts on how you think things went.
Yeah, well, I knew that the match would be extremely tough, and it was very close in the end. I think as the games go, we became a bit more and more tired. That's why we keep missing some of these tactics. And in the first 2 games, when we did the draws, I thought, this is going to be a very solid match with a lot of draws. But then, things got out of control. I won 2 games, and then Anish won 2 games in a row too. And then things just got very exciting in the end. But the time played a lot of factor in our match. Anish played very well and very quick. For the most part, he has a time advantage after the opening. And of course, I have no idea what to play against his Grunfeld. That's why I keep.
Well,
yeah, and then again, as Anish said, he decides to play for a checkmate, and it was really, really effective. I mean, even in some positions where I'm up in material, but as long as he pressurizes my king, then I'm in danger. That's why in the final game, I was very happy when he gave up his queen. So.
But he went with the King's Indian attack, and Amon and I were at first sort of anticipating that might really get you in trouble if you didn't change your approach. But you guys played, I think, 3 or 4 of those games, and you seem to have that thing down to a science. I mean, give us some honest preparation here. Is that a system that you just feel like Black is just totally fine in if you know what to do?
Well, the computer says Black is fine, but once you play in the board, especially in dips, it's very, very tricky. I thought that when I get my pawn on a3, this one, because in the first game he played a3 after a4, but in the previous games he just let me play a3. I thought Black is fine after that. But then we have a really, really neat game where he played bishop f6, bishop g7, and then I played bishop f8, bishop e7, which would have ended in a nice draw. But Anish wanted to still mate me, and in the end, his bishop was stuck on g7, but able to convert.
I was literally just bringing that game up. I now have that game replaying for the fans on the screen. Obviously, that was a huge game where we thought Anish was going to checkmate you, the bishop on g7, and then the rook falls on e1. Anish, did you just miss the rook falling with check, or was there something else?
Yeah, of course. Although I have to say that in general, I've played a similar game against Leko once in Blitz in China, and I actually have seen that this idea of bishops being, you cannot give a checkmate because you need all your pieces on f6. You need your knight there, you need the queen there, you need the bishop there, and you can only put one, and he is moving back, in and out. And when I deviated, I was counting on knight takes f6, but with the bishop, and then I realized that with the knight on d7, which I cannot touch, there's absolutely no checkmate. And I think I was lost there already, but then I suddenly thought he blundered something. But yeah, I missed that my rook was hanging with check. But okay, at this point already, I was just trying to put pressure on the time and maybe escape like in many other games.
Yeah, during the match, my hands get very sweaty with the mouse, and I get really nervous. But yeah, in the end, I think in this match, the player who has the more time has a huge advantage, and in the bullet, Anish usually has had a lot more time than me.
On that note, Anish, one of the storylines that at least Amon and I were interested in coming to the match, you don't. I think it's fair to say you don't play as much online chess as one like Hikaru Nakamura or Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. We don't see you playing as much online bullet as some of the others, and so we were very curious how fast you would be. But to be honest, you kind of blew our minds with constantly having a time advantage and being up on time. So are you secretly playing a lot more bullet than we think, or is this just a talent of yours that you only got caught revealing today?
No, I played obviously a lot of bullet, but I don't have, first of all, not an official account, and secondly, my unofficial accounts are not strong enough to be noticed by people. But I think I can be pretty fast with the mouse, but I like the skills that Hikaru and Emil have, and it is a lot of fun. I have to say, it's very addictive. So once I start, I can spend a lot of time, but generally, I don't think it's a very useful skill.
Right.
Until that's showed up. Yeah, back in the day, it was really useless.
Right.
I mean, Hikaru could write a book about it, but that was about that's all you can do. I mean, that's all you can do with bullet. So I don't practice it. It has, of course, very little to do with chess. But
yeah, I think Hikaru has a book actually about how to play bullet chess.
Hikaru was raised by the lessons learned in bullet chess, so we all know that. And but okay, well, you were very impressive, Anish, with your time. I know this. I mean, this feels like a match that the final 2-game swing obviously went Wesley's way, but the truth is, if we had played one more, given what we'd seen for the last half hour, you probably would have won and brought the thing back to a tie. So, I mean, this has been so much fun to be a part of. I mean, this was by far the most expensive Chess 960 game we've ever been able to watch, because you guys were... That was it. It was the Chess 960 game deciding who was going to be moving on in the Speed Chess Championship.
Yeah,
So I don't have any further questions. Go ahead.
I was doing a lot better at the Chess 960. I think I won the first two Chess 960 games.
Who won the first one?
You, oh man, now I'm drawing a blank. I know that you won as Black Anish in the second game. I don't remember who won the first.
Yeah. But somehow I was sort of optimistic to get, whenever I would see that you would give me this position with, because I never knew when to expect it. But whenever I saw this Chess 960 show up, I thought, okay, this is nice. Because then I don't have to crack his reti system. But at the end, he played well, and I couldn't really get my queen out, and then I blundered some tactics, so he deserved that one.
Yeah,
The first Chess 960 game was the first Chess 960 game was the one that looked exactly like a normal chess game, and I think the rook end game very interesting.
Because
that was the long rook end game. The long rook end game.
Yeah,
that was a very nice trick, right? Wesley, did you see this G4 trick early, and then you sort of tried to set him up to bring in the king to the 4th rank with this rook b4, rook h4 idea? That was very, very interesting. That was one of the surprising moments.
Yeah, I saw it. I think the endgame is the rook endgame is a draw. Anish played well, and he found his fortress with the rook on h5, and couldn't really make any progress. But then I wanted to play a few more moves because I was ahead on time. So when I played g4, it's just a trick. But I think if he played fg4 instead of rook g5, it's still a draw.
So which position? I actually have the position pulled up for the fans. After
when I played g4, instead of rook g5, just fg4. Yeah. So
king g3, and then rook h1, or
rook h1, king g4, king e5, and then if king g5, we have rook g1. Yeah. So
yeah, no, I was expecting, to be honest, g4 with my king on e5 still.
Yeah.
And then when you played g4, I thought because there I have to play rook h4, yeah. So I thought that, okay, maybe it's the same thing or something, and I started doubting fg king g3, but it seems that there is a big difference, yeah.
Yeah, for all.
Interesting stuff. Yeah, we were on the edge of our seats with that one as well, and that seemed to be a very resourceful trick, but it looks like you guys are already on top of what happened there. So amazing stuff. Aman, any other questions here? These guys have just been awesome, not only on their games, but such a great interview here. Any other questions for our champions before we let them go?
Yeah, no, I mostly was curious specifically if they had any special strategies for the blitz portions or the bullet portions, because I think we saw the way that the match was going that Anish was somehow getting minorly outplayed and getting some really tough endgames against Wesley, and then somehow he started throwing all the pieces and the checkmates started coming. So I guess to Anish first, did you change your strategy after some tough blitz losses for a more aggressive bullet section?
Well, in general, I play blitz against weaker players than Wesley. So I've noticed that trading pieces is very effective against them. So it became a habit of mine to trade pieces and win endgame. But then I started noticing that Wesley is even more comfortable there than me. So I realized that maybe I should just stop doing that. And also, checkmating is not always easy. But I think that Wesley was getting a bit nervous whenever there was some danger to his king, even when objectively there was not much going on. So I realized that at some point I realized that this should be my strategy, but not definitely before the match. My strategy was to just not get crushed 20-0 or. In general, I thought Wesley is much stronger than me in these time controls, but I was happy that I managed to fight today.
Well, a lot of your. Oh, go ahead, Weslly.
Yeah, thank you. That's very kind words of you. But actually, before the match, I thought the match would be really, really close, and in the end, I almost lost the match. Got a bit lucky, but I think the strategy to go for mate is very effective in this short time control because, first of all, the match gets very exciting, and we don't just play on 450 moves, bishop and pawn endgame. But, yeah, and also the player with the initiative, even though it's done material, has a lot of advantage when there's very little time, and it's much harder to defend than to attack. So I think Anish style with his very aggressive checkmating instincts is much better than than trading pieces and trying to win a slightly better.
That's the first time I hear this being called Anish style. Thank you very much.
The Anish style, we like. Well, speaking of Anish style, you also had some nice moves going. At some point, you had some good head bobs going, and I don't want to create any tension where unnecessary, but normally Hikaru Nakamura takes the cake for completely unnecessary animated movements on the webcam, but you were rocking it at some point. You were bobbing your head. What were you listening to?
Do you want me to send you the playlist, or?
That'd be great, actually. It'd be great for the article. Give us the playlist. The fans would love to know.
It's good stuff, yeah. No, it's years of research and compilation.
Okay, well, that's great.
It's absolutely amazing playlist that you can just listen to all over and over.
Well, so many of your peers were in the chat. Hikaru Nakamura was here. Fabiano Caruana was here. Lots of Super GMs watched you guys today. And so Hikaru heard our comments, of course, about your animated face movements kind of being on the level with him. So that was awesome. Thank you for that. Thanks for being an entertaining watch. Anyway, no other serious questions for me other than the biggest one of all. Wesley, are you in a rocking chair?
Yeah.
What in the world is that? I didn't even know they still made those things.
It's a wooden rocking chair, but it helps my back. I think when I'm sitting a lot studying chess or right playing online for many hours, also during the Pro Chess League, it's just much more comfy.
Well, again, you guys were great. This seriously, no blowing any smoke needed. You guys know how close it was. This was just such an exciting thing to be a part of. You guys were amazing today, back and forth, awesome.
And how many?
We're not worthy. We thank you both. Aman, any other questions for these guys?
No, just honestly a super close match, and like I was saying, by far the closest match I've ever commentated or watched. Like it was literally down to a single game. So congrats to both.
How many decisive games do we have? More than
how many? What? I don't have that in front of me right now about how many decisive games that were in the match. So we will. It'll be in the news report very soon. I could make up a number, but I have no idea. So I don't know.
I think in general I like this time control more than the longer classical. I think with the lots of rapid games, the lots of rapid tournaments these days, I think chess is moving on. I think fans prefer a shorter time control than the one with 6 hours per game.
Well, we appreciate that. We appreciate that endorsement, and honestly, the webcams, as much as I had fun with Anish, and we do want to know what music you were listening to, the truth is we get an access to how you guys feel often in those big moments, blunders, and great moves, so it is a lot of fun to have this format, not only for the rapid chess, but also to kind of have an up-close and personal view of how you guys are feeling during the game. So thanks for that, Wesley, and we appreciate both you guys doing this. We'll have you back next year, of course, and Wesley, good luck in the next round. You will be playing the winner of Magnus Carlsen versus Gadir Gusenov. So assuming the world champion moves on.
Anyway, yeah, it seems.
Yeah, so assuming the world champion moves on, Wesley, you have your work cut out for you in round 2.
I hope Gadir wins.
All right, thank you both. We're going to let you go on that note. Really appreciate it. And that's it. Thank you both.
Thank you.